of lower pressure, because you believe there's a vector of down preventing that from happening. But we can all exhale while upright, so your retarded postulation is proven wrong by every human being who has ever survived and lived.
Oh, exhale. Oh, now I get. Wait, so exhaling does what exactly? I mean, it's just
when you exhale.
Yeah, what's the problem with exhaling? I mean,
you're not supposed to just only inhale that stuff you're smoking, bro.
I'll tell you one thing: if you go in a vacuum chamber and I pull the vacuum on it, exhaling's the least thing you're going to worry about.
Yeah, we could show it with. We can show that you're wrong with any vacuum chamber, but if there's a force holding and preventing gas from equalizing up, then you would not be able to exhale, because that is how we exhale. We exhale because gas greater pressure can equalize up.
Yeah, of course. No, that's. I mean, you literally. I'm not sure what the muscle is called in English, but you're literally pushing. You're pushing out the air out of your lungs.
Stop double speaking.
There's not
here to the ground at 14.7 psi due to some imaginary forces that keeps it contained here, and then we would be able to see that with all gases in all vacuum chambers everywhere on the imaginary globe that you imagine exists, and it would make it different exhaling and inhaling, because you would feel the resistance if it wouldn't stop you from exhaling at all, because you believe it's holding all the gas here and violating the law of the second law of thermodynamics.
No, the second law does not apply to open systems.
It applies to temperature and pressures. You didn't know that?
You don't have an open system in nature anyway. That's why. So you can't even do that.
So what he just said is the second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply to fiction. I agree with you, Hoimer.
I do agree with that. Because if you watch fiction, they're in outer space floating around, sometimes with just a helmet on and maybe some gloves, and that's okay. SpaceX does it. They just wear a motorcycle outfit and put the helmet on, and they ride in a rocket ship, and everybody believes those are spacesuits.
Yes, and I mean, there's no need to, wonder whether we have to believe the government when you can literally see things like the ISS with the telescope, like from your backyard.
I can't move my camera. I can't move my camera that fast.
Yeah, you can wait for transit of the moon or the sun with a specific solar filter. I mean, nobody will be able to convince me that the ISS does not exist, because I've seen it with my own eyes.
Yeah, Homer.
Yeah, you've seen a light.
What did you see in the sky?
Oh, man. Twinkle, twinkle, baby.
Yeah, there's no reason to just take the government's word for it, Homer. That's great. You can just go out and check if the Earth is curving.
Did you guys hear the conviction in his voice that he will not give that up? He will not give up the space station.
He's not letting go of the Star Wars fantasy.
This is where we were when I was saying yesterday, when even if they came out and told him, guys, the Earth is flat, they'd be like, nope, I'm still believing it's round. Can't take that away from me.
Wow.
Yeah, testimony of a lady.
That's hardcore.
Years old, right? 102 years old.
Can I be heard?
In the middle of the United States of America, raised knowing that the world is flat. And she's listening to this marble.
Homer. Can I try talking to this guy for a couple of minutes?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, man.
I can just quickly debunk his thinking of knowing that there's an ISS up there. It would be impossible to see the ISS on the height that you think you have seen it, because it is literally the same size as the 747. Have you ever looked at the 747 when it's on cruise altitude?
At cruise altitude, they're pretty hard to
see. Because you can't see them.
With the naked eye, yeah, that's pretty damn hard.
Dude.
You just debunked yourself.
Did I say I saw it with my naked eye?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Whatever there is a picture I posted. Whatever they show you is not the ISS, because the ISS is 253 miles supposedly up and it's as big as a 747. You cannot tell me that the difference between 7.2 miles to 253 miles of the same size suddenly looks almost as if it's in the same height of altitude. It makes no sense.
Yeah, but
whatever
I assume
you see there on YouTube videos is either edited or whatnot, but it's not the ISS because there is no ISS you can film. Do you think the Chinese ISS that popped out of nowhere, which is I think still CGI, we not have seen any real image of the Chinese ISS, is real? Do you think anything about that stuff is real? Man, it's science fiction. It's there to feed your space addiction.
I'm unsure. So, okay, we took a telescope, right? Well, like I did this with a friend of mine. We took a telescope. We looked up what the next lunar transit of the ISS will be. That means when will it fly in front of the moon so we can see it against the dark backdrop of space. And so we pointed the telescope at the moon, waited for the transit to happen, and took footage of it, like tons of photos. And I'm unsure where the government is involved in faking that.
Show me a photo, please, that you took.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of these photos. Problem is, again,
he's saying he did it. He said he did it. I'd like to see that shit.
I would
you
mind
said you did it.
Yeah, we need to see this because
I want to let Larry speak as well. I just wanted to say that this is again down to the diffraction limit, because when the ISS becomes too small to see, you wouldn't be able to see it even if it's passing in front of the moon. It's similar.
That's
to
what I'm saying. Yeah. I want to know how the fuck he did this shit. No one else can.
Tell me, Mr.
Exactly my point.
And by that same logic,
he took a whole bunch of pictures.
Tell me, how can you increase your diffraction limit?
He said he took tons of pictures.
Homer,
you know what I'm saying?
Why don't we see, if you think you can see the ISS passing in front of the moon, why don't we see the
I want to see
6,000 satellites of little polka dots every night passing in front of the moon? Why is that not something in reality?
Because they are
Germans, because it sounds like he said pissing in front of the moon. But as a matter of fact, tonight I'm taking my camera outside. I've charged up 4 batteries and I have many, many cards. And I'm going to get pictures of this ISS you claim. So,
dude, you will need to wait before it passes. I can send you a link to calculators. They show you the time at which you want to point your telescope.
Oh, you mean the time the plane flies over? Yeah, everybody knows when that is.
Show us the video, bro. Show us the video you took and the foot and all the. I want to see some of the photos that you personally took.
Let's see these photos.
I want to see that. Don't come in here saying shit. Bring the evidence. Bring the proof.
Show me the money. Show me the money.
Don't talk about what someone else did.
Not
Don't talk
post
about
my
what someone
personal
else
stuff,
did.
but I can post tons of examples of exactly the same thing.
Oh, they're examples now.
He just watched the video.
See, he doesn't. Now he's backtracking. He's saying examples. He doesn't have the shit. You're fucking lying, man.
Look at that.
Is he lily padding about the pictures?
He said he took the fucking footage.
Tons of pictures. Him and his friend came over.
He said him and his friend.
He took a bunch of whole bunch. Now we got to get examples.
I saved that.
Don't you understand that the size?
Okay,
size, that GIF that you just loaded in here. Don't you understand that the size of the ISS is way too big in that picture, especially in front of the moon, and especially regarding the size, what it actually is, and the height that it's supposedly on.
Clay, stop with the overkilling information, dude. We know what the hell's going on. We want to see what the hell this guy's got. If you have the footage that you personally took, don't give a shit. Someone else says, "Oh, look at this footage and all these pictures." You said you have stuff, you and your friends. So I want to see that,
bro.
Well, for one, I don't have it with me right now, and you're not going to force me to post my own personal stuff. I don't see why you do that.
So why would you claim it? Why would you claim it? What a fucking loser!
Don't worry, I won't twist your arm or force you to back your own claim.
Of you getting image firms. Hold on a second.
Oh my gosh,
That's the whole point of you giving image perms is so you can show your proof.
No, it's not. It's not the point of image perms.
It's so that you can show other people's shit.
Oh, then we should stop seeing all the flat Earth memes because people are posting other people's
Those
memes.
creators are in this server. We can use each other's stuff.
Oh, okay. So that doesn't apply to me. I also using stuff from
Not
other
from
people.
your claim. Not from
Listen,
your claim, loser.
when you see mine go by Radwin's Black Swan, yeah, I got clouds going 2 different directions. One's going south, one's going east. So there's no spinning ball there.
It's also the things that you posted don't actually help you because you shouldn't still be able to see the ISS because it's too far away.
Exactly.
Why not?
So that picture, no, we can tell.
You shouldn't even have to. You shouldn't have to listen to us. You have the footage, right? You shouldn't have to defend anything. You have this information for yourself that you don't want to share. So why are you even fighting?
And since I have a P900 and I'm going to do exactly what you say can be done, and when I see this little dot go by, if it goes by, you should be able to have that thing already zoomed in.
Make sure you have your friends with you too, like him.
Okay. Yeah.
And,
No,
and make sure you stack your photos so we can get really clear images.
But didn't he say already that he did it
I'll post
himself
for
with a
you, man.
friend? You just said like 5 minutes ago that you already did it.
Yeah, and he retracted. He already retracted that. Said, "Oh, I could find the get the fuck out of here, man! It's so funny."
He ain't making. He doesn't have pictures of anything but his kitten and the hamster he used to have.
What's going on here?
Hold on, I got a question. Hey, Hoymar, real quick, buddy. Hey, this is a man-to-man question. How are you not embarrassed right now?
I know, right? The lies.
Well, it's a rhetorical question, so don't answer because...
I'll answer. It's just classic Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah. Anyway, be embarrassed.
How long have you been coming around these parts for, dude?
I'm counting half a year.
Really?
So,
holy crap.
Larry wanted to talk with him.
That's crazy. Because I've been here for 3 days, and if I was getting abused like this, there's no way. There's no way.
He abused himself by lying.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Dude, we're not abusing him at all. We are pointing out all his flaws, and it's just that simple.
I'm saying at this point in time, after 6 months of coming back for the same repeated, like, to me, this would just be, I'd feel that this was abuse.
He's going to do it. He thinks he's got it. He's got it.
He knows he knows it's all. He knows it's BS. He knows it's BS. Because why would you say something like what he said, and not know it's BS? That's crazy,
Listen,
dude.
It's rough trying to get rid of your imaginary friend for the first time, right? You're trying to ignore him. You're trying to be like, yo, you're not really there. So
yeah, once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Yeah.
He reminds me of a puppy who has a ball in their mouth, and they keep running up to you, and they're like, "Woof, ball," and you're like, "No," and you're like, "Go away," smack them on the mouth or whatever. And I'm not promoting violence or anything like that, but they go away, and they keep coming back after 6 months.
I always find it funny. These people in that part of the world believe us Americans. I believe our government. And they hate us, you know what I'm saying? But they believe the government, but most of them hate us, you know what I'm saying? It was like, oh, no, but we believe NASA. But fuck you guys. Like, they're the same thing. They're the same entity. Like, I don't understand that shit. It's crazy to me.
I saw a picture of Superman in front of the moon the other day.
What do you think of the video I just posted, like the most recent one?
Is it yours? Is it your personal video?
That's a high quality lunar transit.
Did you take it like you said you did?
And it's definitely way too fast for an airplane.
It's not what you took then. So
everybody's silent now?
He's not going to answer you.
Sorry, but you don't know what that is. You don't know the height it's flying at. You don't know the size of it. All of that is just assumptions from looking at it and then being told it's got people in it and here are its dimensions. So you are just looking into the sky and making assumptions.
Dude, there's high quality UFO video, right? So a lot of those are fake, bro. So are we just supposed to believe those are real too?
Yeah, that's actually what I was going to ask him about, because I sent the Tether video yesterday.
If that's your go-to response to just claim, well, that's fake anyway, because I don't like it, then, I'm done here anyway.
It doesn't matter, bro. You already lied. You said you did it. Okay, that's why we're coming at you. That's why we're coming at you like that.
How come that dot stays lit, but the moon is like only half lit? How come the dot stays lit the whole time? Is it on fire?
that's craters, in case if that's what
No,
you're
the
asking.
thing that flies by, the little white dot that flies by the moon, goes from the half moon there, and then it goes by. So how come the white dot is white in the black part, then goes across the moon, and it into the white part? You know, it starts in the white part and goes into the dark part, and it's still white. What's making it white? Is it on fire? Does it have is it made out of a light? What makes it light up?
Well, did it ever cross your mind that it might be lit by the sun, just like the moon itself?
Okay, so let's get this straight here. I'm looking at it and I'm in the dark, so I know I'm not reflecting light at it, and it's not reflecting directly at me, which is how reflections work. How is it lit up?
Look it up.
So I'm not going to win this if you talk over me. How is it lit up the whole time? How is it? Is it on? Tell me it's on fire or something. Something that I can believe in.
This is how diffuse reflection works. An object is lit by a light source, and it diffusely reflects the light in all directions. And so it enters your eye.
Except for jet airplanes, when that one sunspot hits you in the face when you're driving and you look, and then a tail went by and they never see it again.
So
since he likes video footage, have you looked at the Black Swan video footage? Is that fake?
No,
that's an expected observation. But, I don't fear
10 miles away, you can see something, right?
Yes, he said it's a 250,000 mile radius.
You know,
okay, guys, would you mind if I butt in?
Yes, we will.
Go ahead.
Fuck up. I'm kidding.
Yeah. Okay, so, Hoymar, I posted something for you at 43 minutes after the hour. So this is a tether that broke loose from something that NASA was working on, right? And I want you to watch the video because there appears to be multiple anomalies in this photograph movie here. And the thing about these anomalies is that they're moving, right?
You mean these they're white dots that seem to be moving erratically across the street?
Hey, so they're supposed to be giant 20-mile in radius UFOs. That's what those are supposed to be. So do you believe that?
12-mile tether.
This is NASA's footage of UFOs fucking with their tethers, and they're supposed to be like 20 miles in diameter. Do you believe that?
Serious? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're serious. That's what NASA says.
Guys, real quick. You know what I find quite weird about all these videos of the ISS transit? Every video you watch, the ISS has a different form. Literally. Every form of it looks different in every transit video you watch. Like in this CGI one that he recently sent it in, it looks completely different than someone else capturing it.
Who has the footage of the Soho satellite, and there's a cloaked UFO beside it, and it shoots out a solar flare and it lights it up. Show him that, and I want to see how much shit you believe from NASA. And there's another one of a giant orb sucking energy from the sun that's on that video too. So all of this shit is true too. The orb is bigger than Earth. Okay,
do you think that NASA claims that we're seeing UFOs and shit?
Yes, they do. That's what they're claiming now. You need to pay attention to your fucking information. Do your research. Follow the studio that you believe in. Okay, that's what they're claiming now, is that UFOs are real. Pay attention to what's going on, buddy.
Dude, I want to point out in that picture, in that video that you were so kind to upload and show us about the ISS, the flight. Have you noticed that the actual ISS just moves frame by frame and it doesn't actually change orientation at all? It's like somebody just took a picture and just went clip, clip, clip of the exact same image across the way. Like it doesn't change shape or orientation at all in that picture or in that video.
You're just ignorant. It's not supposed to change its orientation. Why would you?
Hold on a second. Wait a minute. You just called the village idiot ignorant. Think about that. I'm asking you, like, to honestly observe it. I've noticed when things are flying around things, and to me, I thought the ISS was observing the moon. That was the whole purpose, right? So I would imagine that there's a camera attached to the front of this thing, and as it's hold on, as it's flying around, right, it's going to be changing orientation so that it maintains proper focal or whatever it would be. The aperture would be correct.
No, sorry, I don't. Yeah, no, that's not what it's doing. You should read up on what you claim here.
Okay, so my question to you then, I'm going to ask you this though: would the orientation of the ISS at least be changing ever so slightly based on what we're looking at? Do you think, or do you think it would just be staying in the exact same static position as it's moving?
No, it's not changing orientation. The only part of it that changes orientation are the solar panels, because they obviously want to face the sun as best as possible.
Got it.
So it doesn't use space thrusters to make turns?
It has those, but making those turns, like, they only do it when it's absolutely necessary, obviously.
Great. So now you got rockets Great. You got rockets in space working in vacuums. Beautiful.
Bro, all you're saying is I believe what they tell me to believe. That's all you're saying to us. I believe what they tell me to believe, and I'm not going to question anything. That's what's coming out of your mouth right now.
Rockets work in vacuums.
That's correct. Why would you expect a rocket?
Oh, great. Hey, thank you for the clip.
Wow, bro. Wow.
Hey, Hoimer, have you found that 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum to test that out in yet?
Do you think I'm not busy?
Okay, that's a no. Okay,
he's got to be 16. He's 16. He's just fucking with us. He's fucking with us, dude. He's just saying just dumb shit. I'm busy, but you weren't that busy to take footage of the ISS passing the moon. Remember?
Well, he's not too busy to come here and make a fool of himself for hours on end, but he is too busy to validate literally anything he claims. Okay, I see how that works.
Yeah, good analysis.
He can go into the vacuum with NASA, but he's too busy because Globers have shit to do.
Yeah, like get wrecked on Discord. That's what. Yeah, busy schedule, making a fool of himself.
He's got to be getting paid. I mean, come on, come on, dude. Come on, bro. Who's that got that kind of time to waste, bro? There's no more lockdowns over where you live. You should be able to go outside.
You need to understand that I think he is holding on to the things he likes.
Yeah, these guys have to be paid. They have to be paid. Either paid or they're young. Think about it. They have to be paid. Yeah, he has to be like 16 because he can't go outside. He doesn't have a girlfriend. You know, none of that stuff. So you come on here, you hang out with a bunch of guys for 3 hours.
Yeah, but we don't like to speculate on this channel. We like to stick with what we can actually verify. So if he's paid, he's paid. If he's not, who cares? We can't validate it either way. So,
but he can't validate any of the stuff he's saying, you know. So I mean, we have to attack his character because I mean, there's no evidence he's given us. There's no proof. He's just saying he believes whatever they tell him. So I mean, now it just means what kind of person are you? If that's the kind of, you know, I want to know.
Well, we don't care what people believe. People believe whatever they want. Who cares?
But he's claiming it as fact. So we're evidence-based forum here, Discord, dude. You know, give us the evidence, and you know we'll help. You know, we'll go from there.
Well, he's made a really compelling case here today against the globe. Good job, Hoimer. Thanks.
Don't they always do that?
Yeah, pretty much. That's how I ended up here. I went and listened to the Globe rebuttals to flat Earth arguments, and I was like, "Oh, well, yeah, they got nothing."
Yeah, it was always NASA. That's all they ever used, dude. Nothing else but NASA. You don't believe the footage and the pictures that were taken? Oh, you're an idiot. That's what they say. Believe. You notice the word believe comes out their mouth first.
Yeah, I honestly gave them a chance, a really fair chance, and they all turned out just like Hoimer did today. So, can't go with those guys.
That is how you're able to step away and look at something objectively. Well done.
But I just don't understand why they're always jumping when you talk to them, right? and why it's like they're holding on to one branch. So like we have been through all the stuff, this whole conversation, we've been through all the stuff. He either admitted or he did not admit it, and now the only thing which he's then holding on are images of people recording some pixels flying in front of the moon that you cannot verify as being real. Why we have video evidence of astronauts on wires and whatnot. They always wanna ignore that kind of stuff, which doesn't fit. But maybe there's a need of invisible wires on the ISS. Who knows?
I have seen pictures of Hubble and of the ISS supposedly transiting the moon. Can I get pictures of the other 10,000 satellites that are supposed to be up there? Maybe 5 or 6 of them. I'll be happy.
Yeah.
How come Elon didn't hook us up with something?
I think that they're faking the ISS. I don't know how they're doing it, but I think they're faking the ISS. I don't know how they're doing it yet, but if you show me like 10 or 20 more, I'd be happy.
What's the Gateway Project, Homer? Since you like NASA so much, do you even know what that is? You ever heard of that?
Yeah, I've heard of it. No, I'm still here. I've heard of it, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, look it up, find out if you need to. Learn something about what you believe in.
Well, no, I am aware of the plans that NASA has, but I think they discontinue the having an actual space station in orbit around the moon.
Oh, there you go. Wonderful. Why would they discontinue something like that? What would be the purpose of that?
I think because it turned out to be too expensive and inefficient. Because
expensive and inefficient. So why not just put one on the moon then? Wouldn't that be better?
Well, that's the long-term plan, but getting back there once again would be the first step for that.
We can go to Mars, though.
Really?
Yeah,
Can
we went to Mars already, right? We're hanging out there with the robot, picking up dirt.
but not yeah, man.
And garbage. Picking up dirt and garbage. Remember the garbage part.
So you tell we can't put a robot on the moon and have it manned
you
by
believe in
robots?
dirt in the sky?
Don't we have?
You believe in dirt in the sky, Omar? Like
Don't
dirt
we
that
have
you can walk on?
robots on the moon already? Like we had
have
at
robots
least.
in them. No, we don't have any robots.
We had many robots on the moon. And we have
we did not.
multiple probes orbiting the moon right now. So
When have you ever seen dirt in the sky that you could walk on?
well, looking at the moon, that's what we're talking about.
So
So that's what dirt looks like? To walk on it?
Well, lunar regolith is the actual name, but
Is that
it's
the
a
moon
rock.
rock?
It's basically a rock in
back from
space, right?
Apollo?
Pretty cool.
Are those the moon rocks they brought back
Why
from
do
Apollo?
why do we keep discontinuing these projects to the moon when it's
Well,
so close?
they were just in the concept stage, and then the Starship popped up, and that's
So
more
let's go
efficient.
somewhere further. Let's go somewhere further where there's less likelihood of us retrieving anything from, but we make it there easy.
Oh
Well,
no!
the first try, we made it to Mars.
The
Dude, on
plan
the
is still
first try-
to
try,
land
we made-
humans on the moon.
Listen,
No, the first
try, we made it to Mars.
human, the
I'm not
next
talking
human
about
mission to another celestial body
you can
will
have
be a moon
robots.
mission.
You can have robots build a station. You don't need humans. You could build a station on the moon. So I don't understand why we wouldn't do something like that. But all of a sudden we're in Mars, hanging out, doing stuff. There's a little helicopter on Mars too. We couldn't put a helicopter on the moon?
It's also 1% Earth's
Are you serious?
atmosphere.
There's
Okay.
no atmosphere on the moon.
Right, and there's a helicopter flying around. Just takes pictures all the time. They show it.
Well, no, on the Mars. He was talking about the moon. There's no
On Mars,
atmosphere for a helicopter.
Yeah, so that's like we couldn't design something for the moon?
How do you imagine a helicopter on the moon? How would that fly?
There's 1% atmosphere on Mars. They can make it fly on Mars. They can make it fly on the moon.
Oh, so that's impossible to make it fly on the moon, is what you're saying? That's impossible now?
When there is no atmosphere for the
So
rotor blades,
1% atmosphere is good enough. Are you telling me 1% of our atmosphere is good enough for a helicopter to lift off? Is that what you're saying? So helicopters can fly in a vacuum.
That 1% makes that whole difference, huh?
You're telling me helicopters can fly in a vacuum? Please say yes.
Oh my gosh. Oh.
That's a weird premise.
No, I want to know if helicopters can fly in a vacuum.
What you're asking is
they're designed at 14. They are designed at 14.7 psi when they fly. So if they're at 1% of that, how much do they need to spin to fly? And then we can equate that to the moon. We'll have helicopters on the moon. You can drive cars on the moon. You can drive helicopters on the moon. Okay.
I'm reaching bullshit overload levels here. Like, you don't know what you're talking about, dude. The moon doesn't have an atmosphere. You can't fly in helicopter, any kind of aerodynamic.
But you can in a vacuum, right? 1% of Earth's atmosphere. That would be a vacuum.
Not a vacuum.
You didn't know that the European Space Agency already claimed that Earth's atmosphere has already reached out beyond the moon, and so the moon is within.
Yeah, that's a two string molecule.
He's making stuff up. Making stuff up just to remain a simple contrarian. We see through it, buddy. So does the audience. You're done. It's over. Come on now. Come on.
Here's the picture of how they describe it.
So what's the pressure of those outer levels? You seem to be knowledgeable on that, so perhaps you know. Like, you know,
that's not my claim. That is your claim.
Is it my claim?
Just part of your claim that you didn't know about.
Well, no, I know what you're talking about. But you were saying, well, I
didn't tell you about this. This was news to you. You were telling us how there was no air around the moon. It was in a vacuum.
It is. It's like a hard vacuum.
Not according to this. Not according to this.
Okay. A hard. Hard vacuums now. What is that?
Yeah. I want to know what a hard vacuum is, please.
It has, an associated pressure. I don't know the exact number, but it's an extremely tiny amount of pressure.
I have to learn more science. I don't understand that. I have to learn
maybe there's a class I can. Is there like a 4? Or maybe there's a 601 class we can go to.
601. I think I can maybe take that part-time college. I might get the diploma by September. $360 degrees, right? To a circle.
He sure doesn't know a lot about the NASA stories, though. He knows moon sizes and what kind of robots are supposed to be on the moon, and helicopters that fly on Mars. And he hasn't said yes, they fly in a vacuum yet, but he hasn't said no, they don't either. So he has to pick one. Can't just be both.
He's a fanboy, man. He probably loves
didn't he just say that rockets can fire in a vacuum? So
we said the ISS has thrusters, yes.
No, yeah. So I mean, you tell me you can't build something small enough to traverse the moon and hang out around. You said there's probes going around the moon, so something can't hang out and lift off from the moon and come back down that has thrusters.
All right. Sorry.
So that's not possible, Homer.
Homer. Not possible.
Why are you so silent, Homer?
He's on the outside. He's on the outside of the dome.
Discussing.
So rockets can work in space. Hold on, Homer. Rockets can work in space, but they can't work on the moon. They can work in space, but they can't work on the moon. Is that what's going on? Rockets can work in the actual vacuum, but on a surface, it doesn't happen. You might as well just say fuck it.
No,
put it in space.
Hold on. Rockets work on the surface of the moon. I just posted a picture of it. Look, rockets work on the surface of the moon too. So that means helicopters work on the surface of the moon.
No, but according to him, rockets can work in space, but they can't work. And nothing can work on the moon. So you tell me you can't design a helicopter that works off of thrusters to lift off from the moon and settle back down, but you can do it in space, but you just can't do it on the moon. Is that what you're saying, Homer?
It's not what I'm saying, no.
So how does it work? Explain it to me. Why can it work in space but not on the moon?
What works in space works on the moon just as well.
Okay, so you can design a helicopter that works off of thrusters to lift off from the moon. Can you do that? Is that possible? Can that be done?
That's not a helicopter, dude.
But can you design one that would have thrusters to lift off from the surface of the moon?
They didn't have helicopter technology back then. They only knew how to fly with rockets. Remember?
Right. And so now we can't get back to the moon. But we can't go to the moon. We can't go to the moon, but we can go to Mars and do that kind of stuff. But we can't do it on the moon. Right? So we're gonna go 166 million miles away instead of 250,000. That makes logical sense to you to go conduct an experiment? Would you do that? Would you go to America instead of going in your backyard to do something? It's like, I'm gonna go in America, I'm gonna spend $10,000 and then I'll conduct my experiment instead of going in your backyard.
I'm gonna see if the grass is wet there too.
That makes logical sense to you, Homer?
Another thing is, Homer, I really want to understand. You think you can move in space using thrust, right? Whatever is being pumped out, you can use it to go forward. Let's say if you would have a very strong fart in space, you would move forward, right? That's what you think.
Well, yeah.
Homer.
That's
funny. So the methane did it. The methane did it.
Yeah, okay. Let me give you. Maybe you need a mathematical equation to understand how that's impossible. So let's say space, which is nothingness, is a zero, right? And the thrust that you use to push forward is a 1. Now, what you should do is put those two together. So you multiply 0 plus 1. What is the outcome of it?
Why multiply? That's not how any kind of equation relating to rocket engines works.
No.
Have you ever seen? Hold on.
The logic behind it,
Have you ever seen
how can you move in
like he's not going to understand. It's just too much.
You just need a chemical. What you need is a chemical reaction, right? So you combust an oxidizer, and they what's it called in English?
Yeah, what's it going to push off? What container does it push off?
It doesn't push off of things. What it does, it creates.
Yes, it does. It pushes off of things.
Let me speak. What it creates is an exothermic chemical reaction. So it needs more space than before.
So it's levitating now?
No, you just let that gas push out.
So why do you have? What's the purpose of thrust? What's the purpose of thrust?
What is that gas pushing against?
It doesn't push against. It's about pushing into one direction, and due to
against. What are you talking?
But there is no direction in nothingness. If there's nothing that's existing that you want to move in, how can you move in something that is nothingness? It makes no sense.
I've watched multiple tests of this. What it's pushing against is the wall of the container.
And when they do it, listen.
As you ignite the fuel, the gas escaping from the back of it fills the chamber.
Correct, and it starts pushing off of the gas that's filling the chamber and the walls of the container. Exactly. Inside a small vacuum chamber, you can make a rocket do that. Try doing that in taking a little tiny rocket and putting it in Sandusky's vacuum chamber, which is gigantic. You can put, I don't know how much stuff you can put in there. You guys could find it. And you're not going to get it moving anywhere.
Look, it's just impossible to conduct an experiment like that because you're going to either have to have it tethered to something or it's going to be resting on the floor so that you'll never get the desired outcome you want because you have to in a vacuum like that, you pulling out the fucking shit that's already in there, right? But in space, there's already nothing there. In a vacuum here, you have to create a vacuum, but space is already supposed to be a vacuum. So you can never get the results you want because it's either going to be resting on the floor or it's going to be suspended in midair, tethered to something. And then if it's tethered and you fire a thruster, the tether is acting as support for it. So now it's going to spin around based upon the tether. So I mean, it's just fucking stupid to believe in that shit without being able to conduct
all
an
you
experiment.
need is gases exiting your engine. And
Stop. If you look at the model rocket, if you look at the model rocket he just posted, when the thing first fires off, there's no movement from the rocket. The only time the rocket moves is after the gas starts filling the chamber. And there's no chamber in the vacuum of space. It's ever expanding, so there's nothing to push off of. So you lose.
You cannot move. Do you really think if you open a can, if you put a little hole in a can in a vacuum of space that it will move? Nothing will happen. The stuff will just come out and that's it, and stay at the same position as the can was before. Because things you cannot. If you're in nothingness and you want to go in a certain direction, if there is no direction to go, how can you even move? There is no way to go.
You're pushing mass out of the can or whatever.
Hey, Homer, this brings me to my next point, though. Did you find that 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum yet to test any of this out in
He doesn't know what that means. He doesn't even know what that means.
If I find it, I'm going to tell you first, okay?
Great,
he doesn't know what it means.
If he needs to understand, if I want to move forward, let's say with my foot, I have a ground underneath me and I have a distinctive direction I can go and move forward. The same is if I'm in an airplane, I have the surrounding air which is contained that I can push against and I can use for aerodynamic purposes to fly, and I have a direction to go. But if I'm in a space where there is nothing, no direction, no up, no down, no left, no right, no nothing as a reference point, first of all, and second of all, nothing to push against, you will just stay at the point you are because there is nothing to go to. Do you understand that?
Well, hang on.
I will address your points. The first point was orientation. That's the orientation of your rocket engine. So that's your direction. The second point is that you basically create a small-scale explosion. Now, we all know what happens with an explosion, right? Shit flies in all directions.
Yeah, and if you look at the video that was posted, as soon as the explosion happens, okay, the rocket doesn't move. The only time the rocket moves is after the back of the chamber fills up with the gas. It has something to push off of because the container is there.
There's actually, you know that pressure equalizes inside a container, right? So the gas would be in all directions. It wouldn't go anywhere. If it was pushing off of
it did
things,
equalize. Watch it. They have to slow it down because it goes poof and equalizes. So there you go.
You can literally see how the force that's pushing the engine forward is exactly.
So when it first blows, you'll see it pop out the back, right? It doesn't even shake a little tiny bit. So there's your hint right there. After that, and it starts filling the chamber up, then the rocket starts to move, not before, when it should go poof, because you said you can shoot shit out the back and it'll just move, so you just debunked yourself.
Yeah, mass comes out the back, and the rest of the mass has to have
it doesn't work on this one, though. Well, this one it doesn't work on, okay? So we're going to say that this one is broken. But it works in space.
No, this one isn't broken. This shows exactly what I meant. And if the container was filling with gas, then nothing would happen, actually.
He doesn't get it, guys. Unbelievable. It's so simple, he doesn't get it.
It's just that if you don't understand how a rocket engine works, then you think it has to push against something, although you're just creating a combustion explosion.
Just listen.
Hang on, I think I know what you're saying.
There is no container. There's nothing that the stuff.
I think I know what you're saying.
Pooping out of the back of the rocket
if you're in
can
so-called space, and you say you throw a brick, that can move you backwards. The thing is, you would spin around though, wouldn't you?
Now, let's not divert. Let's keep to the rocket thing, okay?
No, I think Clay Under Seal had a good example with the like having a can in space and you puncture it.
Yeah, nothing will happen, Matthew. Nothing will happen.
Yeah, so you're sort of right. So you're right. The gas inside the can and the can, that system would not move. The center of gravity or momentum would stay the same. But the problem is, if you have gas shooting one direction really quickly, in order to maintain the same location, the same center of gravity, the can has to move the other direction so that the whole system doesn't move. So you're right. It doesn't move.
What are you
Yes.
talking about, dude?
But
No.
it's the same.
Conservation of momentum.
In what type of environment?
Let's just say that there's nothing in the universe except for a pressurized can, and then.
So how are you going to conduct that? How are you going to conduct that experiment?
It's a thought experiment.
Exactly. So shut the fuck up with your thoughts. It don't make sense.
Yeah,
Okay, so thought.
Yeah, they still found that vacuum that they're talking about to test any of these things they say. And it's weird.
We need to be honest. I myself did a thought experiment when I used the example with the can in space. So let's
Yeah, it's a good example. It simplifies. It simplifies it.
I did this example, and I'm happy that you agree upon it because that debunks rockets being able to move in an environment where there's nothingness.
That's correct.
No, the center of gravity doesn't move, but the gas moves one direction and the can moves the other, so the center of gravity stays the same.
Matthew, how does the center of gravity, the balance point of a thing on Earth affected by what you think is gravity, how does that move things? Whether there's center of gravity. There's no center of gravity because there's no gravity pulling on it.
How about the center of mass? What if we just say that? Gravity is used in terms
What is mass, Matthew?
The total weight, the center of the total weight of the gas in the can. I'm trying to avoid trigger words.
Yeah, that's not how they define it. They define it as mass being the resistance to acceleration.
Okay, so the can plus the gas is sitting at one spot. Then you puncture a hole, and some of the gas moves to the left really quickly. And so that means that in order to maintain the balance of the system, the can has to move to the right. So
only if it was inside of a pressurized container, like 14.7 psi. It would have to be.
There you have a logical excuse for why the can moves to the side. In your example, Matthew, you just claim it wants to go to the side and moves magically to the side.
No,
but you need air pressure. You need air pressure. Matthew, you need air pressure for it to push off of.
No, I'm saying the center of weight doesn't change. There's no movement in the center of weight.
So, Matthew, you didn't learn.
The Earth is flat.
Matthew.
I know, Matthew, it's flat already. I know it's flat, Matthew.
Matthew, in your example, there is no weight.
Again, Matthew, if you have something that is nothing, which is zero, and you have a 0 and a 1, and you put that two things together, will this be a 0? Or it will
you're exactly right. That's right. So beforehand, the gas and the can is 0, and then after the gas goes to the left, that's -1. You need to have the gas be +1 in order to still add up to 0. Because nothing's changing. It doesn't have anything to push off of. So the gas moves one direction, and to compensate, the can moves the other direction.
All right, so in the end, what we're going to end up saying is that, rockets don't work in space. Does everybody understand that now?
Yes.
Yeah, I understand that Matthew's trying to tell us that gravity is how rockets work.
I was using the term center of gravity, which is completely different than what you were talking about.
Yeah, you don't have any logical coherency there. Center of gravity doesn't do anything.
How about conservation of momentum?
The conservation of momentum is fine, but you are not tying that into this.
Yeah, let's just say the momentum is 0.
So, Matthew, what happens to the liquid on board the moving thing up there? What's going on with that liquid in your conservation of momentum in the P tanks and the water tanks?
I was using a simplified example of a can plus.
Yeah, I know we can't simplify things now, can we, with the momentum crap? Lots of force.
I'm just talking about basic physics that you learn in Physics 1. If you guys don't want to believe it, go ahead.
No. We're dissecting your claims and showing how they have no logical basis. You don't have any coherent excuse for why your imaginary soda can would move in this imaginary example. You just explained yourself conservation of momentum. The liquid in the can would just keep on going, and the can would remain stationary. Congratulations, you debunked yourself. Snacks on the left, toilets on the left or right, DJ in the back.
I said the system as a whole would stay the same. The momentum would stay as zero. The can plus the gas would stay at zero.
Yep, no movement.
But if you let the gas out, now it's moving one direction. In order to maintain that zero,
the claim. Show evidence of that.
You puncture a canister of gas in a vacuum, and the gas will escape one direction.
It will escape one direction
with zero friction,
and then start pushing off the gas in the chamber. So
it's not pushing off anything.
Again.
So the gas is going one direction. In order to maintain a total momentum of zero, the can has to move the other direction so that you can still have zero movement.
That's if it's pressurized in a 14.7 psi environment.
Yeah.
I've explained it the best I can. You guys can continue.
You can't do that in a vacuum chamber.
Hoymar, did you understand what I was saying?
He may give up at this point.
180 to I understood what's your name?
Matthew
was saying.
Okay, as long as somebody understood what I said, that means I explained it clearly.
It's 2 idiots talk. That's Matthew, but I don't understand why you think that you can still move in an area where there's nothing.
He just thinks he can think.
We know that. One second. Let me quickly finish.
Make it quick, Clay. Shit.
Yeah. Okay. If we have nothing, how does nothing affect something? We all know that we need to have something to affect something else. If there is nothing, that is literally nothing by definition. How can nothingness affect something in order to make it move? It makes no sense, Matthew.
No, you're right. No, that's exactly right. The system doesn't move.
Yeah, nothingness does not affect the body that's moving through it. That's cool, right?
So how can you move through nothingness if it can't have an effect on you?
This understanding of nothingness cannot be simulated. Okay,
right?
It cannot be simulated here. Even in a vacuum we put on Earth, it is not total. Okay, so it cannot be simulated. You cannot conduct an experiment in a place that you cannot recreate. So
exactly.
It's fucking annoying that we're just talking theory here. It's really ridiculous.
That's a really huge point for consideration. And Matt, you really got to release the idea that you can apply the principles here that you observe on another plane that's not relative to what we experience here.
No, that's fair. The purpose of doing thought experiments is to simplify it down to just the basic elements, and then once you understand that, then you might be able to apply that to the real world. But that's fair. That it's just a thought experiment, and if we can't agree on the thought experiment, then we can't. There's no point in going forward.
So if I can do like a big vacuum chamber with a small, tiny can of air poofing out, it should knock itself over, right? When I pull the vacuum and then I pop that can.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to try it.
I can.
If it was floating in a vacuum, it should just do like a wild spin, like a continual spinning. Kind of like that chimpanzee did in the Netflix special, Space Force, when he used that wrench and he just spun around, like 100 times real quick. Am I right?
I have a feeling that air is going to evacuate out of that can very quickly, like immediately, and turn into a cloud in that vacuum chamber.
Actually, if we looking closely at it, having ambient pressure around a rocket engine is detrimental to its performance, because it will basically, it's much harder for the exhaust to push against the ambient pressure. So having a vacuum is very good for the rocket engine.
So the ambient pressure of 0 is great for rockets to push off of. That's beautiful.
No, the rockets do not push off of things. This is a misconception that leads you to the line of argument that you're making.
So the rocket lifting off off from
they're getting pulled up to the sky.
All right, so one lifting off from Cape Canaveral. How is it getting up in the fucking sky?
Getting pulled up there by the unicorn rockets.
It's combusting. It's combusting its fuel. Lets it react with the oxidizer, that creates a mass flow
What is
out
it
of
sitting on?
the
What is it sitting on? What is it sitting? So you tell me the platform they sit on. They remove it as soon as the shit ignites. They remove the platform underneath it. You tell me they do that?
Well, no, they hold the rocket in place, and then they start the engine, and then they remove the clamps that hold it in place, and it takes off.
So what's it pushing off of?
You're talking some whole new design.
It does not push off of anything.
It doesn't push off the air, 14.7 psi at sea level?
No.
Oh, it doesn't? Okay.
Wow, dude, you were
So
special.
if it
You were a
doesn't push,
special breed.
listen, if it doesn't push itself off the ground, okay, that it's standing on, how is it gaining altitude? How is it gaining lift? If lift is not the cause of pushing yourself from something up, I mean, literally, if you do, if you lift things as a human being, you need to push, right? So how does the rocket does it just start levitating?
That's different. That's different from rocket engines.
Wait, a rocket engine does not need to push because it just combusts. So
exactly.
wait a second. So, one more thing. A turbine engine for a plane which is a combustion engine, which do push itself off from something, is different to the combustion engine of a rocket that also combusts but doesn't push. What?
Well, for one, jet engines don't have their own oxidizer; they suck in air. But the principle, if I'm not mistaken, the principle is pretty similar.
Yes, but dude, the rocket needs to push off itself from the ground. That's the very reason why you combust something, so you get a push effect,
I know what you mean. I mean, it may sound, or it may feel counterintuitive when you first hear it, but what do you think happens when... Well, no. What do you think happens when the rocket pushes the gas out of...
Can I be heard?
First of all, one second. If the rocket...
Dude, Clay, just let the guy get through. He's been trying for hours.
What? No, sorry, then go on. Go on, I'm sorry.
Right, so when you see the illustration that they show you where a student is on like a chair or a skateboard and he pushes a big old medicine ball like a third the size of his weight and he moves like a few inches forward, right? They say this is how rockets work in space, right? Oh, really? Like they move a few inches when they dump a third of the weight of their load. That's how they move in space, right? So if you think about a big old boy like me, right, put me on a skateboard and, I'll chunk a 100-pound bag of dog food or whatever, right? How far am I going? Right? That's a third of my weight, roughly. I'm not going very far. Right? So what they're saying is they're combusting gas, right, by adding oxygen and other stuff in there to make it combust. But once the, stuff is coming out, what is it thrusting against? Because
Larry, that's a good example. But if you shove a medicine ball like you're sitting on a chair, you're not shoving it very fast. But rockets, the rocket exhaust goes 2.5 kilometers per second. That's how fast the exhaust is going out one direction. That's why it pushes the other direction.
But what is it pushing against?
It's pushing just like somebody's pushing the medicine ball one direction, then they roll backwards the other direction.
Yeah, there's air pressure in that room with the medicine ball.
I don't think the air pressure does much in that system.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. I can do push-ups all day long, but if I stand up, like no matter how much force I exert against the air, it's not dense enough to give me an equal and opposite reaction, is it?
No.
Right, so basically I can push all day long on the air. Now, if you take away the air, it's going to be even less, right?
Right.
So if I were to blow, like I'm in my car right now, if I were to blow at my mirror, if I could blow hard enough, I might actually be able to move the mirror, right? Now, let's say we take away the mirror. what am I going to move? Nothing. Because there's nothing there to move against. There's nothing to push against. If you take a look at military rockets, how they take off like like they're gone. They're like hundreds of feet in the air in like a second. And then you take a look at NASA stuff and it's like it ain't even moving. Right? So yeah, the stuff might be coming out at thousands of, meters a second or whatever you said, but it's still not moving. It moves very slow.
So we have wind resistance when you throw the medicine ball. Take your hand and just wave it side to side. Do you feel the wind on your hand? That's called 14.7 psi at sea level. So that's what you're pushing against when you throw the medicine ball. You don't have that in a vacuum. What's the rocket pushing off of in space? So that's what you have to push off of, what you feel there. That's what what's what make the rocket go up and then it runs out and it comes back down and lands in the Bermuda Triangle where NASA picks them up with recovery ships.
Moral of the story, vacuum of space does not exist.
The Earth is flat.
I know, you
Close,
keep telling me that.
1, vacuum, 0.
The Earth is flat.
You keep telling yourself that.
Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature. It's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do.
They do.
It's great.
Correct.
My name is Joe Biden. I'm Joe Biden's husband.
And I got hairy legs.
And all the kids like sitting on my lap or whatever the fuck he says. His wet, hairy legs.
1.2 billion. So you go ahead and you stack spaghetti sauce at a store in a supermarket. You control the guy or the woman who brings out the carts on a forklift. What happened?
What the fuck?
The carts on a forklift. Why? Someone think of the children. The youths are going to hear this. What will they think?
Excuse me. Did you say Utes?
The youths.
He should have become an astronaut.
Space station is a serious place. We're doing serious research, scientific research, and engineering research. Here is Pig. And of course, Pig is the arch enemy of Angry Bird. And Angry Bird had some eggs. And Pig stole the eggs. And don't ask me how I got to eggs on space station.
He can barely speak. He's so retarded.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, so whoever said that earlier, they're right. The moral of the story is nobody can produce a vacuum like they claim that they have in space. I don't know how anybody could believe in such a thing. It's just like someone said, thousands of years ago that the sphere is the most perfect shape in nature. Oh, really? Show me a sphere in nature. Show me a vacuum in nature. Anytime there's a vacuum, it always fills up with something else, whether it's a power vacuum or a knowledge vacuum. It always is going to fill up, right? Anywhere in nature. You think about it. Can we go to the vacuum this week, kids? Let's go to the vacuum. Bring your spacesuits. You're going to need them. Is anybody going to the vacuum?
So if that really existed, there would be amusement parks like that, and you'd be able to use the curve and play with the curve of the Earth and everything.
The Earth is flat.
Speaking of spacesuits, have you guys looked at the evolution of spacesuits over the years?
Well, we sent them to China. They know how to do things a lot better and a lot more sleeker.
Hank, you there?
Yeah.
I want to give him half credit because if you were floating like in a swimming pool and you throw a brick to the left, it could make you, in theory, move a little bit to the right. You hear what I'm saying?
Right, but that's because you're in a pool. Take away the water.
And the air resistance.
Okay, so
Yeah,
now
take
so
away
you're
the
saying
air.
so you're saying if you're in a vacuum, in theory, and you threw a brick, you couldn't just throw enough brick to get you to the moon?
What I'm saying is that I can take an oar and I can row my boat as long as there's water. But if you take away the water...
Okay, but that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, what are you
or
saying?
it's pushing off the water, pushing you back. But if you threw a brick, let's say, that way, it would push you the opposite way, would it not?
Air pressure
I would say so.
True.
Because you're pushing matter away from you. But how much does that brick weigh? Like 1/20th of your weight? How far did you move?
I don't know. You tell me.
Like a few inches? So if that's how rockets work, then they might be able to move a few inches in space, but they're not going to make it for a slingshot around the moon, back to the Earth.
Momentum is mass times velocity squared, so it depends on how fast you throw the rock.
Well, to give them 100%, okay. Since you're in this vacuum, the slightest thing is going to move you. Okay, like if you were coming out of atmosphere, for example, and you went into a vacuum, you would probably start spinning to the least resistance. So I think the smallest amount of anything, like let's say throw something, should move you the opposite direction. I'm just saying in theory. Yes, of course, your weight is important.
Actually, go get a vacuum chamber and do the stuff yourself and see what happens.
It won't work in a vacuum chamber because you have to have the weightlessness which is without gravity, which is without density and equilibrium happening. So technically, you can never test it, but this is just in theory.
So basically, for the past, go ahead.
Go ahead.
For the past hour, we've been arguing how many angels can dance on the head of a needle.
That's exactly what I was going to say in other words.
This is what they're relying on. This, they believe in space. They're relying on this environment that is floaty, no gravity, and they're relying on these NASA engineers to tell them what the rocket science will do if, in that event, they believe it. I'm just trying to just walk through it. Yes, it's vicious, but this is their whole argument.
I'm more curious how they would even maintain a seal on a ship in a vacuum when there's if you're using certain materials. I'm not sure what materials they'd be using. It would seem like rubber or some sort of rubbers or whatever to maintain a seal. Wouldn't in a vacuum or whatever, doesn't it the boiling point and sort of melting point and freezing point of certain materials change? And you're in a vacuum space and it's going to be really hot on one side because of the radiation from the sun, and then you're also dealing with the freezing kind of temperatures on the other side because you're not really getting much. So there's high temperatures, right, in space. And those seals are going to be exposed to those elements, and in a different pressure, they're going to have different melting points and different points of weakness. And if you've ever seen an experiment of someone try to even come to the point of a perfect vacuum, they can't, because the seals keep breaking and they keep they keep having to change the seals over and over and over again. And yet this is like, someone even asked the one guy that was sort of being quoted here a few minutes ago with the soundboard, they asked him what the procedure was to change a seal if one of the seals broke, like especially on some of like the like when they went inside the I forget what ship it was, but it was one of the ones that they took out in space, and it was like you could see the seal for the window to look outside, and he was like, what if one of these seals breaks? And he's like, oh, I'm sure there's some sort of procedure. It's like, dude, you should know the exact procedure and what you'd have to do. And they're like, oh, you'd have to go in like spacesuit and like go on a space flight or whatever and change it. It's like, dude, like,
it's called
like,
really good
if you start to
engineering.
think about it, it doesn't make sense.
If you don't have an answer, just come up with a story as how Globers, stick to their board.
Well, if a leak happens on the ship, you have a leak.
Yeah. Then you have a leak. I mean, you're just gonna, use the cake from yesterday and just plug it. They have enough, probably enough black material in their toilets.
Space station is a serious place. We're doing serious research, scientific research, and engineering research. We have a regenerative life support system, which is a fancy way of saying that we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga, 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is. And this is the kind of engineering research that we're doing on space station.
It sure is. Bunch of shit.
You would not ever want to waste useful poop in space.
The Earth is flat.
Are they saying we should just maybe start doing this at home, drinking and eating our own poop?
Chugga, 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 chugga.
So his video of a can in a vacuum chamber proved that that gas bubble of that can in a vacuum chamber explodes and equalized out with the vacuum chamber. As expected, he proved the ISS cannot exist in a vacuum chamber. Thank you for another proof from a globe earther.
My favorite one is the cornholiosis effect, which moves my poop at 0.01 degrees per hour.
What are you talking about? You guys are nasty, bro. You gotta stop talking about playing with your poop, bro.
The cornholiosis effect is real.
I'm Cornholio.
Have you heard of the Synchrontrinkik-Force? The Synchrontrinkik-Force. Oh wait, sorry. Never mind.
The Earth is flat.
This is not going to get old. Matthew.
Yeah, I wonder what the rest of the video says, where that comes from.
That the Earth is flat. I mean,
Yes,
the great
that's right.
thing
Water
is
farms into a mount.
the great
Yes,
thing
that's
is
right. Water farms into a mount. Yes, that's right. Water farms into a mount.
The great thing is you have already summed it up in your video at the beginning. You wanna hear this summing up again?
Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature, it's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do.
Thanks for being
Does Matthew have any evidence? He doesn't.
I mean, I think I have evidence.
Nice. You haven't presented any all this time. Why haven't you?
Oh, what do you mean? There's all kinds of problems with the idea that the Earth could be flat. Like you can't put
Oh
four
no,
cities
that's
on
not
it.
you presenting evidence for your beliefs. That's you.
Yeah, it's me. It's me poking holes. It's making holes.
what we're trying to teach you.
No. It's me poking holes in the idea that the Earth could be flat. It's
You
showing
have
the
not poked
contradiction.
a single hole, so do not be delusional.
Hole poking. Like they do on
Here's one.
ISS, you know. When
Here's
I
a
have hole, they
geometric
just
argument.
use your finger.
So I posted a
What is the
geometric
moon?
argument.
No, Matthew.
Also, I love that the geometric argument, so-called, has a flat Earth in it.
Yeah, it's showing what's wrong with the flat Earth. It's assuming the Earth is flat. Here's what's wrong.
So here, okay, I see what's wrong with this image as well. Why can you see? Oh no, yeah, that's a different thing. Yeah, you're talking about the size of the moon, right?
The apparent size of the moon.
Yeah, you just said it yourself. The apparent size of the moon.
So I'm guessing
Is
your
it the
answer would
actual
be
size of the moon?
I'm guessing your
Is
answer
it
would
the
be number
actual
3.
size of the moon or not?
No, it's the apparent size. We're talking about distance.
So you don't know what the moon is.
Okay, so you would disagree with number 3 then. That's how you would resolve that dilemma? You'd say number 3 is wrong?
I don't know what the moon is.
I'm asking which number 1, number 2, number 3. Those 3 can't all be true. I'm asking which one do you think is false?
Which one do I think is false? I'll read your shit. I hadn't read all of that. I just looked at the picture. Because I know you're conflating an issue here, which is the moon is an optical phenomenon. You don't know what causes it. So you're making assumptions about it as if it is a physical thing.
Right, so that would be number 3.
Is it on the Earth obeying the laws of perspective? You don't know what the fuck the moon is.
Okay,
so this is not a proof against us, but I will read your little text so I can address that.
So how far can we see if we were like up on a tower just looking, or up on a mountain looking from California towards Colorado? How far can you see? Anybody can answer this. I don't know the answer. I'm guessing 1,000 miles or less, 2,000 miles. Probably less than 20,000 miles. And the moon is 238,000 miles away. And we can see it.
Not only that,
But Colorado and California aren't both up in the sky, though, my dude.
So looking up, what's different about looking up or over? What would make something easier to see in the sky?
Not only that, you can actually zoom in with
It's bigger.
I can zoom in with my my phone, and I get the full moon even with its details.
The moon is bigger than Colorado. If Colorado was the same size as the moon, you couldn't see it from that far away.
You're looking at the world. The world is bigger than the moon. You can see all the way to anywhere. You could see across the whole world.
Right, but you can't distinguishly see like one segment of the world. You're not really making any sense with perspective. It's like you know, a
what
pill
else
bottle?
can you see?
No, hold on. You know, like a pill bottle, if you read your name on the pill bottle up close to your face, you can read all the little details. As you bring it further and further and further away, those letters get smaller and smaller until you can't read each individual letter on the pill
Yes, and I'm
bottle.
saying an object that's 239,000 miles away is not visible.
Right, but how big would that have to be?
It's not visible, dude. It doesn't matter how big it is. It's smaller than the Earth. Our vision just stops at a certain point because of things in the way. Atmosphere.
It does not. The atmosphere is clear.
The moon's closer than 240,000 miles.
Hey, how can it be that I can see the moon between clouds?
Yeah, sometimes it's
because clouds are see-through. You can see planes through clouds too.
I'm not saying. I'm saying between two clouds. That's a difference between. Okay, huge difference.
It's perspective. How do you look down a gun sight?
Okay. Explain it. Explain it.
all of these things are closer than 20,000 miles away, and you're talking about something 240,000 miles out.
Because it's unfathomably huge.
No, it's not.
How big do you think the Earth is?
3959 across, right?
No way. It would have to be way bigger than that to fit everyone on it.
What's the measurement of Earth?
Nobody knows.
I agree.
You can't.
I agree. So how does the globe exist? And why do you have numbers for the globe?
I'm not saying the globe exists. I'm saying that your idea of the moon is dumb. I don't agree with it. It's literally a matter of perspective that makes some things look bigger and smaller. Look how big your hat. Okay, go stand next to your light switch in your room and measure the size of it.
How can you see? Okay,
wait. Now back up and look at how big the light switch is now.
Yes, I understand
Does
that.
it change size or does it change perspective?
But we can't see Florida from Seattle because atmosphere gets in the way, right?
No.
Why can't I see Miami from Seattle?
How high up are you talking?
I don't know, from any height, from an airplane. Can I see Miami if I'm hovering in an airplane or a helicopter above Seattle?
Yeah.
That's cool. I didn't know that you could see Miami from Seattle. So you can see 3,000 miles.
Yes, you can. Depending on the size of the object, then yes, you can. It can be flipped on the reverse. How can you see less than an inch? How can you see less than a centimeter? How can you see objects that are unfathomably small?
So there's no distance that humans cannot see. We can see infinitely.
See, with the proper equipment, I believe so.
That's new to me. I don't believe that you can see 3,000 miles even if you have optics.
Okay, so then what do you suggest that you're seeing when you look through a camera? Does that not work? Do cameras not work?
They do work, but you can't take a picture of Miami from Seattle.
You can. You just go up on an airplane.
Okay, that's crazy. That's new to me.
Do you know how far away?
Humans don't have a render distance, my guy.
I think you're wrong.
I think I'm right.
Cool.
Yeah, can you see when you're in a long hallway, can you see the end of the hallway?
No, because the surface area at the end of the hallway is so small.
So humans have no render distance. We can see as far as we want.
Well, he just pointed at it. He said it's too small to see, so that would be your render distance then.
No. That's your perspective. It's like your angle of measurement and detail.
I was trying to ask
It's like
what's the farthest.
it's like holding a water bottle away. It depends. Like I said this earlier, I said this 1,000 times. It depends on the size of the object.
Yeah, I understand that. What's the longest photography? The picture is like 400 kilometers, and it's taking a picture of mountains.
How many miles are in a kilometer?
I don't know offhand.
Okay.
I'm talking about 240,000 miles, dude. That doesn't exist on Earth.
240,000 miles is 4,000 kilometers.
What? Incorrect.
Google it. Do a conversion.
239,000 miles is 400 kilometers.
240,000. You said 240 miles.
No, I'm saying
240,000
239,000 miles, the distance to the moon, dude.
distance to the 1,000.
How far away is the moon?
I don't know. Do you know how far away it is?
Apparently, it's 239,000 miles, roughly.
I don't believe that.
Google it. I don't believe the moon's that far away either. That's what I'm saying. I think it's way closer than they tell us.
Then it doesn't have to be that large. What I'm saying, you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm saying that perspective is a matter of size and distance.
I understand that, but
they are linearly related to each other. If
on Earth, how far can you look at something? You can look infinitely.
Depends on the size of the object. What object are you talking about? An object the size of the moon, it would be the same distance.
Anything. Some huge fucking thing.
Anything
Europe.
infinite.
Europe. I want to see Europe from hovering above New York. Can you just not see it because it's too small?
I'm not sure.
It would be smaller than
You'd have
the
to
size
go
of a
from
grain
a,
of
you have to
sand,
go
yeah.
up from a certain height. Yeah, that's too small.
It would be smaller than a grain of sand, yes, from New York. But back on the moon. Did you know the moon is supposedly 30 Earth sizes away? Right, so have you thought about that, like in a model? If you had the Earth, let's say it was a basketball, you have to have, let's say, a tennis ball 30 Earth sizes away. It's pretty far. Just to get the perspective correct, so you know.
So to the young man who said he didn't believe that the moon was 238,000 miles away, after you Googled it, what do you believe now?
How far away is the moon? Can you Google it?
It's 30 Earth sizes away, according to the model.
Not you, Godric, the young man that was talking.
It's 30 basketballs in between a tennis ball, and that's how far it is.
Nobody in the room has Google and can Google how far away is the moon in miles?
Well, I was talking to the young person that was just talking.
It's claimed to be 230,000 miles, between 250 and 220, but let's say 238.
Yeah. So I'm completely off base, right?
According to, I think Google, it is 238,000 miles, roughly.
Are you off base?
That's
So
really
where's
weird.
the young man?
Exactly what I thought. Weird.
Where's the young man?
It's amazing.
And you won't believe how far the sun is, just so you know.
Did anybody catch his name?
Is that Yoke Smasher you're talking to?
Yeah, I think so.
This is Yoke Smasher,
Smasher.
the person that's making sense.
Hi,
Yeah.
how you doing? Good to see you on here.
Oh, damn it. Don't confuse us.
Are you talking about me?
Yes, for fuck's sake. Did you have any trouble not understanding you're young? Are you old?
Yeah, I'm 21.
Jesus Christ.
He's Bud.
Okay, so
Well, your name is for
21.
fuck's sake, and you're only 21? Cool.
Okay, so you're a young man, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's your name so I can address you properly, please?
You can call me Mason.
All right, Mason. Cool. All right, so you said that you didn't believe the moon was 238,000 miles away. What do you believe it is?
I don't have a belief because I haven't been there.
Fair enough. That's all I wanted to know. Please.
I don't
continue.
believe it's that far away either, but I'm referring to what Google says and what NASA says about how far away it is.
You weren't referring to that when I told you earlier about perspective.
What?
You were just referring to the general idea of a moon when I was talking to you earlier.
I'm saying the moon is so far away that there's nothing on Earth that we can see that's that far away, or even a tenth that far away. So it just seems like a ludicrous number to me. I don't think the moon's that far away. It's the point of my speech.
How could something as big as the moon be on Earth?
You don't know how big it is. That's the first problem. Well, that's not the first problem.
So how can you prove that there's nothing on Earth that's the size of the moon?
Because you don't know how far the moon or what size it is.
Show me a picture of 3,000 miles away, and I'll start believing your story.
Or anything else that's related to it without having the radius measurement first. Which, that's the first step. We don't have that yet. So the rest of you talking about the moon and the sun and what's up in the sky, the lights in the sky, is useless, futile attempt.
Yeah, it's a futile argument to either prove or disprove. I'm sorry.
No, the surface of Earth. I'm sorry.
I think there's a better method to disprove that, and it has to do with the horizon.
Yeah, you measure the surface of Earth, exactly.
So everyone in here thinks that the moon is 238,000 miles away, and we can see it, and that's totally normal.
No.
I never said I believed it.
None of us said that.
Maybe Matthew does. And or Mr. German guy.
I'm just curious. Whoever has that soundboard of Matthew saying the Earth is flat, did you record that on the night where I made him say that the Earth is flat because he kept saying that flat means curved?
No, it's from my video. That quote is clipped out of the video that I have posted on my channel.
We should play that round the clock.
Wikipedia claims the moon is as wide as Australia.
Keep reading.
Are you a flat earther or a glober?
So they say about 1/4 the size of Earth. So they say about. They're so passionate about these things, aren't they? So about 2,000 miles.
So there's no object on Earth, and there's no continent as big as 2,000 miles. There.
No, it's just stupid to think that that thing that looks as close as it does with all the details that are visible to us, that it could possibly be that large and that far away is preposterous.
That's what
So
I'm
2,000
trying to.
miles is about the distance of Texas to Canada, or the Mexican border to Canadian border. It's about 2,000 miles.
And can
So
you
that's why I
see
always
Mexico
use.
from Canada? I mean, I
Depends
don't
on if you
know,
can see
honestly.
Chicago. It's a sanctuary city.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I just feel like if they say it's as wide as Australia, if Australia was 238,000 miles away, could you see it?
That's interesting to think about.
Yeah, because that's a great point, because you would have to see the deserts, the terrain, where the mountains were, where the jungles were, where the beaches were. You'd have to be able to see that.
Yeah.
But
All I'm
remember, we're
saying
supposed
is
to be
the
looking through a
mainstream.
vacuum that's
All I'm
full of
saying,
dark matter.
yeah, I'm just saying that the mainstream story is a lie. That's all.
Yeah, I like who's this Homer? Yeah, you guys like putting the one with the big waves that day, don't you? Yeah, it's funny. Ha ha
Yeah,
ha.
the one with the weather. They never tell us about anything about that clip either. And Matthew
No.
even admitted that he doesn't know anything about that clip or the camera or anything. He just posts it.
The one that Homer put there?
Oh yeah, Matthew posts a different one, but it's exactly the same.
So I know exactly where the second one's coming from. Well, I don't know, that first one is one of the very darker looking days. I don't know, it could be wrong, but that second one is from the one that's called shit, what is that called? Now I forget. I'll have to go look.
So for anybody who saw me post the video with the tether and the unidentified squishy looking objects, my question to you, I guess, if you're a glober, what do you think you're looking at there? And what are they tethering in space 12 miles apart? And do you guys remember them like hauling up a 12-mile tether? So where did this story come from? Does anybody look into this, or did you guys just go, oh, that looks cool, moving on?
How recently did you post this?
I posted it maybe an hour ago. I'm going to repost it for you. Give me a second. I mean, I'm sure you'll come up with some story. But
Yeah,
I'm just
I'll
curious of what
figure out
you...
which is story to make up after I see it.
Right. No. Yeah, I'm just curious what you think when you look at this. And I would, read it first, watch it, and then you tell me.
Yeah, why don't they put the timestamp? It's from the magnification BMSLB. I keep saying that wrong. BMLSB 69's channel. Magnification one is what they. Why don't they put the one where they got this information and the timestamp?
I was talking about Larry's NASA STS-75 video, the space shuttle video. I don't know if there's something specific.
I'm off topic.
No, it's okay.
Well, most of the clubbers I've ever talked to don't know anything about like these shots that this guy has taken. I've lived on the coast of California for like 48 years. I went to high school surfing every day. I've seen views.
Man, look at my life.
I'm just saying, I've seen views traveling up and down the coast as a teenager and in my 20s. I saw things driving down the coast highway that were so far away. I mean, I don't know. I know it's just hearsay. But I'm telling you, the other people that are discussing the things where he's filming in Santa Barbara, I've been there many times. I've been to those islands many times. So they don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what the significant factors are of how far you are able to actually see on the ocean in these areas. They have no idea. They're just grasping for straws because they don't have any firsthand experience like I do sailing up and down the coast.
So, Matthew, do you have any first impressions?
I was watching some of it. Is there some specific spot? It's 17 minutes long. Is there something specific you wanted us to point out?
Holy shit, Matthew. Do you not see all those UFOs?
Right at the beginning?
No, not right at the beginning, in the middle of the video.
Oh, okay, 226. I see.
Move it up to like 350.
Where on earth are you talking about? About these? What are you talking about? UFOs?
I posted the video. I've been posting it.
Enlighten me, please. What timestamp?
It's a massive video. You can start at like 350, and that's when they're like backed out, and they zoom in, and you can see like all these unidentified flying objects because this is taking place in space, right? So if this is in space,
where did you post the video? What timestamp on it? I'm looking for the video. Oh, I see it. I think. Is it NASA STI program?
Yep,
that one.
That's right.
Okay.
So Matthew, do you have an opinion now?
I just reposted it with a timestamp embedded in the link. Yeah, I don't know what that is. I don't really know what to make of that.
Oh, those are stars. Those are baby stars.
Baby stars?
Yep. It's exactly what they are.
Uh-huh.
They're in a fluid. You can tell they're in a fluid. They're swimming.
Who's the mom?
If you look at them, they all got that dot in the middle, and they have that same appearance when you zoom in on a star.
I'm sorry I was off. I know what you guys are talking about now. I'm
If
late.
you look at them, they got a dot in the middle, and they're circular motion around the dot. And if you zoom in on with the P900 camera, many of the stars have that exact same appearance.
So because it looks like the same thing is the same thing. That's what you're saying.
Well, I'm now. Come on, I don't have any evidence. Don't start hitting me with this. Where's your fucking proof? Blah 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 blah. Horse shit.
Oh, you're making a statement,
Wake
bro.
the fuck up, guys. I'm just telling you that's what it looks like to me.
Wake up.
Where was the link? Hey,
See
where was
that?
the
There's
link?
one at the timestamp 450. They're flashing, kind of jiggering around, and they got that dot in the middle. If you look at the stars with the P900 camera, many of them have that same appearance.
Yeah, you want my P90 camera?
Oh, right there it is.
That's just all I'm saying. That's what I think they possibly are baby stars. Little tiny ones.
Tell them who cares what they think.
And is this the one that NASA took from one of their flights or something?
Yeah, it's from one of the STS. STS
Okay, so where's the audio on it?
Shuttles.
Because you can hear the astronauts or whoever they are, the pilots. I think this is the same one I watched before. They even say they look like stars. They look like little stars. They're even talking about it, and they look like they're swimming. Don't they have a conversation consistent with that a little bit or not? Am I wrong? I seen this a long time ago.
Me too. I've seen it too, years ago.
Yeah, this was way back in the 90s, man. This was one of the first rabbit holes about all this stuff.
I agree.
Those things people were telling me, hey, did you see the tubes swimming around in space? Like, there's these tube-looking things, too, flying around.
I didn't see the tubes.
That was. Yep.
But if you look at those little dots, they do. Don't you agree that they have a similar appearance to some of the stars when you zoom in on it with a P900 camera? The stars.
Yeah, that fluttering kind of underwater look.
Yeah,
Yes.
and the dot in the middle.
The aquatic. I'm going to call it the aquatic effect.
Yeah, there you go. You can call it that. Sure. I can't hear the audio on it. It's really low for some reason.
If you go to 4 minutes and 20 seconds, 420, you will hear the NASA guy ask, what starlight things can you... 1 second. Can you describe what you're seeing? So he calls them starlight things.
Yeah.
So Mr. Godric is not... Godrocking is not wrong here.
I'm not what?
You're not wrong with what you're claiming.
Yeah, thank you.
According to their own statements. Yeah, it looks really weird. It definitely looks underwater.
God rockin', have you heard your favorite word today yet?
No, can you remind me, please?
Refraction.
I'm gonna kill you. Ooh, fuck! I hate that word.
What's the fucking definition?
Oh, I got a hot mic? Shit.
Hey, God rockin'. Everybody needs a little refraction in their life every day. Wouldn't you agree?
Hey, are you guys talking about refraction again?
I'd wager that most of you are using refraction right now.
Hey, I'll take my reflection and give you 2 refractions. How's that sound?
Jim, are you using
I got a
refraction
question
right now?
Got a question, Matthew. Wasn't Al Bruni the guy who first came up with a radius?
No, Eratosthenes did before he did.
Well, he came up with a circumference, but I guess You guys.
Well, I mean, they would have seen it as the same thing. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
I can't believe people think that guy actually lived 2,300 years ago. 2,300 years ago, he did that, and then he didn't reappear until 2,150 years later, and then didn't get into American textbooks until 1952. But he existed, didn't he? Yes, he did.
And why would they use something from an experiment or an observation from someone that long ago with such little technology, just measuring shadows or whatever, which is so ridiculous to think that they don't have better equipment today or a better observation with all the technology they have and all the capabilities of flying around in their fancy little airplanes and jets and whatever else they fly around up there that they don't tell us about. And all these different things they got, probably different technologies that they keep stashed in their pocket and won't let anybody know anything about, but they still can't come up with anything better than a 2,000-year-old observation from some meat fuck.
I think you're right. It's because I think it's the opposite. I think it's because it was such a simple idea with just some simple tools that it made it into the textbooks. It's one of the first.
It's fucking stupid, Matthew.
Simple, all right. It doesn't even correlate.
It's fucking stupid is what it is. It's ridiculous.
It's part of the pseudo-education, part of the beginning of the pseudo-education.
No way that guy could have had accurate measurements as to how far apart those sticks were or any fucking thing else. He was just, talk about winging it, boy. Let's just throw these sticks out the window of the car, and where they stick is where they lie, and we're going to use them right there.
Right. It wasn't very accurate. The technique was
5,000 miles away. Sticks.
Yeah. Holy fuck. Are you kidding me? What did he do? Would he ride a horse to stick each stick in apart 500 miles apart, or did he send a caravan out and get back with him in?
No, he actually rode he had a donkey actually. No, not horse.
I see. So they had communications back and forth. And they got, okay, this shadow is this long, and this one over here is this long. It
was called smoke signals. Back then people used to use smoke signals, and they will communicate with smoke.
The runner had a high-tech GPS device that held the elevation above sea level at all times, so they knew that.
Bro, have you ever heard of messaging with birds? With you use birds to send messages.
Have you ever heard of a fucking fairy
pigeons?
tale?
Yeah.
You ever heard of a fairy tale?
Did the ancient
Come on, tell him, Matthew. Tell him, Matthew. In the past, people communicated with birds.
Let me just ask a simple question: Did the ancient Greeks have any idea about distances between cities?
Egyptians?
No. Yeah, they probably had so many. Yeah, so many footsteps. There were so many.
We don't know about the past. We've been told stories.
Well, so it sounds like you're saying they had zero idea about how far cities were, but I think they knew something. Maybe.
Well, they probably did have something.
Yeah, they probably knew about footsteps.
Yeah, it was a day and a half walk. Yeah, that's what they had.
Yeah, so they had a basic distance.
Yeah, a day and a half walk, sure.
And it was probably wrong.
Valleys, up and down hills and valleys. Oh, that's probably right. Okay, around gorgeous. Yeah, that's probably right.
No, their measurements were probably wrong. They weren't very accurate.
You can't walk that far in a day.
Weren't very accurate is a fucking understatement.
Okay, a week and a half. Then if it's not a day and a half.
It's like saying you went through these trails in Yosemite and then you measured that distance and that was the same or nearly the same as the crow flies in a straight line. Are you out of your mind, Matthew?
I think it was 500 kilometers, which is like 330 miles or so between them. So the bird thing works pretty well, and
how in the fuck are you getting this 300 miles? Who told you that shit?
500 kilometers. So yeah, about 330 miles.
They used kilometers back then.
Well, they use kilometers today and miles, and I heard 500 kilometers, so I did 0.62.
Okay, well, what kind of marker systems did the Greeks use, or the whoever did this shit back in then? Was it Veros, or was it so many Veros, or
it was Stadia. It was Stadia. They assumed that the Alexandria to Spain was 5,000.
5,000 stadia is what it was. 5,000 stadia from one city to the other one. Go.
And we don't even know how big a stadium was.
Oh, see, man, this is really getting accurate. The more we talk about it, the accuracy just is coming in clear as day.
Everybody
God
agrees
rocking.
it wasn't accurate.
God rocking. Refraction.
Man, you're becoming one of my worst known enemies. That refraction is such bullshit, man. I'm telling you, and Matthew, there is no motherfucking nothing on the internet that says light bends through air. Nothing. No scientific tests. No nothing. Yeah. Well, what about who's that idiot you told me to look at? His R. There's so many R's in his equation that it fucking turned me inside out, bro. I mean, I got sick of reading R. Are we ever going to get to the fucking crux to this matter? Are we? Fuck.
Yeah, you make for a great pirate, God rocking.
I am a pirate. Fuck. If you only knew my past, I'm a menace to society at one time, man. I was a dangerous man. You didn't want to fuck with God rocking back in the day, trust me.
I kind of feel that way. I kind of feel that way now.
You still are bad at that.
So did they really leave a Jeep on the moon?
Wait, Matthew. Does Matthew really know the error rate of Eratosthenes' experiment measurement?
Wait a minute. On the Jeep part, yeah, after they unfolded it from about the size of a briefcase, then they left it on the moon, yeah.
If this light is bending, why don't they go get a sideways, a line in front of them, a laser beam in front of them, even if it's just 2 miles, 3 miles, whatever, and then go off to the side and take a photograph of this bent fucking light? What's wrong with that? Why don't they do that? Because it doesn't fucking bend.
Doesn't bend much. It wouldn't be.
It doesn't bend at all. And I'm talking maybe if it bends a tenth of an inch, okay, Matthew, yeah, that bends. A tenth of an inch. Woohoo! We got something going on here.
Bends are measured in angles, not inches.
Whatever they are, they ain't fucking much. It's not enough that you can see with your naked eye. Let's put it that way. You can't discern whether or not it's bent or straight from the side view.
Yeah, I agree.
So how in the fuck is it coming up over the curve? Over the hump of water? How's that even happening? And if it were, why don't these guys go out and take a picture of it, Matthew?
Because it's a very slight bend. It's hard to see.
I'm talking about the one that makes things come up over the horizon. That makes the black swan and all these other observations obsolete because you got refraction. Well, why can't they show us this light bending up over a 10-mile or a 5-mile fucking distance from the side angle? Where are these Globers? Why aren't they out there with their P900s and their laser beams and going, see, you fucking morons? There's the bent light. Why aren't they doing that?
Because they got millions of dollars and shit too, right?
I mean, it would fucking put a nail in the coffin, Matthew. Why aren't they doing it?
I don't think it would put a nail in the coffin. Even if they did, I don't think you'd believe them.
For this conversation,
well, if it showed the water bend, a curved water, and the curved light following it, it might be a pretty good. It might hurt pretty bad for the flat earthers. But the thing of it is, it doesn't exist. You can't provide that. All you can provide is flat, and it's conclusive, bro. It is conclusive. Period. End of story. You can't. No. Refraction is a myth, bro. It's a myth. It's a bullshit. It's an excuse. It's fucking a dirty word to me, and I feel like shoving it down everybody's mouth that says it.
I just wanted to say good night, guys.
Good night.
All right.
Good night. See you.
Hey, God rockin'. Space Force gets $24.5 billion next year in 2023. NASA gets $23 billion. That's $47.5 billion they get to not explore outer space, but they can't afford a Nikon P900. Go figure.
Yeah, I agree. Go figure. I mean, if this light is bending up over the curve of the water, why don't they show the curve? Why don't they show the light bending? What is wrong with these people?
Yeah, they'd be like putting it all over the news and shit, saying, "Look, punk, it's a globe."
Yeah. I mean, why are they not doing it? It's very simple. understand why they're not doing it. Because it's not curved. Fuck, it's ridiculous, bro.
God rocking, you cannot take away their globe. Their globe makes them feel warm and fuzzy.
I'm not going to take it away from them, bro. I'm going to shove it right up their ass.
And they sleep better. And they sleep better at night with their globe.
I'm going to shove it up their ass.
Hang on, God rocking. Eratosthenes had an assistant. See, we don't know his name, but he needed one to coordinate between both cities. You see, and then they used carrier pigeons also, which helped to relay the information. And the reason we know that 5,000 stadia is 500 miles because that is the exact measurement predicted. And that is the only way it works out. So it must have been that. So, like, there's really no questions. It's been done, so I do it again. Am I right?
Then, so why we only need one observation of long-distance observations. We got hundreds of them. Then they got one 2,000-year-old fairy tale to tell us, and they think that's valid. That's ridiculous.
Dude, have you used carrier pigeons? Are you serious?
I mean,
if you use carrier pigeons, you'll know. You'll know for sure, bro.
I know one thing for sure. I'm going to knock that word refraction down everybody's throat that says it from now on. I'm going to tell them you can take that, suck it right down your throat. You say it one more time, I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you.
I was trying to help you out just a second ago with the whole refraction thing, because basically what it boils down to is if they got the radius off of Al-Biruni, right? He was looking at the refracted horizon.
Al-Biruni.
Right?
What the fuck kind of name is Al-Biruni? It sounds like a fucking cartoon character. What do you think?
I think he's a Muslim. You're probably thinking Ali Ababa. But anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, Al-Biruni. He's the one that came up with the radius by looking at the horizon and something to do with the mountain. So the refracted horizon is where they get the refracted radius. And the reason, that I think this is funny is because when we say, hey, where's your geometric horizon that the boats are going over? You told us there's boats going over Earth curve. Well, it's not there because of refraction. Oh, so you mean that when we got the original number, back in Eratosthenes' day, the light was probably refracted, not traveling at, 90 degrees, so he can get accurate measurements. And obviously, the horizon's always refracted. So Al-Biruni didn't get his measurement either. So who has actually measured the Earth's radius without, being affected by refraction? So my point is that whenever they say refraction, you're not ever measuring the distance or the radius of the Earth. The only thing you're ever measuring is the distance to the horizon based on the amount of refraction. And I know that John QE hates it when I say refraction, but I'm just using the word that they're using so that we're all on the same page. But we're really talking about atmospheric turbulence, which if you've seen the little dancing Hawaiian woman on everybody's dashboard, that's what it looks like. Right?
Well, by the way, my real name's John too, but don't use it. But when you say that, it hurts my ears up.
Okay, yeah. I've known QE for a long time. But yeah, it allows, if you look at someone's, like, in the car, right, you see their little dash, Hawaiian lady, she's like wobbling, like, basically. That's what turbulence looks like. What they're saying is that there's a box truck in front of you, right, but the refraction's so bad that the car that's in front of that box truck, you can see his Hawaiian woman dancing, which is a ridiculous claim. Isn't that right, Matthew?
I think he left. He was mad, I think.
Oh, okay.
Because I came on with the thunder, cracking the whip. About this stupid-ass fucking refraction, it pisses me off. There is no such thing happening like they say it is. It's total bullshit. It
should make you happy, though, because they're admitting they don't have a geometric horizon. Like, it's basically, they're dropping the mic for us. They're like, here, let me go and drop the mic for you. There is no geometric horizon. It's all refraction.
So what happened to the globe then? Where did it go?
Well, you have to go to space to see it now, according to Professor Dave, also known as P. Dave.
If there's no geometric horizon, then there's no globe. Period.
That's why refraction is a good thing.
Okay, so when they were flying to the moon, they're like, we got enough payload in these rockets to bring a car. They brought the rover. And then they apparently left the rover on the moon. Have you guys heard people say that that you can like zoom in and see the rover from Earth?
That is such horse shit. But it's duct tape and lawn chairs, dude. That's not a car.
Yeah, I know. But just talking about their story.
Yeah.
And,
now, I've heard people say they can zoom in on it, but if that were true, there'd be some photos of it.
so can we zoom in on a Ferrari in Miami from Seattle?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. And that's not even 1,000th of the distance, you know?
Yeah, well, that's why I'm saying about rocket launches, when they go up and arch over and they say they're falling over the edge of the Earth. Does anybody stop to think that that's going to be like over 4,000 miles away for that to happen? And you're going to think you're seeing the rocket the whole time? You're watching it go down until it disappears into the horizon, just before it dumps into the ocean. And you think you're seeing that object at 4,000 miles away? That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
The longest you can see a brick is at 3 blocks away. So you just figure out how far you can see a car away, maybe a mile at the most.
Right.
Yeah.
This rocket, as it goes up, arches over and starts coming down. It can't be but 100 miles max. I mean, how could it be any further than that? I think it would. I mean, come on, people. This is just the laws of fucking whatever them are. I don't know what law that is, perspective or angular resolution or whatever it's called. You can't see objects that big that far away. You're not watching a rocket fall over the edge of the planet. People listening out there, you cannot see that far. It would have disappeared 10, 20 minutes ago. Halfway through its launch process, they're telling you, oh, it's reached 12,000 miles an hour, 12,500, 12,800. You know, if it's going that fast, it would be zipping across the sky. It would disappear, headed away from you, and you would no longer see it or the smoke or anything from it. It's too far to see if it's thousands of miles away. What is not to get about that picture? What is not to understand about not being able to see something the size of a rocket at over 200 or 300 miles max? I mean, I don't even know what it is, but it's nowhere near what it would have to be to fall over the edge of the globe. We're talking 4,000 plus miles, people. You cannot see something that far away, but you watch it go all the way up, curve over, and go all the way down till it dips into the horizon. It's only 100 miles away, people. Otherwise, it would have disappeared. What is wrong with people's understanding of just pure little common sense?
Yeah.
Where's it gone? Where's their common sense gone? Where did it go?
That was my whole moon argument. I think the moon's like, 100 miles away or something. And they say it's 239,000. It's just an astronomical number.
I think the sun is just above the clouds myself. I don't think it's very far up there myself.
Yeah, I think it's around the Kármán line, right? Like 70.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like 70 miles, not 70,000, but 70,
Right. And you can see there's a high altitude balloon footage I seen the other day. I was looking through a bunch of them, and it said something about the sun. It says, "Where's the sun?" And there's an arrow at this point. It says, "Look, it's right there, right above the clouds." Can you imagine that with a big bright white hot spot right below it on the clouds, lit up all big? If you take a light bulb and you hold it on the ceiling, you can't see a bright hot spot on the carpet, but you bring it down, 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 down. You don't get the hot spot till you're like 1 foot off the carpet. Now, that sun is a very similar scenario. You're going to have to bring it down, 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 down to get that hot spot on the clouds. You can't take it up there thousands of miles away. and have that hot spot and that bright spot hit the backside of the clouds. You cannot do that with that not being very, very close. Period. Impossible. Another simple common sense observation that people, what's wrong with people's brains, bro? I mean, these are very simple things to prove. Get a light bulb, put it in a fucking hand, carry like a work light thing, and put it up on the ceiling and start bringing it down to the carpet until you get a hot spot. And then think about the sun. Where's that sun going to be to do that? It's going to be right above the clouds, not very far, a few miles, who knows, not thousands. No.
Correct.
Period. It's right there. It's because that's the only way you can have that scenario happen. Can't have that bright spot unless you're very close to where it's shining on. You can't do it.
Yeah, I took a picture this morning of a hot spot on the water and crepuscular rays coming out of a cloud. I'm going to upload it in a little bit.
Right on.
I got to get it off my Nikon.
And that's another thing. If you want to check out the crepuscular ray type thing, take a square piece of cardboard about 2 feet by 2 foot, punch a bunch of holes in it about the size of a golf ball, and then take that same light bulb above the ceiling and then bring it down, and blow smoke underneath the cardboard so you can see the light rays. Someone take a hit off a joint or a cigarette or whatever you guys are smoking. Blow a big puff of smoke underneath that cardboard you're holding about 2 feet off the carpet. And then bring that light bulb down until it gets very close to that cardboard. Then the rays start to go divergent. But then you raise the light bulb up to about 4 or 5 feet, and the light rays are straight again.
Hey, Don Yolksmasher, when do you think that we'll be ready to go back to the moon again? I know we lost it a long time ago. Do you think we're gonna be able to put it back together? What's your opinion, Don?
Well, last time we went, it's been, 20 years?
Yeah, that's about right. Uh-huh.
Soon. We'll be there soon. That's all I can say.
Soon. That's not real specific, Don. I was looking for something a little more specific. Is soon like 2030, 2040, 2300?
Well, Donald Trump and Obama both said that in 2023 we will be on Mars. And the moon is a jumping point to get to Mars. So I am guessing by next year. We have 1 year, boys.
So they're jumping off the moon. Why? Are they going to refuel up there? Where's the fuel tanks? They've got them filled up yet? What are they doing?
Well, that's where we left the rover, and it has the rest of the fuel, yes, to get to Mars.
Oh, fuck. I missed that.
Are we going to take some of our best NBA basketball players so we can jump from the moon to the Mars?
Yes, the easiest way to jump is to bring King James up there and have him dunk from the ship onto Mars.
Actually, that makes more sense than a rocket launch because they're not very far away from each other.
Hang on.
So maybe you could actually jump from one planet to the next.
Hang on. If they catch up to that Tesla that Elon Musk put up there, that's a fine space vehicle that's worth going after, right?
The battery still should be good in the Tesla that's out there. So
and the tires. The tires will still be inflated too.
We're going to stop off, smoke a joint, listen to some David Bowie, cruise up to the moon, get some gas from the rover, and then me and King James are going to take the whole space station all the way to Mars, recycling our poop back into food and water, and then King James is going to make one final dunky dunk from the 3-point line all the way onto Mars.
Chug it, chug it, chug it, chug. Right on.
So I heard LeBron James had a 40-inch vertical leap when he was younger. Are you saying his vertical leap is going to be like 52 million miles in space now?
Yes, the lack of gravity multiplies it by at least 1 million.
Okay.
I think all you need is one of those mini trampolines that you used to exercise with. Yeah, just hit one of those and off you go.
LeBron James on a trampoline, now that's multiplied by 1.7 million jumps.
So are you saying he might miss Mars and land on Jupiter?
It's possible. It depends on how much poop is in our poop station and how hungry I am that day.
Hey, you can always shoot for Uranus because there's diamonds on Uranus.
Chugga, 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 chugga. Boy.
Chugga, chugga. Here comes my coffee.
If you overshoot, just make sure you land on Uranus. Bring some diamond back. Bring back some diamonds. Pay for your trip.
I mean, how do you ignore these common sense things, man, that I've been talking about? Tell me, please, someone explain that to me.
Don knows.
Don Pettit?
Yeah, he knows.
Well, let's get that son of a bitch on here. I want to.
Well, he's right here. He's right here. Godrock. He's been talking to you for a little while.
Now I'm a repair guy and I am a science guy. So I cover all the scientism on the boat, on the ship, and so cover all the repairs. Last time we got a leak, I was like, hey, we got a leak. And it was repaired right away.
Hang on, I have a question for you, science guy. How does a Mars rover operate for 9 years without human repair?
Well, since the rover's been at Devon Island, on Mars, it has been using its solar battery recharging apparatus, plus the poop recycler.
To do buggy repairs as well? Like fill the tires and change the tires?
Did he say retarded?
Yeah.
What's a retarding system?
The poop retarding system. I'm gonna.
Instead of an educational system, we got a retarding system.
Yep.
Since there's less atmosphere on Mars, it would technically last longer than on Earth. So that makes sense.
Yeah, Don and I were talking a couple weeks ago, and he said how poop is full of toxins that can be converted into energy and used on the back of a space rocket to negate Newton's third law of motion, so it can go forward as far as you want to. Isn't that right, Don?
Yes, the poop thrusters are powered by Monster Energy drink, filtered through my bowels.
Science guy, can carrier pigeons operate in Mars atmosphere 1% atmosphere? Because that would be a valuable tool.
Well, Gabby Stossines proved that the sticks are halfway to Mars right now. So if they get there, the pigeons should be able to grab them once they're 3/4 of the way to Mars.
Now, will those same carrier pigeons operate in Jupiter's gaseous atmosphere also?
I believe so. I haven't done enough scientism to figure that out yet. But me and my colleagues will be pooping into the recycler and figuring that out soon.
Thank you. That's invaluable knowledge.
Hey, Don Pettit. Hey, nice to hear you on here. Hey, do you know about NASA changing where the atmosphere is? Do you know of any plans to further move the atmosphere further out, like let's say to Mars? That would sure make a lot things a lot easier, wouldn't it?
Yeah, right now our simulation has set the Earth's atmosphere past the moon because our lie didn't work out very well. And so we probably will be extending it past Mars within the next couple of years.
Are you saying you're going to extend the lie beyond the moon? Did I hear you say that right, Don?
Yeah, our last slide did not work out, and
what does your supercomputer say that how far can a lie possibly be extended? Maybe to Jupiter? Maybe.
Pass the popcorn.
Let's see. Alexa, how far is the Earth's atmosphere going to extend in the next 5 years?
Infinity and beyond.
Here.
According to the second law of thermodynamics, the Earth's atmosphere should be completely fucked off into outer space.
I am a turbodynamics officer at NASA, so I don't know if that's my expertise.
Are you in charge of the turds?
All of
I
them.
think that is your expertise, because you're about the only guy on Earth that would be willing to go up into a tin can and drink shit coffee, literally, for months on end.
Hey, Don, can you see Japan with the naked eye from where you live in Seattle?
This was my whole fucking point earlier. Where is Mason, the 21-year-old Freemason? Where'd he go?
Speaking of which, Don, have you ever repaired the Hubble telescope while flying, while its space flight has been happening for 40 years? Or does it just fix itself, self-fixing, self-cleaning apparatus?
I mean, that thing is built like a 1982 Volvo wagon. It never quits, never needs repairs. Hubba hubba, chugga chug chug. That's what we say around here. I am going to work on uploading this crepuscular ray image. I will be back in a moment, boys.
Guys, we got someone new at the bottom here. I'm gonna unmute him. Hello? I don't know your name because it's in, I believe, Hebrew or something like that.
I just want bang, bang, bang. I don't want to meet your dad. I just want bang, bang, bang.
Hello? Hi. I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So, what brings you here?
My English is really bad, but what I told you.
Okay. But you speak pretty good English in the chat.
Yes, because I study English.
Great. So, do you understand where we're at? Especially with what I discussed with you in Cogdis? In the other
What
chat.
thing, sorry?
Well, I'm going to take you out, Cogdis. So you can be in the live stream here. Can you see that ping?
In which chat?
Voice stream, a live stream voice text.
Ah, yes.
Okay. So, we, of course, always try to explain that, I mean, it gets talked about all the time because we see too far, right?
Yes. But wait a second. I wanted to talk about the things they were talking about the cloud, like the sun in the cloud is above the clouds.
Okay, who did you want to ask? Is there a specific someone?
No, they were talking about that, and they say that the sun was that the clouds were above the sun. And I was saying that was it's just an optical effect.
So the sun over the cloud? Is that what you're saying?
Now I send you the pic.
The metabunk.org link they sent. That's right. I forget who was talking about that, guys. But there's also this one.
That's what I was saying.
So it's just optical, right? You can see.
Yes, the guy proved it. It has a lot of evidence. You can test it in your own house.
So if that guy were to take off from the spot that he's at and go out there, where it would stay right there, or no? It would
Sorry,
move
what
away,
thing?
right?
If the guy what?
If he just took off straight from where he's at, that position that he's at, and just went straight out to the sun, would the sun travel away? Is that what you're saying?
Like the sun is behind, but that's the light you see because it's an optical effect. Like the brightness of the sun is not the distance of the sun. If not, some days the sun is really close and other days it's really far.
It's just optical.
You get
That's
me?
the whole thing. You
Yes.
don't understand that. The whole
I was saying it just was optical. You guys were saying that it was like the sun was very close to the earth because
No.
the
We're
clouds were
saying that
above.
it's closer, and it's smaller, and you're saying that it's millions of miles away. Yet we're seeing a cloud circle around this
Yes, because
object
of the brightness.
that
Of the
is
brightness.
just sitting there in the clouds. It's clear there in the clouds.
Yes, if you read the article, you will understand the optical effect.
Dude, that's what we've been saying pretty much all the time, is that we don't know what the sun is. It could be an optical effect in reality.
But no, you like another guy say that
Not
the sun,
millions of miles away. We know that.
How do you know that?
Believe, in my own way, I personally believe that it's smaller and closer.
But also, if it's smaller and closer, like the gravitational law of attraction.
But it's not
will
as hot
play.
as what you think it might be. It's still hot, of course, because that's the optical effect that happens.
Yes, okay, but also the
You know, you can make this optical effect happen through a lens as well.
Yes.
Like you can make your own sun melt rocks.
yes, but the time is not always like in that image, like in that photo. Sometimes it's like it looks like it's more
What
far.
we're trying to do here is understand that you can't say where the location or the size of the sun is with that picture, that video, that shot right there. Because that proves that in reality we can actually pull the sun back in and see different things happening than what we're told. So it could be some sort of optical illusion that they have placed on us, and we have
Yes,
no
but
idea.
the thing I was saying is that sometimes the sun is like it looks like it's far, and sometimes it looks like clouds
it
are
may
above.
look like that.
But the thing of the
Right
clouds
here
are
in
above
this
is
video,
something else.
It
It's an
looks
optical
like
illusion.
it's really,
Yes,
really
because of the brightness.
close, and it's inside the clouds, and the clouds are rotating around it and everything like that. So that's what this is all as we're trying to show here, is that we can actually get that shot that we're not supposed to be getting at all. You're not supposed to see that ever.
Yeah, you're
Why
supposed
would
to.
you ever be able to see that right there? Tell
Because
me
the brightness of the
this
sun. You read the article.
physical plane of existence that the sun is millions of miles away, yet we're able to see clouds that
Man,
close and surrounding it. You should never see
Yes,
that.
you are able because you can read the article and understand that that
No.
is an optical illusion. Yes, read it.
No. Magical effects are happening. Yeah,
Magical what?
it's amazing.
And you can
The
try it in
distance of
your home. Like you can prove it in
You
your
don't
home.
know the distance, and you keep telling me
93
that you
million
I'm not
miles.
saying a distance. I never say that. I'm saying that the thing of the clouds is not that the sun is really close to us because that's an optical illusion. I'm just saying that no, that the sun is some distance. No, I'm just saying that that image, that photos, or that videos is an optical illusion, and it's not that the sun is like one. I don't know.
we shouldn't be
100
seeing
meters
that at all. That's all
near
I'm
us.
saying.
Why we can't?
We shouldn't be able to record
Why?
that.
Why?
Tell me why we should.
We should
Because
be able
Why
to see that.
should we be able to
because
record that?
it is an optical illusion. I send you the article.
You don't even know. You just talking out your ass here.
I send you.
No, you sent me something from Metabunk, you idiot.
Yes, and there
That's
a
not
guy
you.
proves.
That's not you.
No, of course it's not me, but
Wow. So
a guy
I'm not
proves.
trusting it. Sorry.
If you don't trust, like
Nope,
the
I
things,
trust what I posted because it's actually reality.
and this is also reality. You
No.
can prove it in your house.
It's not.
The guy faked the videos and all the whole article.
Well, it's Metabunk, so I don't know. CGI is used a lot.
It's your pic, so I don't know if you fake
You
them.
know, CGI can be used
You
for
could use
space,
CGI.
and if someone posts that lady with the green screen guy taking the bag of chips and making it float out of the fucking screen, I can do that too.
Yes, you can do that too. So your video could also be CGI.
This is real in reality. That's not CGI. We have the camera that actually, we have all the details about the camera, the weather, everything. He detailed it. So, yeah, what do you have? Nothing.
This guy also detailed it.
No, Metabunk's not a detailed.
All right, I got my sunspot loaded up, boys. Check it out. Took that picture this morning.
That, how it gazes off to the side too, in the same place, like to the left and the right, and straight down. Like look at the left and the right. Oh, they're all like different angle shots. Like that's awesome. I love how the sun gazes like that. That's reality.
Seems like the sun's pretty close to the clouds in that picture too.
I don't even see the sun. I just see light. And light is always close to us.
Can you see the sunspot on the water?
It's gonna take a while for this one.
Yes, because it's the reflection.
And does that seem like it's from a sun that's
lights? All the things that reflect lights.
Wee.
So for me, it seems like it's normal.
The crepuscular rays and the hot spot or the light of the sun concentrating on the water proves it's not 93 million miles away. You can talk about it being a certain amount of miles away, but crepuscular rays and that little hot spot or concentration of light proves that the Thetan-centric or heliocentric is wrong.
No, but the clouds are like, I don't know how to say in English. They are not letting the light of the sun pass to the water, and there's a spot where
letting the sun pass to the water.
No, the clouds, like they don't let the light, not the sun, the light of the sun.
Sounds pretty refracty to me.
Yeah.
And you can also put a wall, and the wall won't let the light of the sun pass through the other side.
Effects.
It's not magic.
Magic, yes. You're talking about magic. That's
Awesome.
So we observe things, and
If
then
you go 200 meters
Million
under the
miles
sea,
away,
you
yet
will
the
see that there's
light
no
is
sunlight.
refracting off of these.
And we also reflect
Awesome.
like all the things reflect light.
The way that you say it, though, it's magical.
What is
so the
magical?
sun came just to my house, right in front of my house, just for that
Exactly.
picture,
It's not in
and no
front of
one
you.
else got a
No
sunspot on the
one
whole
else got
world.
to see that spot. No one.
That's
But it
right.
was right in front of me only, so I feel
Fucking
pretty
correct.
special.
I'm not saying that.
Cherish that picture. Put it up on
Wasn't it a
eBay
good
for
one? I
$1
thought it
million.
was good, dude. I got up and was like, whoa. And I was on my way to work, and I drove back, and I was like, I got to take a picture of this shit. Because it was just a good one with the sunspot and crepuscular rays in one shot just 8 or 10 hours ago. Shazam. If the mind is blind, the eyes will not see.
The eyes are useless when the mind is blind.
That's it. In real life, it actually looked even more massive and crazy. But camera kind of does it some justice.
So with that spherical GIF that I just posted there, I can't. I don't know what your name is. Vegan since childhood.
Yeah, the vegan is just a joke.
I'm asking, do you have a name that I can call you and maybe nickname you here?
I don't know. Just call me as you want.
As you want. Okay.
Okay, big boy.
What I want you to look at is the meme that I just posted there, where it's got
Yes.
the 4 balls. Can you tell
Yes.
without clicking on it which one is the spherical one, the ball?
I just reproduce. I didn't have to click on it.
But which one?
No, just reproduce. I like it. I already see it.
So you can't tell? I'm trying to ask you a question here. I'm not getting the answer. Do you know which one it is? 1, 2, 3, or 4?
The one.
You've already clicked on it then.
No, like I tell you, I didn't have to click on it. The video already reproduced because it's a
So
GIF.
I'm just saying
I
though,
already see it. Yes.
can't tell until you actually have someone actually pick it up and show you that it was.
Yes.
When I
and-
first did it, I thought it was the one at the third one over from the right. So
Yes. On what?
I never got it right. No one has ever gotten it right.
On what?
So it's a visually, it's like it's perspective, and
Yes, it's
you can't just
perspective.
tell
Well,
even
you
if
say
it is what it is.
I thought it was all 4 of them. I thought all 4 of them.
Right? I mean, if you're only given 4 options there to to decide. It's very difficult to realize which one is the real one just by looking at him like that, with a black sky in the background.
Fuck Joe Biden.
Go Brandon.
Look at that solid object of a planet. Oh my God, that is so marvelous. I never knew Mars would look so realistic like a planet.
What is that?
That's that dirt in the sky, y'all. You can walk around up there.
That's a picture of Mars, my friend, with a P900 camera.
And it's red like that because rusty dirt.
Take the picture. You take it.
Now
Send me, like a real image. Because that looks like a animation.
No, it's a camera picture of Mars from a P900 camera.
Send me the link with the real image.
Not animation. That is a real video.
I get it. But send me the official video. Yes.
You shouldn't
You're
let
looking at it.
people on your server, bro.
But that's a GIF from GIF.com.
Whatever, dude. If you can't accept reality, then I don't know what to tell you.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I am sitting what I'm seeing.
Oh my god. These flat earthers are so fucking stupid.
I never say that.
So as you want, have you ever looked at the wandering stars through a P900?
No, I don't know what that is. Or at least not in English.
It's a Nikon P900. It's a camera.
Okay.
So if you don't know what it is, I'm assuming the answer is no, you have not looked through the camera to see the wandering stars. So, you ever heard Twinkle Twinkle Little Star?
Man, probably in my country it's have another name. So that's why.
Okay, so that's why I asked if you heard it, because I wasn't for sure if you had heard that, because you obviously live in another country than I do. Or at least at one time you did, to be fair.
What thing?
Yeah. So my point is that you see that, the stars appear to be dancing. Right? They twinkle a little bit.
In the GIF?
What?
In which part the stars are dancing?
Well, do the stars twinkle? When you look at the stars?
Yes.
Do they twinkle? Right, so when you zoom in, they look like they're dancing. Right?
Where?
They have a frequency. Plus the gas in between us and the star. It has
If you look
turbulence,
like
right?
a star with a telescope, you won't see that like star is moving. You can try it.
As you want.
Like the star is moving, yes, but not dancing. Like it moves. You can take pictures all the days, all the nights, and you will see. Like if you're in the north hemisphere, you will see how it moves anti-clockwise, all the stars, and if you're in the south hemisphere, you will see how all the stars move clockwise.
Larry, he doesn't understand what you say when you say dancing. He just means twinkling, my guy. They're just blinking. They look like they're not still.
Why are you here?
When I take a photo to a store, they are not blinking.
Are you genuinely seeking the truth, or what? Are you seeking the truth?
Seeking the truth.
Seeking the truth. I know English isn't your first language, but
Are you trying to find truth or not?
Yes, I want to.
All right, so here's the deal. We can offer you. We can offer you. That's all right. We can offer you the ability to find out the truth for yourself. We're not offering truth here, right? I bet you did not know that you could go out to a large body of water at rest.
And I know. I just came here to tell us guys that the thing of the sound in the clouds was an optical illusion.
The sound in the clouds was an optical illusion.
The thing we talked before, you know what I mean.
The sound like clouds.
All the arguments you have, all the things. Not that. I still have a lot for reading, for videos I can watch for a lot of arguments of why the Earth is not flat or is flat.
Well, that's going to get you nowhere. I was going to tell you how to figure it out for yourself, but you interrupted me.
Guys, do you
Shall I
think
continue?
all the photos of the spirits are fake, made with CGI? With which reason?
With reason? Why do I think they're fake? Which reason do you think that
people will fake them?
Lots of reasons people lie. You sound like you're 20 years old or older. Why have people lied to you in the past?
Why, like, a lot, like all the countries will lie to all the population.
Right.
Like, all the countries have.
There's hundreds of subjects that they lie about.
It's going to be
Yes, I
a
know,
really
like,
slow
of course.
process with this one. Just give it a slow process, guys. I think it was going off of the sun in the clouds when you guys were talking about that, and you know that's the one that I posted. He keeps going back to that.
So I'm just saying I came into here to say that, to talk about that, and not to talk about I don't know, the gift of Mars.
But you also just said that the governments of the world lied to people. Right?
The what?
The governments of the world lied to the people.
No, I asking why you guys think that. Because I'm not saying that. I don't think that.
They don't lie. Is that what you're saying? As you want, they don't lie to the people.
I think that. Like they don't lie with the thing of the planet that is Earth. Like, of course they can lie us about how the economical situation is going. A lot of things they, for sure, are not telling us.
Okay.
But
So have you seen the black swan that we post all the time about?
I just joined today.
Seeing too far for the horizon that they say we're supposed to see. That's what we can show you in reality. So when you look at, I'm going to post it right now. Okay.
The one of the platforms.
I'm going to, yes, correct. And of course, I'm going to post the other one so that you can understand that one as well. Okay, but what they're saying the globe measurements is those towers should not be seen at all. Okay? They should be at over the horizon at all times on the globe Earth model with the measurements of 3959 radius. That's the calculations. They should be at only 3 miles of a 6-foot person. That horizon should never go past 3 miles from from a 6 tall person standing at the sea. You should never see the horizon 20 miles away. Never. It should never be possible. That's what this picture is pretty much saying.
Okay, I get it, but then I will also need to search where the picture come from, like you always say.
Of course. Can someone post the Google picture as well, just so that he can understand that this is straight from Google Earth? Like with these calculations,
With Google Earth,
from Google Earth. Yes.
The picture.
To these towers, these calculations to these towers, and to the mountain, and the horizon, everything that we see. Yes, these are straight from Google Earth. Calculations from Google Earth.
The distances, the distance of how far they are.
I know that. I get that.
Okay.
But the pictures from the towers, are they from Google Earth? No.
No.
Okay.
They're solid in the ground too. They're not moving.
The pictures are from a P900 camera.
And who take them?
Oh, it's all in the video. I think I posted the video, but I will post it again. Hold on.
You can watch the guy walk down to the beach with the camera, and he sets it down on the ground, and blah blah blah, while it's running. If you watch the entire video, you'll understand what's going on.
Okay, I should watch it.
Yeah, you should.
No worries. We just want you to actually go out there and do it at any location like lake. If you have a 4-mile lake, if you see across and see the land on the other side and perfectly there, you should be able to.
I many times go to beaches, and a lot of times I didn't see like the ships because of the horizon. So that's one of the reasons.
That's the thing. Those ships are way farther out there than what the globe should allow you to see. That's the whole thing.
A lot of times I go to the beach and I see how ships, like I just see the.
No, but they're miles out there. They're so far out there.
I'm telling you the things I see like with my eyes or in photos.
Correct. So weather. Do you know what the weather was?
The weather.
Yeah, the weather. Weather has a lot to do with it as well.
Yes. I don't know how to say it. Last year, it was in summer.
Then you can see a boat.
So there was no cloud or something like that. But in these
ones are just absolute. I mean, the mountain in the background is so far away, yet you could still see like base when you zoom in. It's freaking crazy. I keep my brain still keeps going off because it can't believe what it's seeing. Oh, I have a good one for you, Jesse. Hold on.
Can we hear this one?
I don't know if you've ever watched this one, but NASA playing God. And it's a documentary.
I've heard of cloud seeding.
They also made like 300 people, or maybe it was in a 300-mile radius in a circle around this plant, move because of the loud noise that it makes. They literally had to get up and move because they couldn't stand the noise.
I could solve some neighbor problems if I had one of those.
that was one of the first things I said too.
One of what?
A sonic
rocket. Like a rocket, literally a rocket just attached to the ground. They don't let it go off. They conduct freaking rain clouds.
Would that be called sonic cloud seeding?
That's a good one. I still want to hear comments from As You Want as soon as he's done.
I am watching the videos.
No worries. Omar, you have anything to say about those videos? Refraction.
You mean?
I was praying to the refraction gods.
What are you talking about?
Anything that we've just posted within the last 10 minutes. What about the P900 Mars GIF? What do you say about that? Can you
P900
at least
Mars.
acknowledge that kind of looks like it's in water?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm well aware of that.
I just wanted
This
that.
is
You don't have to go and explain or anything. I just want to. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's just like the simplest explanation is that it's totally out of focus.
Yet a P900 is made to focus. Thank you.
So you still can take out of focus footage with it.
If this is closer and what we're seeing is actually closer, then that twinkling in the sky could just be a reflection of water in the sky.
So that means that every observation of Mars looks like that.
With a P900.
Huh? Okay. Because if you give me like 2 minutes, I'll give you tons of examples of P900s having pretty nice
footage of Mars that does look nothing like what you are showing us
Okay,
here.
show us. Show us.
Sure.
Please. Oh, you have a question?
Ah!
What is this video?
Jesus!
Oh my god.
What does Mars look like? I didn't see a picture in the text chat.
Looks lovely. It's just a big brown, red fucking planet. We're just waiting for
So as you want, that video that you just posted, do you know everything
Yes.
about the camera that they use?
No, I just grabbed the video, but
Okay.
I just see
So
the
what I
guy
want you to
channel.
make
Wait, wait,
sure
wait.
that you understand, that camera has a fisheye lens on it so that they can see more. We have multiple cameras that have gone up and seen nothing. No curve, no nothing. So what are you saying about that? That's the curve of the Earth? I'm not saying that that's not fake at all. It's just not a curve of the Earth.
So what is it?
It's a fisheye lens. You just put a corrective lens on there, and one that doesn't curve, and you don't have what they say. You really do not understand, really. That picture, that video right there, high altitude balloon near space, that one that you just posted, that has
Yes.
fisheye lens on that camera.
Yes, but I'm going to the thing of the sun in the clouds. Not with that. No, with the form of the earth. I'm referring to the thing that you guys say that the sun is above the clouds or something like that. Like the clouds are above the sun.
Bro,
Not
in
with
that shot, in that shot, dude, that shot was from the ground. That guy was on the ground. And he took a beautiful picture. I'm posting it right now here. Hold on. Beautiful video of it
Yes, I'm
where
seeing it.
the clouds are surrounding the sun. You do understand that that should not be possible, even to visually see it in this video.
Are we going to the same than before?
Yeah,
Of the
we're gonna go
argument of
down the same road because you just did.
No, because
You should not visually see that at all if the sun is millions of goddamn miles away. You retard. This is retarded, dude. You are being retarded right now.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
First of all, the clouds are here on Earth and the sun is millions of miles away. Yet we pull that video out and show you that the sun is close and right near the fucking clouds. You should not be seeing that at all, even in your magical fucking mystery land. My God.
But like the other video shows another thing. Like in the other video,
Still doesn't
the
get it,
clouds are.
guys. Like, seriously.
In the other video, you can see how the
It
sun
doesn't
is like,
matter how many pictures, how many fucking things we show you, and how many you show us. The sun is not millions of miles away if we can pull the sun in to clouds like that.
Is that picture overexposed at all?
So, Justin, if you have like an opinion on the pictures I just posted. Any thoughts?
Hello? My mic wasn't working, sorry.
Okay.
So, do you know anything about the camera? And what settings were on the camera?
Well, like the
No.
first three pictures
That's all you had
are
to say.
from P900.
No.
And
Do
the
you
last
know
one
the
is not
settings
actually.
on the camera?
Oh no, I didn't look for that info.
That's the question I'm answering, asking so I can get the answer to it. I need to know all the settings so I can actually get that picture with my camera. Can I do that? I want to know.
Well, the P900 isn't the best camera suited for astrophotography, but you can definitely get better pictures than the out of focus thing that you posted.
I can help you get those pictures.
That's
And
all
the
I
good
want.
thing is that regardless of the settings, you can't just magically create details on the surface of that skylight.
Photoshop
which you like
is
to call
very
it.
well, and Blender works very good.
Well, you know, if
Yeah.
you're gonna cry fake at everything I post anyway,
All I say
why are we even
is that
talking?
man-made devices can never see what the stars are.
Really?
End of story. For
Is
me.
that your conviction?
That's exactly what I fall for. Man-made devices will never be able to travel to space or see anything in space or what space is even space. Man-made devices.
Okay, but so imagine a crazy flat
So
Earth
I
scientist.
can't trust anything. No, I can't.
Well, no, let's do a little thought experiment to kind of
I have to do it myself.
think
If
about
I don't do it myself, then
your
it's not
conviction.
trustworthy.
Okay, so let's say you are a crazy flat Earth scientist and you absolutely want to see what the stars and the planets are made of. So you build some kind of rocket, right? What would
If
stop
you can
you
give me
from
some money,
going
then I
there?
would. I would.
Okay, but then
I would try to at least.
okay,
But I
but
would never strap myself to a man-made device. Not even mine.
yeah,
I
that's
know I
fair.
can't.
That's fair.
I know I can't get
I don't
out
know why we were talking about this.
because these just going off
Is that
about these pictures.
ice? Sorry to interrupt. Is that ice on top of
On top, yes.
on Mars?
Or
Is that ice?
crazy electrical
it has a
bolts.
north.
I mean,
True,
there's
yeah.
not supposed to be
North and
water
south
on
pole.
Mars. So if you have something that's ice, it has to be water, but there's no water on Mars. So how's that white thing on that? That's just the red flag right there. It takes 2 seconds to realize that.
Sir, your premise is flawed. Why do you say there's no water on Mars?
Because we're told there's no water on Mars. That's why. Jeez.
So you
Come
believe
on.
that if
Help me
you
out.
show ice caps
Help
on a
me out.
picture,
Don't be a dumb. Come on.
man.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Jim. My apologies.
no, it's fine. But why would you say like? Of course, yeah, it's way too cold to have any liquid water on the surface of Mars. So, what about ice caps?
Ice caps require water. Sorry.
Well, yeah,
Sorry.
Of
Come
course,
on,
I was
man.
talking about
Sorry.
Are you for real now? Like, yeah, frozen water is still water. True. I hope nobody disagrees. But what's the contention here?
There's no water.
The mainstream story has to line up with itself.
You
And
nutcases
Or
at
it's a
NASA,
lie.
NASA say there's no water on Mars, but your ice cap says there's water on Mars. So therefore, there's a little bit of an inconsistency there because flat earthers can still add 2 plus 2 and we get 4. So, we're not as dumb as you think we are.
Well, then you've at least passed elementary school math, so that's at least something. But can you give me a
Hoymar is
source?
dumber than the whole room.
Can you give me a source for NASA saying that?
Hoymar is probably one of the dumbest motherfuckers that you ever get in here.
We got another one too, as you want.
Hey, QE, how are you?
Good.
Yeah. QE, so Homar and As You Want are the ones that we have are talking to right now.
Hoymar. Hoymar. Okay, all right. Hoymar, what are you doing over here? Do you think that these people don't know who you are?
I don't care if they know who I am.
You're a fucking clown. You coming over to someplace else is tantamount to the chairman of PETA showing up to work next day after his videotape live clubbing baby seals with a nail spike 44-inch Louisville Slugger. I mean, you're fucking delusional. You understand that? You know that. We already know that. Everyone knows that.
NASA may have changed their story yesterday about water on Mars. They put
Who gives a shit? We're talking about Hoymar.
Yeah, let's talk about people because people are.
Yeah,
way
because
more
you're a
interesting
fucking
for Planet
pretender clown
debate.
idiot. You wouldn't know what science was if it climbed up your arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in concertina wire. Son, what the fuck are you doing out here? Just go back to picking up cans alongside of the road. Right? Supervise. Because that's all you're fucking worth it. All right? We all know this. Who the fuck do you think you're fooling? We'll move on to As You Want. As You Want. Oh, essay. Please provide scientific evidence for your spinning ball space monkey religion. As you want. That's what I want.
Yes, sorry. What are you saying? I wasn't hearing you.
All right. I said, please provide evidence for your spinning ball space monkey religion.
The thing of the sun above the clouds or that thing. That's
the sun level above the couch. Is that what you said?
I don't know what are you saying.
You don't know what I say. I'm trying to repeat what you said. This isn't going to go well.
Yes, like I only debate one only thing, the one of the sun and the clouds.
There's somebody
and
on
I
the
still
couch.
think it's an optical effect.
So you only debate people on a couch?
No. I only
English is not his
debate
first
one thing.
language.
Yes, it's not my first language. Of course.
Oh. Okay, unfortunately, yeah, that's bad for us.
Yes, I know.
Especially being a ball-tard. That makes it fucking almost Elmer Fudd incoherent. But let's keep it simple. Do you know what natural science is? Yes? No? Maybe? Maybe not. Let's check in with Hoymar. He is a time waster, whoever titled him that. More like a
Thanks for unmuting me, Your Grace.
numpty. We're
I
muting you
wasn't
because
even
you're a dumb fuck. That's why we're muting you. We're not muting you for anything else. You're just a dumb fuck. We're trying to like cordon you off and protect other people against your dumb fuckwittery. You follow that? Yeah?
Are you trying to further the debate by trying to
further the debate? There is no debate on reality.
What's your goal here?
Fucking
Kiwi, come on.
crayon
What are you
muncher.
doing? What are you doing?
What's a triangle? Define a triangle.
I'm asking you, why are you trying to verbally abuse?
Define a triangle right now, Snowflake.
Why are you doing?
Well, I'm not trying. I am. Now, you're going to prove my case right now. Define a triangle right now.
Mute me, come on.
Yeah, you don't know what it is. Yeah. Define a triangle. Dude. You're not muted. Define a triangle. When you don't, that's when I'm going to mute you. Define a triangle. Hurry up. You're Googling your ass off now, ain't you?
I'm not interested in playing.
Fuck off. You don't know what a triangle is. That's what I told you, folks. See, we mute him because he's a dumb fuck. Right? He's a pretender clown. He's already been exposed on Flat Earth Debate on Nathan's show. I don't know the number. There's so many numbers, right? Just go down the list. You'll find that fuckwit. He doesn't know what a triangle is. So he'd fail like third grade math. That's why we put him on mute. So he doesn't infect anyone else with his dumb fuckwittery. Good? Carry on.
Hey, Kiwi, could you help me with something?
Say again.
Yeah, could you help me with something, please?
That just depends.
Well, I'm really trying to figure out, because you brought up celestial navigation to me the other day, you did, and I really did want to understand that, and I checked, and the observer height is fed into this square root formula that exactly...
Oh, for fuck's sake, dude.
No, I mean, it really does match the alleged Earth curve of the globe.
I don't
Why
care.
would that... Why would... So it does? You're agreeing it does?
So I'm going to fucking tell you something right now. Your question was dip correction. There is no fucking dip correction.
You mean in the manuals?
Height of eye correction.
What's it called in the sextant manual?
Height of eye correction.
No, it's called dip correction in the manuals.
Yeah. Really? Post it.
And it's the math for it, literally the formula they give.
I said fucking post it. You clown. My word. It's height of eye correction. There is no horizon dip correction. You friggin' bozos. You know how you get rid of the height of eye correction, celestial navigating? What you do is you put a rubber ducky life preserver on, and you jump off the deck of the boat, and you take your sextant with you. Guess what happens to the height of eye correction after that? You don't fucking need it because you're on that fucking surface level of the water. You dumbass. I already told you that.
No, I asked.
Shut the fuck up. Yeah, you are now. Dip. You're the dip. And you need to be corrected. There is no fucking horizon dip correction. There is no horizon dip correction to begin with in any context. My God. Anyone else? No, I don't believe in God. I know it for absolute fact, as you want. Don't need to believe it. We know it. Absolute fact.
Okay.
Or if you don't, right?
I do.
Oh, you do. Okay.
Yo.
I was gonna say, if you don't believe in creation or a creator, I'd like to hear those idiots, fucking knuckle draggers, tell us their scintillating scientific explanation how they can stand in direct contradiction with the laws of thermodynamics and quantum mechanics. I'd like to see that. I want to hear it. I've never heard it. 15 years, I've never heard it.
He posted the dip for you.
He posted the what?
I just
posted the dip.
The altitude correction for dip. Mm-hmm.
Altitude correction for dip. For dip of what?
His CGI picture there.
This is the dip. Oh, yeah, this is Hoymar. Hoymar pulled this shit. Are they married or something? Hoymar posted this exact same photograph. Jesse Gordon. What's H? You see that H right?
It's that line.
You see that H right there? What is that?
That's H. That's the line that they designated H.
They designated H. It doesn't have. Is that Horizon?
That would. Well, check out the second link I sent.
H. I'm not checking the link. You're
H
fucking. You're shut the fuck up. Go in your reference right here and tell me what H stands for.
It's parallel to the true horizon.
True? Where's the true? So, how many horizons we got in this motherfucker?
There's a true horizon, which is straight and level out. There's an apparent horizon.
So that's T. Shut the fuck up. Do you understand? So T is the true horizon. H is the horizon. Do you understand that we only have one fucking horizon? If not, then how come? Hey, fucking idiot. I want you to post a photo right now of reality showing us two fucking horizons right now.
Okay, give me just a second.
Yep.
There.
Where is it?
It's a link in the. There.
I don't need a link. I didn't ask you for a fucking link.
Well, what do you want me to post if it's not? Well, it's a picture.
A
it's
photo
an image.
of two. Really? I only see one. I don't see any horizons in this picture. Either of. Wait a second. Maybe the middle one. 1 second. Well, I do. Each are at the top of the fucking mountain. So you've only got one.
Well, there's these things called dictionaries, and they actually define different types of
Really, I don't really give a fuck. Define different types of horizons. I want you to show me a photo with. Listen to what I'm telling you. I want you to post a photo with more than one horizon. You haven't done that yet. Do it. I bet you don't even know what a horizon is. Define horizon?
True or apparent?
Horizon! With citation, please. All horizons are apparent, you fucking idiot. My word, son.
I got one with 10 horizons. Just posted it.
10 of them. Damn.
They're all flat as fuck, too.
Now, we're waiting for him to define it first, because before he can show us one, he has to know what the fuck it is.
There's my citation in the chat box.
And read your citation out loud.
Okay, so this one is saying that line that you is...
No, I said define horizon. You don't follow fucking instructions very well, do you?
Well, the fact is that there's other people that have navigated the seas and they had...
Oh, for fuck's sake. I said define horizon and post a citation. What do I got to put this in Braille and shove it up your ass? It's a simple question. Define fucking horizon or a request. Just define a horizon, for fuck's sake. My God. Do you understand English?
It's in the dictionary, okay?
Yeah. I want you to post a citation on what a fucking horizon is.
I did.
Did you? What's it say? Horizon. And from where?
The true horizon is...
No. Just horizon, please. There is no fucking true horizon.
Do you really think your grand eminence can remove words from the published dictionary?
For fuck's sake. We're done with him. We can move on. He can't even define the fucking thing. Next.
As you were, as you want. Did you have any questions? About the Black Swan, maybe, as you want? Ah, never mind, he left. Oh, you were back. Hello?
Yes, my Wi-Fi.
Oh, your Wi-Fi? Do you have any questions about the Black Swan?
No, I was going to actually ask you guys something, but I forgot because I lose the connection.
Okay. Well, if you figure it out, just ask.
Yes, yeah, I'm going to.
You're a retard, Jesse Gordon. My only argument is to deny words. Are you where the fuck? Are you drinking again? Yeah, we wanted definitions. It's called the Socratic method, you fucking moron. It's the basis of all communication. So yes, when you talk about something and use phrases and terms, you have to know what they fucking mean. Goodness gracious. Next block of instruction, how to sit down. Then point at a fucking horse. Goodness gracious, these people are dumb fucks.
It's like talking to a police officer. If you don't know your rights, then they trample all over them.
As you want, he's into asking us what we believe. This is not a believe server. I think you're in the wrong forum. Go find a belief forum. AKA
yes or no question.
AKA a religious forum.
Yes or no?
Yeah, yes or no. Yes or no.
That's so funny.
Yeah, we don't believe shit.
You're so funny.
We either know it or we don't.
So
do you believe in the universal law of gravitation? I'll bet you don't even know what the fucker thing is. Guarantee it.
You know what it is. I already study.
Do you know what it is?
Yes.
Post it.
In Spanish, do you want in Spanish?
Nope, I want it posted. The universal law of gravitation in equation form right now on live stream.
Also, I don't know is a good answer too, so you can also use that one.
Phone a friend.
Something about love you long time, I think.
No, that's wait.
Oh.
Oh, got that one wrong.
Arr.
Arr. Let's see if he can post it.
Would it be all that much to ask to look it up on Google and copy and paste it? My good hell.
It's shocking that he wouldn't know right offhand.
Yeah, well, but still, I mean, wow.
He's going to get it wrong any fucking way, I told you.
I know.
My question to people.
Still waiting as you want. What is the universal law of gravitation in equation form?
No one's a soundboard today, huh? Do the Jeopardy or
Yeah, dun 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 dun.
Are you guys talking to me?
Yeah, we're waiting for the universal law of gravitation equation.
I answer it. I answer it in Spanish. I can tell you in Spanish. Because I don't know how to translate all the.
Fuck off. My God.
My God, oh, please.
There we go.
Thanks. My animation wasn't quite that good.
Time's up. What you got?
Double Jeopardy.
He hasn't reached single Jeopardy just yet. I can't believe. See what I'm telling you, folks? The pretender clowns, like I said previously, they're using terms and phrases. They have no idea what they fucking mean whatsoever. They're pretender clown. Numpty dipshits.
Just another peacock.
It's like those dolls where you pull the string on the back and it just says a phrase.
Mm-hmm.
Hooky ass bitch. Like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I regretted what I wanted to say.
But what you want to say is
you don't have to mute me. You can tell me what is the real.
Shut the fuck up. We want the equation for like the 6th time. You claimed or queried us if we believe in the universal law of gravitation. Then I ask you, what is it? How can you ask somebody if they believe in something when you don't even know what the fuck it is? Wow. Astronomical horizons, it's imaginary. Jesse Gordon, this fucking guy. I don't know why I'm entertaining chat skanks, though.
It's okay, just do it.
It is funny though. It's very funny.
Yeah, this is joke. He still hasn't defined the fucking thing yet.
It's funny because it has to be.
It was suggested earlier that QE isn't funny, but yeah, that's the biggest fallacious claim. Yeah, he's definitely funny. He's very funny.
That's about the funniest fucking thing I ever heard. That.
Exactly. He's hilarious.
Yeah. He is funny. Yeah, he's funny. Quite funny. I don't know if he's trying to be funny, but he's funny.
I don't try to be funny, man. It just happens naturally. Okay, let's take a look at the. Take a look at this. The astronomical horizon. Let's take a look at this one. I'll actually post a citation of the fucking thing. So, from National Geographic, the astronomical horizon is the imaginary. So we're dealing with fucking imagination. There it is, right there. So I don't really have to read anything after imaginary, do I? Nope.
No. Mm-mm. Nope.
Nope. I don't think so. How about the true horizon? We want to take a shot at that?
Well, he already said it was flat, though, so whatever. I'm satisfied with that.
Let's see what the true horizon is from National Geographic. The true horizon is the imaginary. I guess we can.
Another one.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was waiting for because I was ready to. I was fixing to jack your yard. See, every question I have, I know the answer to, and I'm ready at a moment's notice to post them. And every single question I have is a fucking gotcha. Every single last one of them. Just so you know. You probably didn't know that. Idiots. So where are we at? Are we still waiting for the universal law of gravitation? Oh, he deafened. I guess we ain't going to get that. Jesse Gordon, go fucking kick rocks. You're a retard. Demonstrated. As you want. We're still waiting for the universal law of gravitation, by the way, in English. Or in mathematics. How about that?
Okay, I paste it in the translator. But do you want the equation? Do you want the equation?
Yeah.
But I can't write the equation in Discord. I need to paste a photo.
Yes, you fucking can.
No, the equation has dividing things. Yes,
so what? Just put a fucking slash through it, man.
It's not the same.
Yeah, it is the fucking same. You know what a fraction is? You see that line that goes through the first number?
I know.
Oh, just fucking interrupt me then. Exposing your dumb ass. Right?
You always need persons.
Yeah, you know that line in a fraction that goes through the numerator and denominator? You know what that line actually is? A fucking division line.
You know?
Crayon muncher. How many boxes have you had today, actually?
Boxes of crayons? Are you talking about?
Yes.
Oh my gosh! I think he bought Walmart out.
It's what he uses as fuel for saying stupid things like these.
Okay, Hoymar the dumb fuck posted the equation. Are you following this as you want? Look at 6 minutes
after
the...
at Walmart. 2 boxes,
Hold on. Just hold on a second about the crayons. We're getting into some cowbell right here. As you want. At 6 minutes after the hour, that fucking retard Hoymar posted this. Is that the universal law of gravitation?
Yes, it is.
It is not. I told you didn't know what the fuck it was. That is not.
Like the G.
It is not.
Outside, but
This is the equation. That's not Newton's equation. This is. The force of gravity, which isn't a force. This has been debunked over 107 years ago, but I digress. The force of gravity is proportional to m1 over m2 over d squared. Or the radius squared, either one. There is no fucking big G in any of Newton's equations. Big G wasn't introduced until 1894. When did Newton die? It wasn't put into that equation until over 200 fucking years after Newton died. I told you didn't know what it was. And Hoymar, thank you for exposing yourself as a numpty dipshit. Again.
The guy's name's Time Waster. He's even called himself the Time Waster.
1727, March 31st.
Yeah. Yeah. So there you go. Like I told you in the beginning, I said, you don't know what the universal law of gravitation is. And you and Hoymar just proved it in spades. That's right. That formula right there is right from the Principia. Newton's Principia. You know that this little bullshit, all of Newton's stuff has been debunked? Did you know that? You're not keeping up on your continuing education credits, you and Hoymar, the numpty dipshit, for about 107 fucking years.
Oh, but wait, they probably go back to 2,300 years ago, readily anyway, so.
Proportionate. Shut the fuck up, Hoymar.
For high-tech measurements, they go to sticks and shadows. That's
somebody tell you? You don't even know what a fucking triangle is. Get the fuck out of here. My word, who you correcting?
Does a triangle curve in any way?
Oh, shoot.
Just simple questions, folks. That's all I'm asking them. It's not any tricksies, right? There's no tricksies about this.
Okay, show us a triangle that has a curved adjacent then.
You can't do that. That's starting to get too fucking complex.
Yeah. So you just learned what a triangle is today. Well, that's good. That's a good start. We'll just start there.
All right. Well, do you want to listen to these numpty dipshits? Because I'm going to go, man. This is too fucking boring. Sonny, you take charge, man.
Yeah, someone will be here. I'll be going to sleep soon.
Somebody will be here.
Elijah's here. Are you actually there?
You got Elijah here. Elijah, you want to take charge of these numpty dipshits? Because I got to exit, man. This is too stupid for me.
No, I'm just listening in. I'm about to head to bed too.
Yeah, I'm out of here. They're fucking retards.
Well, what's up, guys?
Yep. Well, what's up and goodbye.
Yeah.
Good night.
Yeah. Good night, guys. Have a good one.
Good night.
Night, John. Have a good one. Have a good rest horizontally speaking.
Night, honey.
Here anyway.
We can finally talk without getting mute.
Hey, and you.
They had the sticks and shadows to measure the Earth curve, but they destroyed that technology. It's a painful process to build it back again.
It must be painful. Yeah, never mind. I won't.
I thought we went over this.
How painful was it?
I thought I did. No one answered me the question I put. Well, not a question.
What's the question?
No, I ping it. This, like following the law. of universal gravity. And the G
That was
was
a
added
question. I
later
didn't catch it.
so the equation was more precise. But he didn't want me to say that, because he muted me before.
What are you talking about?
Of the gravitation universal law. I don't know how is the name in English. In Spanish is ley de gravitación universal.
Not getting any of that in English or
He
Spanish.
said,
You seem to be
listen. He said, law
Answer
of...
me this.
Oh my God. Universal gravitational law. That's what he said in Spanish.
Yeah.
Okay, gracias.
Like the formula I sent that the guy said it wasn't. It wasn't the Newton's ones, but it was the formula we actually use, because it's more precise than the Newton's. That's the one that Newton used.
So it's been superseded. So why are you still quoting from Newton?
Okay, no, I'm not quoting from Newton.
Oh,
Just
okay.
read the code I put in. Like, explain me that with your arguments. I'm just debating. I don't want to insult other people or something like that. Just talk like civilized people.
Okay.
Concerned, trolling.
I'm not trolling.
Yeah, you are, pussy.
Gee, I wonder where that geometric horizon is.
Yeah. So as you can see, so as you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know,
It was at 1.2 miles, but it got refracted to 10, and it's a painful process to bring it back again.
Pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
It's not black and white.
I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
There's all the.
I love
Who's the guy with the accent?
He's the round face guy. He's not the glasses guy. He's the round face.
What's his name?
As you want.
She went the way she wanted.
As you want. Okay. So as you want. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. So you like answers like civilized men, right?
Yes, I want answers. Yes.
Okay. So, do you know what the scientific method is?
Scientific method, yes. Like the one they test things, the hypotheses, and all that.
Right. So, when the scientific method, the experiment is done, is it something you could question, like red is my favorite color, no, I like blue, or is the results like you can't argue with it? Is it subjective or objective?
Scientific method. It was. I think objective.
Objective, right. So that means you can't argue with the results, right?
Method, because this is like the formulas they give it. They are theories, of course they are, but they are like.
No, I'm not talking about theories, brother. I'm talking about science.
Yes, I'm talking about the law.
So I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm trying to lead you somewhere, okay?
Okay.
So, okay, do you know how the scientific method works? The cause and effect relationship. The three things that you need. Do you know?
Yes.
Okay, what are the three things that you need in order to conduct an experiment?
Why can't I hear my own voice?
I say it in Spanish, but I think observation, the hypothesis, the conclusion, like the experiment, the analyzing the data, like there are many things, not just three. I say a whole list of 10 things, but it's different.
You need listen, bro, listen. you need the independent, dependent control variables, right? So the independent variable is the cause, right? And the dependent variable is the naturally observed phenomenon. So first you have naturally observed phenomenon, water boiling, okay? You want to know what the cause is. So you say, well, maybe it's heat. So you add heat to the water, and you don't manipulate anything else except for the heat. That's why it's independent. It's by itself variable. Right? So when you start manipulating and you see the cause and effect relationship, heat makes water boil. Is that something that anybody can argue? Can anybody say, no, heat doesn't make water boil? Right?
Yes.
It's been proven scientifically. And anyone else can prove it to themselves within a certain, reasonable shadow of a doubt. Beyond a shadow, so you don't doubt it, right? If I told you, hey, in Texas, enough heat to make the water boil, right, you don't doubt it. All right, so when you're talking about theories, these are not scientific theories.
Okay. That's
the difference.
That's not my question. I only asked before, like, if you guys believe in the theory, and then the other guy mute me and all that things. Because if you guys believe in the theory, there was a contradiction. Just what I wanted to say that, but the other guy mute me like 10 times.
What does that have to do with our current conversation?
Like my question, like that, if you believe in the theory, because I made a question. I thought I was going to make a question.
The theory of gravity?
Yes.
No, I don't believe in the theory of gravity. I was about to show you the real gravity.
Thank you. That was all the answer I want. Because the other guy didn't answer me that and mute me, and I don't know.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with me? I have not muted you.
Like, not with you. Not with you, no. Like with the... I wanted to know if the whole server, like if the whole flat earthers believe or not.
Yeah, he was genuinely asking if we believe in the theory of gravity. That was his question earlier. Apparently, that's what he's saying.
Yes.
Okay, cool. I got it. Yeah, we don't believe in the theory of gravity because it's not a scientific theory. It's not a scientific theory. So let me explain to you how everything works on Earth. Like you say, I dropped my cell phone. That proves gravity. Like, no, this is the effect. What is the cause? Okay? And I'm about to show you. So you add heat to water, it makes it boil, right? What happens if an apple falls off the tree and lands in a pail?
Lands on what?
What happens to the apple? It floats, right? Okay, so now let's say Isaac Newton was practicing with his crossbow and he accidentally shot a hole in the bucket of water and the water drained out. What happens to the apple?
I don't know how to say. I don't know how to say in English. But I am also watching the videos, the section of gravity.
Can you not pay attention to our conversation? Because I'm devoting my attention.
Okay.
So, you shoot a hole in the bucket, the water falls. Why did the water and the apple falls? Why did the apple fall?
The apple fall? Like, start from the beginning, because in the part you like not lag, but something happened to your mics, but I couldn't hear you really well.
Okay. The water is in the bucket.
Yes.
The apple falls in the bucket.
Okay.
The apple floats. You put a hole in the bucket, the apple falls. Why did the apple fall?
Because there's a hole in the bucket and all the water and all. Like, there's a hole, so there's no...
Exactly.
In Spanish, it's called normal. Like, it's like, I don't know how to say it, but it's a force, like resistance. I studied that in secondary.
Buoyancy.
Yeah, a long time ago. Okay.
Right. So the buoyant force... Am I still on?
The what?
Yeah, the buoyant force was removed Because you manipulated the density of the medium the apple was in. Do you understand that?
Yes.
So because you drain the water, no more buoyant force, this is what caused the apple to fall. Do you disagree?
Like the bucket have a hole. If the bucket have a hole, there is no I don't know how it's called at first, but if they're not that force, of course it falls. But if you drink the water change nothing in the bucket. Like if there's a hole above the bucket.
Start over. I didn't hear you. Start over.
What?
I did not hear you. Start over, please.
Like if there's a hole in the bottom of the bucket, the apple will fall, of course.
Right,
that's why
because the water can't hold it up if there's a hole in the bucket, right? So you understand this is cause and effect, right?
Yes.
All right. So, did it have anything to do with the law of gravity?
In my opinion, yes. Like if the apple falls, yes.
Okay. Where was the gravity? Because I just demonstrated to you the reason it fell is because of the lack of buoyant force. So where's the gravity in this?
I think like that force you're saying is contrasting the gravity. That's my thoughts. Like that's what I learned in secondary.
Okay, so that's what they told you in school.
Yes.
But if the apple can float and helium and hydrogen can float, then where's gravity?
Because the buoyant force contrasts gravity, but if not, there's no buoyant force, the gravity will also like implement that. Like there's that force,
right?
It's a conservative force.
See, right now you're saying my favorite color is yellow, right? Because I just showed you manipulate one thing, and you see the cause and the effect. In this case,
if there was no gravity and
hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. I'm gonna let you speak. I always let the other person speak. All right, so we manipulated one thing. We saw the cause firsthand, saw the effect, and then when that happened, you said, "Well, maybe it's not that. Maybe it's actually gravity." How could you say that?
Maybe. I think it's that because I always learn it, and I study this in also not only in secondary, but in the how it say university. It's for you, I think, and that's like I studied, and you also know. I know it's not with words like this because I do a lot of exercise of I don't know how to say in English, but there are like dynamics and the movements of blocks and the movements of a lot of things. And it
so you study thermodynamics?
You make the experiment. No, thermodynamics, yes, but it's not have nothing with this. Just the dynamics. And you do a lot of experiments, and they work like that. Like
okay, why didn't you tell me you studied thermodynamics? Okay, in thermodynamics, does hot go to cold?
No thermal. I don't. Let me translate it for. I don't know how to say it. Dynamic, just dynamic.
Just dynamic.
Yes, like engineer.
So what did you go to school for?
Engineering is. What? Sorry?
So if you went to school for engineering, you must have studied thermodynamics.
A long time ago, because it was like, I don't know, 5 years ago. But yes, I do.
Okay. So does hot go to cold?
If what?
Does hot go to cold?
I'm not getting you. If hot?
If you have a hot cup of coffee and you set it down for 30 minutes, what happens to the heat?
It goes because of the, I don't know how it's in English, but in Spanish is represented by a Q de calor. And that's kinetic energy.
Transfer. He's saying heat transfer. It's transferring the heat to someone else.
Exactly.
The heat transfers to the ambient.
Exactly. Okay. So hot goes to cold, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and now you got two batteries. You pull them out of a car. One is charged and one is dead. You hook them up with the cables, and what happens?
I don't know of batteries. Like you're saying that one battery charges another one?
Right. The high charge goes to the low charge until they are both halfway charged. This is called, in English, equilibrium.
Yes.
The both charged batteries cannot charge the batteries anymore because they both have the same amount of energy. Right?
Yes, I don't know if batteries were the same, but for sure with thermodynamics, yes.
Yeah, it's the same with the coffee. The coffee gets to, 75 degrees, whatever your air conditioner is set on, and then after it reaches 75 degrees, the same temperature as the room, then it stops because it reached equilibrium, right?
Yes, right.
So what about a container full of gas, like propane, right? You open it up, what happens?
It leaves the container, also equilibrium.
Until it reaches equilibrium, right?
Yes.
So it'll be 14 psi inside and outside of the container, right?
Can you go to the point, please? Because I have to leave.
Yeah.
Well, then leave.
What happens? This is the point. We're almost done. So what happens when you take a rock out of the river and you drop it?
If you drop it, the river has one less rock. I don't know.
The rock will go down until it reaches equilibrium. So what happens if you have a helium balloon full of helium or hydrogen?
It goes up because of the density of the air. It's different.
Right, it goes
because of the density.
Not because of gravity, dude. It doesn't go up because of gravity. Well, why does it go up? It's lighter than everything around it, right? Density.
Yes.
There you go. That's better.
Yeah. Yes, I always say density.
Right. So it goes up until it reaches equilibrium, right?
Okay, so you guys think like the things go down or up because of the densities?
Well, here's the thing. Where does gravity hold its? Where's gravity strongest? Put it that way.
Very what?
Further up, it's stronger further up.
No, stronger at the surface of the earth.
Who told you that? No. Where did you hear that from? Is that your own opinion, or is that something you learned?
No, I am not getting you. I am not understanding you because my English is trash.
Hello. Can you hear me, dude?
Hello.
I don't want to talk to you, Spanish person. Sorry.
Okay.
You realize this Joker's only here to waste time. That's his whole purpose being here. He don't care about debating any of you. He doesn't care about the truth.
I'm not talking to him, sir.
He don't care about
truth. The audience. I'm talking to the audience, sir.
Well, why don't you just talk to me? Because he don't want you to talk to me, does he?
Andy, we are talking to a lot of people.
Wait. Hold on. Who's this Australian or Kiwi dude jumping in and interrupting people?
I'm just saying hello. I'm saying hello, dude. Hello, everybody.
But you're interrupting.
It's okay. But they were speaking, so you kind of jumped into
this
the
guy's
speaking.
laughing.
And I know
this Spanish
Let him laugh. Let him laugh. Don't disrupt the
conversation. He is here, and we were speaking with him. That's the whole thing. You jumped in and just kind of like.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's quite obvious that he's just like he's clearly been a jerk on purpose.
Yeah, but he's doing a good job exposing the globe for the dipshittery it is.
That's
so let him
pretty much what it is.
Well,
he's
there's that, I
exposing
suppose.
himself. He really is.
Radio.
Enjoying the conversation
It's
myself.
absolutely entertaining for them to expose themselves.
You really expose yourself by saying you expose yourself by saying gravity is stronger further up.
No. I didn't mean that. I didn't get what you were saying.
Okay, so where's gravity strongest? Where's gravity strongest?
It's interesting. Towards
Where's
down.
gravity strongest?
Like gravity force goes down. That goes down. Goes to the
Okay, so where is gravity strongest?
down.
Down. What do you mean down?
I don't know how to say it in English.
Okay, so you don't know what the hell you're talking, basically. So it's either gravity stronger closer to the Earth or further away from the Earth. So which is it?
Closer.
Closer. So why does the helium balloon go up then?
Because of the density of the balloon.
What about gravity? Why doesn't gravity Why doesn't gravity keep it to the Earth?
Because gravity is a 10G force. It's a force.
So gravity has no. Listen. So if you're a gas, you don't respond to gravity. You defy gravity if you're a gas, right? If you're a lighter gas, you defy gravity. Is what you're saying?
No.
No, it's not what he's saying. No.
I mean, he just said gravity's stronger on the Earth, right? Closer to the Earth. So if a helium balloon is going up
in the masses,
then why is it going up?
The balloon? Because the difference of densities.
Density. So you have density and you have gravity. Which one is it? Pick one, please.
What?
You can't have two. You can't have density and gravity at the same time. So which one is it?
Why the balloon goes up? Because of the density of the helium.
Okay. So then there's no gravity then. Because if gravity pulls things down, what does density do?
Pulls up.
Somebody else, please. Somebody else.
In the helium goes up. Because
wait. So you're saying that estás diciendo que cuando la gravedad activa se va, las cosas está jalando para la Tierra o está jalando para el espacio. Esa fue la pregunta. ¿Para arriba o para abajo?
¿Cómo va a repetirlo? Qué lindo que es español.
Si la gravedad está activa, la gravedad jala hacia la Tierra o jala hacia el espacio. Tú dijiste.
La gravedad jala hacia donde hay más masa. O sea, funciona así, al menos según la teoría de la gravitacional. O sea, es lo que yo vengo diciendo al principio. Según esa teoría, funciona así. Yo primero me había preguntado si ustedes pensaban que era así. Solo pregunté eso.
Sí, pero they asked a question of you about gravity, and you said that it pulls up. He just told me in English that it pulls towards the bigger body of mass. That's what he just said in Spanish. That's what.
It doesn't have anything to do with mass, right? The bucket and the water and the apple, the mass didn't change. What changed was the relative density. Can you tell him that in Spanish, please?
Sí, lo que ellos están diciendo, que ya tú en cierta forma agree con lo que ellos están diciendo, que todas esas explicaciones de diferentes situaciones se pueden explicar por medio de la densidad y de otros mecanismos que no tienen que ver nada con la gravedad. Esa es la posición que ellos están implementando. Que la gravedad no tiene que ver nada con esas situaciones. Que todo tiene una explicación por medio de otros mecanismos.
Listo, ya está. No, más fácil así. Okay, I get it.
Okay, so you said that you had to go.
Oh, that's okay.
You gotta go.
You have a point. I have my point. I will still think like what I actually think. I won't change my mind in that things.
Oh my God! Don't be like that. Listen, don't be like that. Listen, don't be like that. Don't be like I won't change my mind. How are you gonna learn anything if you're gonna be that way, dude?
Why you don't change your mind? Because it's
you cannot operate in this world like that. I won't change your mind. That's not human nature. You need to be able to evolve. Or
Yes,
my bad. Wrong choice of word. Evolve. No, you need to be able to be adaptable. You can't be one track minded like that, dude. That's not the way to be.
Explain me how I do my work if I can't use gravity. If I have to make a machine, how I made it. If I can't use gravity, I would fail it and make a disaster.
So you need gravity to make a machine, you say?
No, o sea, amigo, si vos tenés que saber, por ejemplo, el peso que necesitas para levantar, no sé, conectás 4 por no sé si sabías que la masa se divide, nada, tenés que levantar algo en una fábrica, ¿no? Y si yo ahora saco la gravedad de las fórmulas, se me da toda la mierda. Está más que claro.
He's saying that when he's building something and he takes gravity out of the equation, everything fails. That's what he's claiming.
Okay, so he's.
Wait. I am claiming that. That's the reason. That's the reason why I am not going to change my mind in this thing. Okay, that's the reason. But I'm open-minded.
All right, listen, brother. How many years have the Romans been building bridges?
Can you translate it? Yeah, I'm sure.
Bridge, Roma.
Yeah.
¿Cuántos años?
¿Cuántos años? ¿Qué?
Do you know what? What's the question again? Does he know what an aqueduct is? Aqueducts have been in for thousands of years. They've been building aqueducts in terraces. You know what a terrace is?
No sé qué es en inglés, amigo. I don't know.
Terraza, acueductos, terrazas, ¿sabes lo que son?
Ah, sí.
Yes.
How many years?
So have you seen where's the one they build on the mountain, right? They built terraces on the mountain. Where's that? Where's that? It's Puma Punko. It's not. Is it Puma Punko? Or which one is it?
We're going.
I'm not getting you. Speak really fast for me. Guys, you already answered me the question, so I don't need anything else. I just asked one question, and you guys explain me for an hour.
Oh, well, I would have.
I still have my position, guys.
No comprende inglés, no mi problema.
I understand English. I prefer to write it.
Okay, so listen, just go on mute and let me talk to the Australian guy, and you can listen, and hopefully you can pick up what we're putting down. Okay.
I was saying I was trolling, but I'm not trolling. I just don't want to talk.
Yo te creo. Yo sé que no estabas troleando.
Pero hablo porque estoy aburrido y qué sé yo, me parece interesante el tema de los terraplanistas.
Pues también recomiendo que te quedes y de vez en cuando vengas y escuches, ¿sabes? Yo no tengo ninguna posición. Si miras mis fachas, yo no creo en que sea plana o que sea. Yo no creo en nada hasta que yo no lo pruebe.
Yo creo en lo que creo, sobre todo no por las teorías, sino porque no creo que hayan tipo 50.000 personas y todos los gobiernos del mundo mintiéndonos. O sea, porque se me hace más lógico.
Los gobiernos, the governments lie. The governments are the governments. He's saying that he doesn't believe that the governments.
No traslada todo porque esto van a empezar a gritar.
No, tranquilo. Los gobiernos mienten.
It's irrelevant whether he believes they do or not. He can just take their claims and compare them to reality to see whether or not they are lying.
Brother, los gobiernos son lo más mentira que hay. Eso mienten.
Sí, no, obvio, el gobierno de Argentina, pero te mienten todo. Pero no creo, o sea, un gobierno tan.
Tu credo il gobernamento.
De Venezuela, ¿no? Los venezolanos, me va un montón. Yo tengo un amigo, están cagando de hambre. Y no creo que vengan acá cuando están recontra enemistados con Estados Unidos o los ucranianos con Cuba y a nadie se le ocurra decir que la tierra no es plana cuando Ucrania, Rusia, todos tienen astronautas en la luna.
¿Cuándo?
Brother,
what the fuck is this guy? Go and join the Spanish server.
They're trying to help him. They're trying to help him.
Bro, envíame un mensaje. Hablamos tú y yo un rato. Luego, cuando estés aburrido.
Mañana.
Sí, yo te envío un friend request. Hablamos.
Okay.
Yeah. Australian or Kiwi guy, don't be a fucking dick. Let them fucking talk.
Okay, guys. Bye. Thank you for the talk.
Sigue su trabajo.
Peace, bro.
Hey, as
What's
you want,
he saying, Jensen?
please, can I change your name to a name that we can actually say?
Yes.
Please. What name would you like?
I don't know. As you want.
Fred, Chico.
Okay,
please,
Fred,
just.
Hey, don't be a douche.
What is your nickname? Just give me a nickname.
Spanish guy.
I'm sorry. Can you type it in the chat? I'll just post it as your nickname.
He says Spanish.
Spanish guy. Okay, sorry. Spanish guy. Gotcha.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Yeah, don't get fucking racist here, dude. I don't like that shit.
We were just trying to help. everything about it.
Maybe you know something I don't, though. Ask anybody.
Australian guys being a fucking douchebag.
All right.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, that may be true. So Australian guy.
I should just say I'm English. I'm not Australian.
Well, fuck. Okay. Go to fucking Australia.
Okay.
You know?
It sounds pretty pretty natural, but okay. What's up, dude? How you doing?
I'm good, dude. I'm really good.
Good to be in fucking bed. It's like 5 o'clock. Go to fucking sleep. Fuck tard.
It is like 5 o'clock, right? In the morning.
Yeah. Good morning, guys.
Larry, do you have a question for him?
Yeah, just want to know what brought him to the server. What does he think the shape of the Earth is?
Well, I'm not exactly sure what shape of Earth is, but seems like it's level.
Are you a level earther?
Wow.
There's a lot. Well, flat seems to set people off, doesn't it? So.
Yeah. So you're a level earther from the UK. I think I've heard you before.
Yeah, I think I like the term level. I think I like the term realm rather than flat Earth. I think it sets people off.
World instead of cosmos.
I've noticed there's people coming in the server that just fucking waste people's time, and they do it on purpose, and it's so obvious.
Yeah, but
I'm not sure about that though.
That guy wasn't. To be honest,
right?
He wasn't.
Okay. If he weren't, then you say he weren't.
I know what you're talking about because I see those fuckers all the time.
You came in a little late. You did.
Yeah,
right,
you didn't know what's going
You're
on.
okay, and you had the right intentions. You did, but he was here actually doing a little bit of research. He was.
Okay, fair enough. I get a bit frustrated with him, especially on YouTube with chatbots and sock accounts. They just sock
every day.
puppets.
No,
it's
no.
disgusting.
You got I got you right there. You have no idea what I've been through, but yes, you were 100% to do what you did. It was great.
Sometimes you hear people giggling and laughing, and you might think they're trolling, but sometimes it's not. Sometimes they just hearing things and within themselves they're laughing about it, but it's not like that they're trolling. They're actually having a legit conversation.
And then sometimes people say that you're asking troll questions, but sometimes the trolls ask the new questions that new people ask. It makes people in here literally believe that the new person who just wants information is a troll because they ask questions that trolls have asked.
Yeah, but remember, we're in a flat Earth server, right? Everybody thinks that we're crazy.
I'm a guilty party 100% there. Yeah. I own up to that, and everyone knows.
They're just crazy, but heretics.
So I think we just got to let other people, open their mouths, and then their fruits will expose them, right? That's why we ask people, the 3 questions, right? If they claim they're a Glober, we ask them 3 questions that, they may or may not know. And if they claim they're Flatty, we ask them 3 questions that they should know. Right? And then if they're lying, we can usually suss it out by the end of the day or by the end of the week, depending on how much time they spend in here, right?
I actually like that.
Yes, it's good. This is a good format, actually. I kind of like it. It's a bit more, I don't know, like jazz, for lack of a better way of putting it. A bit more freestyle.
Well, I wish that other people wouldn't rough up or be so abusive towards the new people that come in here. I'm sure there's other people that would like to see them bleed more, metaphorically speaking. But yeah, well, I don't want to be over aggressive with new people.
If somebody first heard QE, they'd instantly go, "Whoa, this dude is he's off his rocker. What's he do?" But I can't even imagine what he's had to deal with over years. So I can see why he is
over
the way he is.
Years.
Yeah. It's like 7 years or something. Yeah, I can. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think we should be ready to answer the questions and treat everybody as if, they're coming here, and if they give us a good question, does it really matter if they're a troll or not? Because they probably brought an audience. Maybe it's their brother sitting on the couch, or maybe they're streaming or recording, anonymously, where we can't see it. Maybe they're just pointing one phone at the other phone and recording the conversation and uploading it live on TikTok that way. So I think we always need to be prepared to answer the questions.
Well, I have a legitimate question, and it has to do with the last conversation. And I'm here to learn. That's why you see me sitting and listening for hours here sometimes. The last kid, the engineers, quote unquote, he said that he's an engineer, whatever. He said that, when he's building something, if he doesn't take gravity into the equation, the whole equation falls apart. That's what he told me. Is that a thing in engineering? Is that a thing in building stuff? That I found that very interesting what he said.
Let me go over that real fast. Okay, so the Romans have been building bridges and aqueducts for thousands of years before gravity, right? So what it boils down to is nowadays they have formulas, right? So if you're going to build a bridge, you type in, your formula, all the stuff, and then you basically see if it's like 10 times stronger than it has to be, right? So in flatbedding, right, when we're moving like a really big ass excavator on a flatbed pickup truck with an 80-foot trailer, what we do is we see how much it weighs, and then we strap it down 10 times too much, right, so that it can't go anywhere. Not strapping it down, but we want it to be able to lift a load like 10 times over, right? So we use chains on something like that instead of like the nylon, the ropes, right? So when they're doing the engineering, they're doing something like that, I'm assuming. They're using mathematical equations because it's faster than going out there and going, okay, I got this material, right? This thickness, right? The tensile strength, let's test it out. Okay, that'll work. Well, they got all this stuff all figured out with equations, and that's what they're doing. And it is useful, but that doesn't necessarily mean that mass attracts mass. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, but when they're writing that equation, there is a number for gravity. There's a specific number that they write down and they put in the equation. Oh, gravity accounts for this amount of whatever force. Is that a thing?
Acceleration.
Okay, so let's say I got an anvil, right? You know what an anvil is? They make swords with them, right? Right? Anvil? Amayo?
Yeah.
Hello?
I cannot hear you.
We hear you.
It's a tool from the blacksmiths.
The anvil from the blacksmiths. They make swords with it, right?
Yeah.
Has a horn on it. They make horseshoes. Do you know what an anvil is?
Mm.
Yes.
It's a heavy metal object, instrument.
Okay, I'll just speak to the audience if he's not listening. Okay, so the anvil, let's say it weighs 500 pounds. Well, it weighs 500 pounds while it's sitting on the dirt, right? But if you put it in a pool of mercury, it floats. How much does it weigh? Well, if you put a scale and you drill it to the bottom of the vat of mercury, it's not putting any pressure on the vat, so it doesn't weigh anything in mercury, right? So if you were to use gravity in that equation, it wouldn't work because there is no gravity or gravitas or weight, right? So you wouldn't need to use gravity in that equation. But if you're just putting steel on the ground, then you could go ahead and use the equation for gravity. But here's the thing. Gravity doesn't work at the quantum level, meaning things that are really small. And gravity doesn't work at the galactic level. That's why they have dark matter that makes up 26% of the universe and black holes to compensate for the inefficiency of gravity at the galactic level. But can they still use it to build bridges? Sure.
Yeah, the 9.81 meters per second square, it's a constant acceleration, downwards acceleration, which is negligibly applicable to all materials except gases. But if you take elements of, objects of different elements, and you drop them at the same time, you will notice that they don't fall at the same rate.
Interesting.
Yeah. Also, manipulating magnetic forces, you can directly affect the downwards acceleration. And this was discovered by Boyd Bushman, a Martin Lockheed engineer. Many anti-flat earthers are just simply utterly denying this guy, the Martin Lockheed engineer expert, working for the best company that builds the best flying jet fighters.
Yeah, he loses all credibility when a flat earther like yourself talks about what he did. So that takes away from his credibility, I'm sure.
Yeah.
That's their logic, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, tell us what he did.
He took two opposing four magnets of the same size and weight. Now, two of them, he put them together the way they attract each other, and the other two, he glued them together the way they repel each other. And he dropped them from a certain height, and he noticed that the magnets which are opposing each other, they will always fall at a slower rate than the ones who attract each other. And yeah, it's proof that this down vector is not actually caused by gravity. It's not an effect caused by gravity. It's actually a electric, magnetic, and electrostatic effect. It's the nature's real forces, existing real forces, dominant, and their presence is all around us and inside us. So we haven't found yet the medium where we have no magnetic field, electric field, or electrostatic field. That medium hasn't been created, but only imagined.
Are you done, bro? I was going to add on to that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right, so what this guy's just told you basically is there's an experiment that you could do for little to no money, like $10 worth of magnets and glue. that you can try at the house. There's many other experiments like it where you can affect the speed of falling magnets with copper tubing. Yeah. And you can see that gravity is not the only force in action here. It's not the only thing. In fact, I would say, show me the gravity, because the only time something falls is if there's not enough buoyancy. Right? There's not enough buoyancy, something will go down. And I think this is the ruling force, because I can actually manipulate the buoyancy, or the relative density between a medium and the object, and increase the buoyancy upon the object, and I can make a steel anvil that weighs 500 pounds float in a pool of mercury. So, if that doesn't make you think what's going on here, I don't know what to tell you. Right? So, when I think about gravity, I think about cause and effect relationships. So, is there like mass attracting mass? So, what is mass? Is mass the resistance to momentum or inertia? Or what's it called?
Acceleration, yeah,
acceleration, right? So, resistance to acceleration is attracting resistance to acceleration? Get the fuck out of here. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense at all. So, okay, maybe it's the bending and warping of space-time. Well, that's a conceptual idea, but it's not anything we can test scientifically. How do I manipulate space-time to see if it is the cause of things falling down? I can't manipulate space-time, therefore it's not scientific. So if it's not scientific, it's not even worth arguing over. But what I can do is I can demonstrate with cause and effect things going up and down, and I can cause them to go up and down. Whether it's a ping pong ball in water or an egg at the bottom of the water and I add salt and now it floats, I can show with experiment that the reason that things rise and fall in a medium is because of the relative density between the object and the medium. This is demonstrable. I can demonstrate it every day, all day long, no questions asked. Can you demonstrate space-time for me? Can you put it in a jar and paint it yellow so that I can manipulate it? No? Okay, well, miss me with all that bullshit then. I'm going to do stuff that I can actually demonstrate cause and effect relationships. Okay, so when it comes down to gravity, what is gravity? I think I don't know is the best answer I've ever heard. Because at this point, nobody who comes in here really knows what they're talking about when they're talking about gravity. It's all, well, I heard, on the TV, or my teacher said to me that this is what gravity is. But I don't think no one really knows, except for the people who understand specific gravity, which is what I've been talking about this whole time. Relative density is specific gravity. All right, since no one keyed up, I guess I'll continue. I was trying to share the mic. So I can show you objects falling not at the same speed, even though the people who, promote gravity, they say that objects fall at the same speed in a vacuum. I can show that not happening. Especially, what he just said with magnets. That's another example of things not falling at the same speed. So if there's other forces like electromagnetism that Isaac Newton had no knowledge of whatsoever, then maybe, today, in what year is it? It's like now it's totally different, right? There's electromagnetism. Maybe we should pay attention to that. Maybe that's worth investigating, right? So 100 years ago, there was this guy named Tesla, right? And we're all using his technology right now, right? And there was this other guy named Einstein who didn't do very many experiments, but he got promoted. So for the past 100 years, we've been chasing our tail with E equals MC squared. And what do we have to show for it? What? We know how to build bridges? And we've been knowing how to build bridges for a long time. For thousands of years, we've been building bridges. So we can't really, thank Einstein for bridges. That's not how it works. And what? We know where Mercury's going to be. We can predict the location of Mercury. Thanks, Einstein. I've always wanted to predict the location of Mercury. Because, I like to look at Mercury and view Mercury when the sun goes down sometimes. So thank you, Einstein. I wouldn't have been able to see it without you. No, actually, we've been looking at Mercury for thousands of years. We've known it was there in ancient Roman times. They always said that Mercury and Venus was akin to the sun. And I'll be damned. Those Romans were correct. Mercury and Venus are always next to the sun. They were right. So what are we going to do with this Einstein thing? Well, thanks, Einstein. Appreciate your contribution. Right? But we're moving on. We're going to go ahead and check and make sure that there's not other things involved, right? Like density and buoyancy, electromagnetism, electrostatics, these sort of things that might be, I don't know, in reality, rather than make believe. We're going to double check and see if that's there and if that's affecting things. And if it is electrostatics that's causing density, meaning that the more electrostatic a property or element has, the more electrostatic the property of it, the tighter the molecules can fit together because of their makeup, then this may be the cause of density. And, what is gold, right? A superconductor, and it's really dense. Might be onto something there. It's really dense, and it's a superconductor. So it makes sense that gold would pack together more tightly than something like, I don't know, like helium, right? It's not going to pack so densely together. Why? Because it's not that type of element. It doesn't have the electrostatic capability as something like gold or silver or copper.
Yeah. Helium is a very fascinating element. It's known for being inert. It's non-reactive. It doesn't react with anything chemically, and it absorbs energy from literally everything. And absorbing energy, that's how it rises. So they're trying to say to us that helium and hydrogen atoms are actually the smallest atoms, yeah. But how do we know? We haven't seen them with naked eyes, nor with the instruments. We see some numbers there, but we don't have a accurate image of them, of what they are. It's just CGI depictions that we have.
So I believe you're insinuating that. Wait, let me just clarify. I'll let you continue. Yeah. I believe that you're insinuating that maybe it's not the smallest atom. Maybe the molecules can, pack looser, not so loose together, right?
Yeah. Yeah, something like, let's say a particle, it's spinning, but it has a radius of spin. So the higher this radius is, actually it means that element has gathered more energy. And this makes it rise. The more energy it has, the higher it rises. And in a worldview based on Ampere or Gauss, like living between two Gaussian planes, positive and negative, these energy charges make sense, explain very well the motion of particles and also the tendency of elements to organize themselves, stratification and all this stuff. And the flow of energy through matter, like the transfer of energy from element to element, makes it a dynamic system. So you can still have gold particles at ground surface, despite the fact that they are one of the most heaviest, Yeah, they are heavy, they will be sinking in time, but then there are energies which will make them rise back. So it's a dynamic system.
So they say that everything is in motion, right? And when you look, it basically is. Everything is like vibrating at a frequency, some higher, some lower. Maybe some are completely undetectable. Right, but it appears that way. It appears that everything is vibrating at a frequency or in motion, and that nothing is at rest. And after people say that, then they start saying weird things like when you touch the table, you're not really touching the table because there's a boundary between you and the atom. And I'm like, okay, how do you prove that? Like, how do you verify? Who told you that? How do you come across something like that? So it's like, I don't know if that part's true. But it does appear that all these different elements and things that you touch, they have a certain amount of energy, right? So especially when you're talking about something that's hard, like nickel. So the property of nickel is that it's like really hard and it doesn't corrode. So it's really good to make as an alloy and mix in your stuff. So everything has like these different traits, like all these different elements. And then you start mixing it together, then things get like really interesting.
Yeah, some elements react among themselves, and we don't have just the elements. Now, starting from the atomic model, we form molecules, and these are like new substances with different properties, chemical properties, acids, all this stuff. And they do chemically react, so there is high energetic processes taking place there, breaking of chemical bonds and forming of new chemical bonds. So it is a transfer of energy.
So I remember being like 5 years old, and my grandpa would give me like a speaker magnet that he pulled out of the trash somewhere or something, and he's like, "Here, go run through the yard and pick up everything." Because when I was really young, I found a completely rusted out, halfway broken in half crochet needle, and I found it with the meat of my feet between my toes. It went in like the fishhook side. So yeah, he was like, "Run through the yard and drag this magnet, and that won't happen to you no more." I was like, "Okay." So I'm running through the yard, dragging the magnet on a rope, because I didn't want to suffer that pain again. That was excruciating for a 5-year-old. And like all the stuff that was on that magnet, it was ridiculous. Like all the stuff that I picked up out of the yard. But it was like right then I was like, this is special. Like these magnets are different. There's something going on with this stuff called magnet. And it was like I was like immediately like interested and hooked, and to the fact that I could play with cats with a ball bearing on a thin table and the magnet below, and the cat would chase the ball bearing, and I could make it move, and the cat would be like, "What the fuck is going on, man? What the fuck?" And I would just be like, hours on hours just playing with magnet.
Well, I tell you honestly, the only book that I had in my home library, bibliothèque, which was a about 4,000 pages book. It was called The Magnetism. So, and my dad told me, hey, this is not everything about magnetism. This is just the beginning. This book is just the beginning, and we have entire full libraries written about magnetism. And yeah, I started reading it. I never went through all of it, but man, on every page there are formulas and drawings and diagrams, showing particles or all the stuff, study about magnetism. And yeah, when I talk with people about magnetism, I know how little I know about it. I'm not an expert in the field, but I got some few starting basics in it, and I see that people talk about it and they take it like, oh, magnets are some sort of magical stones inside motors and speakers, and that's it. They take them for granted.
So for me, it's like really obvious that there was something to it at a very young age. I was like, there's something going on here. So by the time I'm in first grade, my grandpa was like teaching me about like how when he was a kid, he made his own radio. He's like, but instead of you making a radio, we got plenty of radios around. You don't have to make your own anymore. He's like, why don't you play with this, electromagnets? It's like 9-volt battery, piece of steel, wrap it up, here we go. And
create the magnet, yeah.
Yeah. I gotta say, it was a lot of fun to play with stuff like that as a kid, And eventually I got a little older and got some Ninja Turtles, and then got a little older and got a BB gun and slaughtered those poor turtles. You too, bro. It's like, but I still have that like baseline of like what I grew up on.
Yeah.
Like the original stuff that I played with. Yeah. Good experience to have. And I didn't ever build any motors or anything like that, but I sure took a lot of stuff out of the trash and took it apart to see how it works. I love taking shit apart. I'm not good at putting it back together.
Actually, I was taking them apart and put them back too, I knew I had something like anything that I can take apart, I can put it back together also, And that was pretty good memorizing. But it wasn't just memorizing the order, I was taking it apart. I would see the parts and components, and I recognize what they are, and then I knew that they must come from this place, So, yeah. That's what, when computers started showing up, they looked like very complicated machines, and expensive, and everybody was afraid to open them. Like there was a label on the back side, warranty void if open, and stuff like that. I never care about those labels, so I was opening them, and I was actually advising people, hey, you should buy some more RAM, or you should buy a bigger hard drive or a CPU. And it's very easy to change, and you can find it in this shop at this price. It's very convenient, like it's not that expensive, so nobody can afford.
So my grandpa was also like the music guy at church. So like I also got to like play with a lot of that stuff. And then I started like getting into music around 15, 16 years old, started playing the bass. And I got to learn a whole lot about that stuff. I could probably set up and tune an entire set, except for the drums. I don't know shit about drums. But I could mic the drums and everything like that. As far as tuning drums, I don't know shit about the drums, but I could set up a whole set and someone could come in and play, and like it would be like perfectly matched.
Yeah. I was thinking now, like as we were talking, and at your example with pulling a magnet after yourself through the yard, it took me thinking about sound frequencies, using sound frequencies to actually separate gold particles, gold nuggets from the dirt. You know. You know, when you put sand on a table and speaker beneath it,
cymatics,
and yeah, cymatics. Each frequency forms a different kind of shape, but I would be curious to see if you replace the sand with gold particles, and to see if they
induce a
make
magnetic
the same
field
shape.
too.
No, just to observe.
Yeah, what if you put a magnetic field too?
Create.
Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think gold will create slightly different shapes, and based on this, it's about how gold behaves, and you could learn this way how to use these sound frequencies to actually make only the gold moving to certain places, you know.
So, are you familiar with the cymatics? How when you use certain frequencies, they create the Hebrew letters, or the ancient Hebrew.
Oh.
The ancient Hebrew wasn't exactly
I
phonics.
didn't know
it
that.
Was like,
yeah, that's.
You didn't know that?
That's very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to find it later. I'm at work right now. But the ancient Hebrew, it wasn't letters. It was like hieroglyphs and letters like mixed together. So it was like each letter was a hieroglyph and was a word, and each like word was spelled out with letters.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense, because I'm not an expert on this, so I'm kind of winging it. But that's the way I understand it, is that each letter in the ancient Hebrew was a word, and then each word spelled out with those same letters. So like the letters had a meaning, and the word had a meaning. And there's like multiple layers, which if you have ever read your Bible, there's like multiple layers of understanding. When your understanding
it's
grows,
like letters and words having shapes. Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, the interesting thing about this is that the letters that spelled out match the frequency that the sound of the letter made. Right? So I can't do it exactly, but M would sound like and B would sound like B.
Yeah.
And it would make the shape of the letter in the sand and the sound of the letter with the speaker. And I remember when I saw that, I was like, well, shit. That's interesting. Like, why is this like this? And, you know, I didn't do the experiment myself, so I'm not claiming like firsthand knowledge or anything like that. But that was really interesting to me. And I was like, why? This little group of people, you know, when did they ever like really rule the world, the Israelites? You know, why would their language, you know, these Hebrew Israelites, why would their language be the one that shows up in cymatics?
Well, there was an angel that has been given the gift of the most amazing voice. You know?
Ooh.
Yeah.
I think I see where you're going with that.
Yeah, that's why Hebrew language is so anchored in this thing. And you know, the Hebrews, they say, the Israelites, they say, oh, this is God's language. But I say it is not. It's actually the language of the deceiver, you know.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. But, so, I was talking earlier about the proto-Hebrew being different than, like, the modern stuff. I think the modern Hebrew is like, it's like a phonic language. I think. So that's like, in my opinion, probably a derivative of some sort of Phoenician language or some sort of proto-European or Indo-European language. From what I've seen of the languages, like the Europeans had like a huge influence, especially the Venetians. And I don't know if the Venetians were European, but I heard there's like a Venetian-Irish connection.
I see.
I don't know if that's true. But just like now, we're not allowed to go to Antarctica. In the past, I've heard that there was rules that you couldn't like explore, and only Venetians were allowed to explore the whole Earth. So the Venetians, like the Irish and the Dutch, they had those little tiny ships that were big enough to go across massive oceans, but small enough to go up the rivers and explore inland, right? So there was, you know, only a few handful of groups of people that could do that. It was actually a pretty technologically advanced thing for back in the day. So we're talking about like Bong, his people. What are they, Samoan?
Well, they had the ships, the Venetians had the ships, and wherever they caught you on the sea, they would, like, rob you and sink you, because obviously they had better ships because they were funded, That whole city was based on building ships, being capable to fight any other ship, and equipped with men and weapons and stuff. And when you are a single man trying to make your own ship and go out there on the sea, you are very vulnerable. You're not thinking about defense and stuff like that. Because you're saying, I'm going on the ocean and I'm going to be alone most of the time. But then you are out of nowhere and you encounter such a ship, military prepared. And of course, you are overwhelmed in no time. So
yeah, if the Venetians were saying you can't go past, this spot right here, it might be, like the old British Army, where you'd be like, okay, yeah, I agree, but you're right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it was the Dutch, or let's say Scandinavian. So a lot of people call them Vikings, but Viking was really like a job title. So it was the Scandinavians, the Phoenicians. I think it was the Samoans. Wasn't it the Samoans?
Norway,
they had really,
Denmark.
Yeah, those are the Scandinavian countries.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it wasn't just the Vikings and the Venetians. I think it was it the New Zealanders or the people? Can't remember the damn name. But anyway, yeah, there was a bunch of people who could do this, but it wasn't everybody. Not everybody had those types of ships. So it was like a huge advantage for the small group of people. And I think that's what's going on today. Still today, we're not allowed to go to Antarctica because they're just hiding resources. And eventually they're going to have to choose, are we going to shrink the population or open the gates? And I think they obviously want to shrink the population because they don't want to give up all this massive land, because then they have to install more courthouses and more judges and more lawyers.
And the funny thing is, Romania, this revolution, the fall of communism, we were pretty dominant in build cargo ships and fishing ships. But now, we have no such industry. It's all been scrapped.
Scrabbled. So, yeah, I could see that.
That was the condition to join the European Union. If you join it, you have to do it with your hands stuck up your...
Oh, damn. The condition. That sucks. I hate conditions. Conditions are no fun. So I'll often talk about patriotism and what should we be patriotic towards. And obviously it's not the federal government. Obviously it's the people in your state. But I look back at the history of my state and it's wow, the only reason the state was ever really productive is because of the slave labor. And I look at it now, and we got all these privately owned prisons, and these privately owned prisons, it's basically slavery. So they're not picking cotton anymore, but there's still slavery going on, for sure, here in Texas. But there's so much freaking land here that if we were like all free to like stand out, get some land, like if we could afford to buy land and buy houses, we would create so much food that we wouldn't even be able to sell it all. Like not to the whole freaking world, we wouldn't be able to sell it all, because like the amount of food that we're capable of producing is nowhere near what we're actually doing. So we don't have to have the slavery, but because it's cheaper to get your beef from South America, McDonald's, I'm looking at you, that makes it to where they're like selling out the common man and, buying it cheaper like overseas. So communism, they throw out God, and in doing so, they throw out the love for their fellow man. In capitalism, they throw out man, and in doing so, selling out their neighbors for cheaper labor south of the border. And in doing so, in my opinion, they lose touch with God. So it's like, if we could just be left alone and not have either side of the coin, because that's all it is, capitalism, communism, two sides of the same coin. Obviously, one is better than the other. I'm not saying that. I'm not trying to say that we should go communism. But we shouldn't be selling out our countrymen for, cheap labor south of the border. So if we were to actually take the people out of slavery, out of these slave camps, who had like small amounts of marijuana, then maybe they could have some land and produce some cattle. And, maybe there's higher quality cattle if it doesn't have to be shipped as far. Because what makes the steak not good? When they freeze it, right? Transportation, when it's not out in the open field somewhere. Like that's what makes terrible steaks, right? So if the steaks were like grown here, eaten here, it'd be like a healthier food. So I see this other thing. This lady, she was like a military wife, and she said like ever since she moved to Germany, she done lost 30 pounds. And then she opened up her pantry, and she had like all this like American food in her pantry, like all the same stuff, like Fruit Loops and stuff like that, stuff that we recognize, ravioli, Chef Boyardee. But she says she lost the weight not because she's been exercising, but because in Germany it's illegal to put the shit in food that they put in American food. So I'm like wondering, like, am I fat because I eat too much, or am I fat because of the stuff that they allow to be put in the food? And it's like I better take responsibility and say both. So I guess what I'm trying to say, the grabblers have grabbled our food. So I was talking about my grandpa earlier about how he would always like scrap stuff. Because like one man's trash is another man's treasure. So you throw away an old washing machine, right? Because you're completely ignorant on washing machines. But I look at a washing machine and it's like, oh, there's a pretty good motor in there. Like, okay, there's a water pump too. Let me get that. Let me take that off your hands. So I'm the type of person to like pull over on the side of the road and just be like, you don't want this? Okay, mine. And then, I don't hoard stuff. I stack it up until I can sell it. So, I kind of have ways of like making money on the side. So my grandpa, obviously, I learned it from him. He worked at a place where he was like on call all the time as the maintenance man. So some shit would break. He would go into that big ass factory and, find out what it was, diagnostics, and then like fix it. And this dude could like barely read and write. Like he couldn't even read and write. But he could fix like anything in the factory that like broke. So something would break, like he would replace it, and then like he would, get like the stuff out of it, like whatever he, couldn't throw away. But they would just be like, throw it away, get rid of it, whatever. And he would just be like, okay, I'll throw it away in my trunk. And he would have some of the coolest shit sometimes.
Hello?
Hello.
What's going on, baby?
About to wrap it up.
Wrap it up, man.
Don't want any baby whoppers running around here.
No. Can't have that.
Cool. Dude, we got a dude, a flat earth
dude.
What's up, brother?
I just got back from a trip, and I was trying to get on here last night. I had some problems. Some bad internet, apparently.
I remember hearing you say something about you being on a trip, but where did you go, bro?
Central Coast, California. Central Coast.
Cool. Was it just a little vacation or what?
Yeah, a little trip, camping.
Oh, camping. Cool.
Yeah, it was cool, man.
Sure wish I could have went with you.
Yeah, it would have been fun.
You were right on the coast? Did you camp on the beach or what?
No, I was on the coast for a couple of days, and then we headed up into a place called Los Padres National Forest. And it's like we had the whole mountain to ourselves. It was crazy, man. We were like the only ones up there. It was fun.
Wow. It kind of makes you wonder what these people think. All those millions of people down there, and you're the only ones up there enjoying the natural world and just seeing, having a whole new experience about the mountains and just the beauty of the world and all that shit, It
was weird, man. And like I said, there's millions of people down there, and we're up here, and we're like, dude, there's nobody here. We're the only ones here.
Wow.
Weird.
That is kind of weird.
It was kind of creepy, actually. Like, I think the world ended. Oh my God.
I think you're seeing the future.
Ever seen that movie Noah? With Russell Crowe?
Which movie?
The movie Noah.
Noah?
With Russell Crowe?
I don't think I have.
Okay, so like in the beginning of the movie, like every time, Russell Crowe would be out in the wilderness somewhere, and like he'd see other men, like you could see it in his face, like the disdain in his voice, and he'd be like, man, it's more men. Like, oh my God, man. And like every encounter he ever had with like other men was like terrible, like gut wrenching, like it's like sometimes that's how I feel, a little misanthropic, It's like, oh God, humans. There's humans in my way. Get out of my way, humans.
Was he in this movie? Like some kind of alien or what? Or
he was Noah. Noah. Not the Bible, because they took the word Noah and they rewrote the script into like some sort of satanic, evil misanthrope Noah,
right?
Where he hated everybody. But the original Noah in the Bible was like a good guy, and he was like exceptional among men. But this Noah was like the evil, dark side, other side of the coin Noah.
Yeah.
So if you haven't read your Bible, don't watch the movie and think that it's based on the Bible, because the only thing that's based on the Bible is the name.
Well, that's really an odd plot to want to try and create in someone's mind. Oh my gosh, that's really weird that they would come up with whoever wrote that script to that movie. That would take a really strange individual, in my opinion.
You mean like an agnostic person?
I'm not quite sure how to place a name on that, but just really strange.
The only cool thing about the movie is that the fallen angels, when they were good, they were light beings, and when they fell to the earth, like the static electricity from their light bodies attracted like all this clay and mud. So they were like rock giants after they fell, which I thought was a really interesting way to look at it.
They were what giants when they fell? What did you call them?
When they fell to Earth,
yeah,
the Earth like coated their body because of the static electricity, I guess. Because they were light beings before they fell. And once they fell to Earth, they were like rock giants. Instead of like light angels, they were dirt angels.
Dirt angels, huh?
Yeah, because they were coated in dirt and rock and clay.
Wow.
I just got a comment from this guy named Brent Muffbanger. This guy has videos on YouTube, music videos, that are amazing, and he sounds just like Tom Petty. And I was always kidding when I do my TNT show. I'm like, that's fucking Tom Petty. It's totally like this Brent Muffburger, really? But he just commented on one of my... I played a lot of his music over the last year or so. And I just commented. He goes, thanks for tuning in and listening. And I said, we think you're Tom Petty.
We think you're Tom Petty.
And I just put like a happy face after that, yeah.
No comment back yet?
He sounds just like Tom Petty. It's so crazy, man. And the music videos are so well done. It's like it has to have somebody, it has to have some money behind this, you know? And he doesn't have that many views. He's got like 30 or 40,000 views here or there, you know? It's not that many. It's like, oh, I think it's Tom Petty, man. I'm pretty sure it's.
That's odd.
Brent Muffburger.
Think about this, dude. Think about this. Let's say you were Tom Petty, and you were like exceptionally famous, almost infamous,
right?
Anywhere you go in the world,
right? Yeah,
Wouldn't you want to see if you could make it famous twice?
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna, ditch the whole name,
right,
and just go ahead and try it again. Because if you make it twice,
right,
like you're a badass.
You're badass, dude.
But do you really think the name Muffburger would help you?
Well, dude, I mean. I think, I was cool. At least he commented. I mean, he could have said, oh, flat earthers or Mongos or whatever, But no, he commented and said, thanks. I was like, that's cool. Anyway, I'd love to have him on the show, man. Fuck, that'd be so great. It'll be fun. He's really talented. His music's really good, too, man. So, pretty fun shit.
Muffburger. Nice.
Muffburger, yeah. Brent Muffburger. I'm like, is that Brent what? No.
No.
See John Smith, Globalized, doing some stuff, man, on like he's doing some more of that on the street interviews and stuff, but not on YouTube. He's on like Rumble and what's the other
BitChute,
one?
Odyssey, what?
Rumble and the one that Globebusters is on. What the fuck's the name of? You got to. Anyway,
it's not BitChute.
No, it's not BitChute. I'll find it here. Hold on, where the fuck is it? Yeah, give me a second. I'm only subbed to 395 channels. That's it. I'm stopping it at 400, but I could probably get rid of about 40 of them because they don't really put out anything. You know what I mean? But John Smith, he's had his channel kind of taken out there. On he just puts videos of, hey, come over here and watch my stuff, basically, right? John Smith. It's just John Smith now. But no, I like the street interviews. I don't know if you guys like that kind of shit, but it's kind of like listening around here. Yeah, he's on Odyssey and Rumble. Anyway. That's too bad. He's got like 8,000 subs. His content was always really good. Asking people about the globe. But then he got, asking them about this. The last thing we've been going through for the last 2 years. Good stuff, man.
All right, battery low on that. Peace.
What's that? What? Anyway, I was listening the last couple days. Some good content on here. Again, some really good back and forth. There's that one guy that was really pissing me off last night, man. The guy who wants to be famous, but he's supposed to be like, he's a computer scientist or student. I don't know what the fuck his name was, but he was pissing me off. I stayed in the chat last night. It was like, he's bringing up the ring laser gyro. Like, it proves the Earth's moving. Yeah, stick it next to a Tesla coil. See how it acts then. Yeah. And we're moving 40 degrees an hour. Ah, that's interesting. Super interesting. All right, well, let's see what NASA's been up to, man. Let me take a look. I haven't checked it in a week or so, man. They probably got some really cool new galaxies and worlds that they're going to tell us about this week. NASA, last week news. They're going to... Boeing has a Starliner. Do you guys know about that?
No. I know.
Well, here's the article. NASA's got Boeing's got a Starliner. Starliner. Woo. They're going to test flight it here soon. They're going to fly 2 astronaut test pilots aboard to the space station. What?
In this jetliner?
No, it's called a Spaceliner, man.
Spaceliner, okay.
Not no fucking jetliner. We're going next level, man. Starliner.
Okay. I stand corrected. Holy fuck.
All right. Well, there you go. Looks exciting. Looks pretty exciting.
So it's that little capsule up on the top that they end up
returning
in or whatever?
right there at the top of the penis, man. You rock that bad boy, huh? Mm-hmm. Well, NASA invited the media for public to view the telescope's first images. Wow. I don't see any images, so I won't post that one. We had the strawberry supermoon. Did you guys see that? The full moon the other night.
I seen the full moon, but it wasn't strawberry colored here.
That's what they call it, strawberry. I don't know.
Or even wasn't pink or anything that I could tell. But I don't know. I didn't spend a whole lot of time staring at it, but I did go out and check it out a couple times.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Hey, I got a dead star caught ripping up planetary system. What? A dead star is ripping up planet. Oh, look at this fucking picture. Fuck off. Fuck off. Ah, these cocks. These fucking cocks. Look at that fucking picture. Fuck off. Yeah.
I wonder how many months it took his graphic artists to come up with that one.
I probably did it in a weekend there or something.
Well, that could be true, but there was one of Witset's streams that he ran. There was some interview with two graphic artists that were working for NASA. They were sitting at a computer, and they were designing planets, exoplanets. Yeah. And they said that it took them up to 6 months.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And then they said that every week or so, the whoever was bringing the data to them or coming down to critique their work or what they thought, what they wanted it to look like, they said, that every couple of weeks or every week or so, someone would come down and sit down with them and critique their artwork, and then have them do a little more here, a little more there, whatever. And they said sometimes it takes up to 6 months before they're happy with what we're done. When we're done,
you got to milk those jobs, man. You got to milk.
Yeah, that's true. You don't want to do something in a day that you can get paid 6 months for.
Exactly. Excuse me. Whoa. Woo. All right, page 2. See what we got here.
The next generation.
So, I caught her last week. Somebody else was playing. Helio played it on here. I could only listen to it. Then I finally saw her face.
And then I saw her face.
And but no, she nails all the flat earth stuff, man. Really good. And she's really good looking, so that's not gonna hurt. But she'll get trolled like a Mongo, man. She will get fucking trolled so hard because she's too cute, man. And they hate that, man. They can't have cute women out here fucking telling you fucking Earth's flat, man. They don't like that. I've seen the women get the most brutal fucking trolling ever. These fucking cucks come out of the woodworks and they get fucking busy with it, and they're nasty. I read through Patricia Steer's comments one night, man, on some of her videos.
Yeah.
It was absolutely astonishing, unbelievably disgusting. And she left all that shit on there for a couple of years. You know, I wouldn't, you know, I wasn't surprised when she said, I'm fucking out of here, I'm done. Because it was just a fucking troll fest, man. It was like every fucking comment was, you know, some derogatory thing about her, not the information she was talking about, you know?
Yeah.
And it was just disgusting, man. These cucks are fucking not our friends, man. And you get some hot woman like that fucking talking shit, man, she's going to get trolled.
Wasn't she trolled about being a transsexual?
Yeah,
or
everything, man.
like that?
Trans, she was fucking, you know, a lesbian. She was fucking CIA. She's the fucking...
Yeah, she got some real hardcore shit.
Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just brutal, like, you know, her hair or teeth or whatever. It was just fucking one after another, man. You know, there's like 800, 900 comments on some of her videos. I'd say, like, you know, it would be like just the worst of the worst, man. Brutal.
Well, if she was a man, and she was one of the best looking men I've ever seen.
I met her in person twice, and
did you?
She's just a short little woman, man. She's a little teeny thing, man.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I don't know. She's maybe 5'1", something. And she was
Are you shitting me?
Yeah.
Wow. Because I've seen her plenty of times on videos. Watched her, you know, when she used to hang with Mark Sargent and, you know, whatever. And I would have never guessed she was that short just from seeing her on the streams and videos and whatnot. That's wow.
Yeah,
I would have thought she was one of them tall, slinky.
No, she's a skinny, teeny little woman, man.
Wow.
Super nice. She was super nice to me, but...
Oh, I'm sure she seemed super nice to everybody as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
I mean, I never met her by any means, but...
NASA got 2 more Earth-like planets. Oh, yeah. We got pictures. Mongos. Check it out.
You going to feed them to us? Let's see them.
There they come. Hold on. Let me get you the right link. We got 2 Earth-like exoplanets. Woo, and this guy took 6 months to create this picture.
I shit you not. That's pretty close to what I seen on the screen they were working on.
Yep. There you go.
NASA mission discovers 2 Earth-like exoplanets. NASA announced Wednesday it discovered 2 rocky exoplanets similar to Earth, orbiting a dwarf star near our solar system, but are believed to both be too hot to sustain life as we know it. Too hot.
It's too hot, dude. We can't go there. It's too fucking
too hot. Yeah.
Hey, there's a new movie coming out, a cartoon movie called Lightyear. Like Buzz Lightyear. Anyway, NASA's helping to promote this, and they're doing like... Anyway, you might want to check that out.
A cartoon called Lightyear. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, like Buzz Lightyear.
Oh, okay.
It's a Disney movie. You can check that out.
Is it a Disney?
Jim 66%. Is that Jim? Our Jim? 777?
777? I don't know.
Did he get his name changed? Or?
No, I don't think so. Jim 66%.
Yeah. What's that? Is that a troll? Or
I don't. It says BC verified, seems sincere. So it's whoever it is new, obviously.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like I said, man, the pretty girls, flat Earth, you're gonna get trolled. The fucking ugly ones get trolled, man. The real pretty ones, fuck. It's gonna be. It's a troll fest, man. I guarantee you, man. I guess she's on TikTok, so I'm not on there, so I don't know. I can't read her comments, but I can read them off of Jeranisms.
She's pretty thick-skinned and smart as a whip.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I see.
Oh, the Voyager. They sent out there in 1977. It looks like it's gonna be power. They're gonna shut it off finally.
Oh, it'll power back up all by itself again someday. Here, watch.
Right.
That's what it did recently, didn't it? All of a sudden, it powered back up, and they got some more information or something. They said.
I guess.
Isn't that what I think? That's what I heard happen. They said, all of a sudden, the Voyager is sent some communications back. We hadn't heard from it in a long time. I think that's what I heard. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But I thought that's what it was. The last time it communicated was like a surprise. Like, oh, wow, look, the Voyager came back to life. The batteries must have charged up.
Yes, 1977, man.
That's a long time, isn't it?
That's a long time.
To be in that outer space, in that cold, frigid, hostile environment, to just suddenly come back to life and send back astonishing information.
Astonishing. Where'd he go? NASA's spending some money to make Mongolian cashmere sustainable. What?
Mongolian cashmere?
Mongolian cashmere. They make it more sustainable, apparently. And
now, what is cashmere? Is that like a fabric or?
Yeah, it's like they make sweaters out of it. Mostly. Yeah, it's real soft.
Huh.
Real delicate too.
Well, most Mongoloids are delicate.
Oh, dude, is NASA's sentence? What's it? NASA's gonna launch the Capstone CubeSat moon mission. CubeSat. Those are the little teeny satellites, like size of a shoebox or something, right? Yeah. They're going to send one of those to the moon. Maybe they put a fucking camera on that.
NASA-supported research programs brings together goat herders, the luxury fashion industry, a gold mining company, and Stanford University to use Earth observations to support more sustainable grazing practices. Wow. They've brought together a fashion industry, a gold mining company, and the Stanford University to use Earth observations to support more sustainable grazing practices for those wonderful sheep.
Yeah.
Or goats. What do I mean? Sorry, excuse me. Goats, not sheep.
These are guys smart people at NASA, man. They can figure anything out. Apparently.
They're fucking helping them goats.
They're helping the goats out, man. Come on. The Mongolian goats, of all goats, man.
Yeah. I mean, for fuck's sake.
Oh. NASA's got a new heat shield they're working on. Hold on. How much is this? What? It's only a $93 million project.
Only
$93 million. For some heat shields, man. $93 million. Here you go. You gotta check it out. I'm just giving you the news, man. NASA news, you know.
Yeah. I'm digging it. I'm believing every word of it.
And you got to see what these guys are up to. These are really smart engineers and Mongolian sheep experts, apparently. I can't make this shit up, man.
I don't think you could either. They're pretty good. They're pretty good.
If I tell the average guy on the street, hey man, NASA spends money with Mongolian sheep herders. What? That's where your tax dollars are going, right? You find that interesting?
It just makes them humanitarians, you know. They're good people.
Astra's stock drops 24% after rocket failed to deliver. The rocket went no good. Didn't make it. That's CNBC news. Hey, I always cite my sources. I always cite them. I used to do this show called NASA News for a couple months. We just get on and play NASA videos and laugh at them and go, what the fuck?
Shares of rocket builder Astra fell sharply in trading on Monday after a weekend launch carrying NASA satellites failed to reach orbit.
Yeah.
Oh, it's that bad radius number. I knew I didn't get them sooner or later. Failed to reach orbit. Oh my gosh. After all, many thousands of launches, satellite launches, or how many ever, I don't know if it's thousands or not, but it's apparently quite a few. It'd be fairly disappointing for them not to reach orbit. I mean, good heavens.
It happens. NASA's not going to let SpaceX launch their Starships at Cape Canaveral. They're not going to let them do it. There you go. You guys know about the Starship.
Why is that?
I don't know. I didn't read it, but
Elon Musk's casual, even celebrity attitude toward the spectacular explosion that destroyed earlier tests of his Starship launch system.
Remember the Starship thing? It blew up on the pad. This was probably like a year ago or something.
Yeah, I seen it. I seen a video of it one day, a while back. Yeah. NASA says it won't allow launches of the massive rocket from SpaceX pad at Cape Canaveral because it could endanger launches to the International Space Station.
Okay.
How would that endanger those? I guess from the damage done. I don't know.
NASA's got 3 new Hall of Fame astronauts going into the Hall of Fame, man. Woo. Exciting.
Is that gonna be presented at the Emmy Awards or Grammy Awards or something?
They call them the Space Awards. I don't know.
I don't know. I'm just knowing that they're obviously actors, actronauts.
They always say, why would they lie? I'm like, why do actors act, dude? Oh, no, they get paid. Oh, there you go. There's your answer.
Yeah.
Have a nice day.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. NASA. Lucy asteroid spacecraft solar array rescue efforts. What? It's got to get fixed. Lucy's broken. Lucy
in the sky with diamonds.
That's a pretty wild looking satellite, man. You got to see this one, man. Looks pretty legit, man. It's pretty solid. I might have finally found the first satellite picture taken from space. What do you think?
Well, they obviously dropped a camera off not far from them. It must have been a drone, maybe, to take the picture.
The little solar panels that they deploy around that make those two circles.
Yeah.
One of them didn't deploy all the way, man, and they're having some problems with the little solar arrays on that.
Shucky darn.
Oh, got what? No.
I mean, these photos they get of these satellites, like this one here, it just is a mind boggler as to who took that photo, or what took that photo, rather.
Yeah, it was called the photo satellite camera, or yeah.
They all carry one with them just to take pictures of themselves in the satellite. Has its own little private camera that they drop off just before deployment.
You gotta keep an eye on these things, man.
All right.
Keep an eye.
All right. Sounds right to me.
They don't ever actually do that, but anyway.
Well, they must be doing something.
Uh-oh, here we go. Oh, yeah. Here's some astronauts. Okay, NASA astronauts prepare for mission to Mars by spending a year living in a simulated colony on Venus.
On Venus? What?
Fuck off. Come on.
Oh.
I love this shit.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. Isn't the surface of Venus something like 1,200 fucking degrees or something?
The fucking globetrotters, you globies, man. You have way much more fun over here laughing at this shit than you will reading that stupid fucking story, man. Come on. You laugh your ass off. There you go.
Wow.
You just,
yeah, let's just stop off at Venus for a fucking year and see how well that goes before we try to go to Mars.
You're living on a simulated colony on Venus, but you're
a simulated colony. Oh, well, where are they simulating this? And where's the simulated Venus?
And what the hell? Why are you simulating Venus and not Mars since you're going to Mars? Yeah, well, what kind of cuckery is going on here?
Yeah. I agree. There's some very strange cuckery. But to the believers, that is just another nail in the coffin. I mean, really.
Fuck. We got big news here, man. I don't know. Excuse the fucking ads, but you know the little helicopter thingy drone they got on Mars?
Yeah, I've heard tale of it.
Yeah. It takes pictures of its own shadow. Anyway, they got a big time award, man. They won an award. Damn.
Wow. That is so amazing.
Yeah, man. Nothing to see here, folks. It's just they won the award. There's the article. Whatever. The picture's kind of funny, but it didn't show up in the text. NASA's going to help advance humans. Thank you.
Advance them for what?
I don't know. Dude, probably putting chips in our heads and shit like that.
Thought that was Elon.
So we got the Europa Clipper spacecraft. Europa Clipper spacecraft.
Isn't Europa a moon or something around Saturn or some shit?
Yes. It's going to go to Jupiter's icy moon.
Ah.
It's going to go there, but it's not going to launch till 2024. But here it is. This is what it looks like. This is what $14 billion looks like. Or whatever the fuck, who knows, whatever they're spending. Shit. Crazy money. Are you kidding me? Doesn't tell you how much it costs, does it?
Europa Clipper. Whoa.
Europa Clipper, baby. Space.com.
I mean, for hell's sakes, let's talk about reality here for just 1 second. What are they doing with these Clipper-like spacecrafts? Where are they actually where are these things going for this imaginary trip? I mean, where's the real destination? Is it just...
They just go to the warehouse, man. I heard an interview with a guy whose dad built that shit, and
they just warehouse them and then CGI the whole trip.
One day he got let into a warehouse and the shit he built was there and it was supposed to be in space. And he said that after that, his dad was just totally depressed for like the rest of his life. I was like,
I feel fucking bad for the moron.
Felt bad too, man. Damn. Anyway, I think I might have found a picture of satellite in space.
Oh no, not another one, please.
No, this one's getting closer. Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
That thing's been up there for 10 years, bro. Come on. You know that. I got the data here on my computer.
New Star launched in 2012. It promised to explore supermassive black holes hidden inside of galaxies. Now, a decade after.
Yep.
Hey, God Rockin', I got a question for you and anybody listening. Do you know the difference between toilet paper and a shower curtain?
Absolutely.
Well, I think I do.
Tell me.
Well, toilet paper is made out of paper and shower curtains usually made out of vinyl. So,
okay, well, this is not how the joke goes. You're supposed to say, you know what, and I'm supposed to say, oh, so you're the one. I'm sorry. I just had to bust in, say, hey, that's my way of saying howdy to you guys.
Well, it was a blockbuster. Thank you.
You're welcome. It was not a blockbuster, but, whatever. My son just told me that joke. That's not exactly how it went. He told me something different, but that's what I came up with. I thought shower curtain was better. How y'all doing tonight?
We're just making fun of NASA right now.
We're just watching the new NASA news.
I'm
Flat Earth Dude has been kind enough to post all of the latest NASA news, and we've just been enjoying the cuckery of it all.
Well, can I ask y'all to keep my son in your prayers? He's 24 years old, and he slipped and fell today.
Oh.
On a square piece of sidewalk, very squared off, right on his kneecap. Busted his kneecap in half. So his kneecap is in 2 different locations right now, and super swelled. They sent him home. They sent him home and said, "Come back in a week or 2."
Oh, that ain't good.
He can't even lift his leg. So I'm gonna be having to go do my job work and go nurse him till that happens. And even after he has his surgery, nursing his ass for probably 6 weeks.
Can you bring him home to do that at your place, or are you gonna?
No, we don't even have a bed because we have our bed and 2 love seats, and his leg has to be on a flat surface and elevated. So we don't even have the accommodation. So he's at his house, 30 miles away from me, and I'm gonna have to go over there twice a day to like nurse him.
Wow.
And he's got two huge dogs. One's like 100 pounds, the other one's 50, and a cat. And I'm gonna.
Well, Shannon, I'm gonna have to put you in my prayers too, sweetie, because that's gonna be an awful workload for you to have to handle. And I just, I'll say a prayer for you as well, my dear.
Thank you very much, because I'm stressing out about it. I'm like, that's a lot of. That's a lot of gas. That's a lot of care.
Dude,
that's a lot of everything.
Yeah. Hey, it'll be all right, because I've seen where they replace your whole knee. It's pretty crazy. I don't think they'll have to do that with him, but they can definitely fix the kneecap, man. But he's got to get the right specialist. He's got to get the right specialist. Probably
we've already got an orthopedic doctor lined out, that surgeon that's lined out.
Dude,
they're going to just screw the plates together, and he's going to have screws in his knees for the rest of his life.
Maybe not. I don't know.
That's what they told me that's going to happen.
All right. Well, that's going to hurt. It'll hurt when it gets cold, but he's going to survive. He's going to survive.
I know. At least he's young. He's 24. My husband broke his femur when he was 19, and it was completely dislodged. They had to put him in traction. And he drank a lot of tequila, so they couldn't even give him any anesthesia or anything like that. So they screwed stuff into his leg while he was wide awake and put the weights on his legs, and I told my son. Why
couldn't they give him anesthesia? He's allergic to it or something?
No, they couldn't give my husband anesthesia because he had alcohol in his system.
That's a bummer.
They won't give you anything if you got out, because you might pass out, you might go lethargic, and
they couldn't. They just wait for the alcohol to get out of his system and then help him with the pain somehow, or
you would think so. But no, they didn't. They were like, "Hey, we're gonna screw these screws into the side of your leg and your kneecap, and weigh your leg down and pull that shit down while you're wide awake."
All right, I think. Hey, Rockin'.
Anyway, please, thank y'all.
We'll be praying. We'll
pray for my son, because he could barely roll out of the hospital bed, and I just left him about 30 minutes ago at his house because I cleared all the pathways so he could get through with crutches to his bathroom and all that stuff. And yeah,
You'll be all right. You're gonna be all right. You're gonna be all right. Really?
I hope so, man.
Were you asking me something a second ago, Flat Earth dude?
Yeah, well, I think I found the picture of a satellite in space. I posted it there right under the last one.
Yeah, I see it. And that is, what satellite is that? Is it?
That's the
small but powerful Space Telescope has spent a decade of observation of some of the hottest, densest, and most energetic regions in the universe, and still has more to see before NuSTAR, launched in 2012, is promised to explore supermassive black holes hidden. Oh yeah, I read that already.
Well, it's the next. Well, there's two.
Oh, it's another one after that.
Yeah, after 3 months in safe mode, NASA's Maven.
Marvin spacecraft.
Maven.
Maven. Oh, Maven. I don't know where I found the R in that.
I found an R in there too, so don't feel bad. After technical,
fucking R radius things keeps getting me.
Anyway, that if you click on that, you'll see the picture, and I think it's the one that is the picture of a satellite in space, from space. What do you
came
think?
from space to be in space. What now? What?
Anyway,
what are those tethers? They get looks like it's tethered to the planet in some way. What is that all about?
That's weird, huh?
Yeah.
I think those are meant to be just the antennas.
It's a great picture, man. I gotta hand it to the photographer right on that one.
Yeah,
I think it's a photo illustration. I think it's fake CGI.
Matthew,
I think they're all fake CGI, man. That's why I'm still here, man.
Matthew, we know they're real, so don't bust our
fake
bubble.
CGI. Come on.
Do not bust our bubble, Matthew. We know they're real. After a technical glitch that caused it to enter safe mode, NASA's MAVEN satellite is once again up and running and conducting science operations. Nice. That's amazing. Tethered to a planet, it looks to me. That's just amazing.
Hang on. I'll be back. Hang on. It's not that, I don't appreciate people doing great, wonderful things and, technology and cameras and, satellites, whatever, planes, airplanes, 747s. I love.
You don't mind the cuckery?
I don't mind. Well, I don't mind actual people building shit. I get it, man. I build shit for a living. I know what it's like.
Oh, I am a builder too. I love to build shit.
The problem I have with NASA is they fund all this stupid fucking shit that's not going to help anybody do fucking nothing. Meanwhile, we got all kinds of shitty fucking problems going on, and they just keep spending trillions of fucking dollars on this shit, and it's not helping anybody, man.
Yeah, and then they end up putting it in the warehouse, and somebody's dad finds out years later and goes into deep depression.
Exactly. And it's just, come on, man. After we fix the world's problems down here and feed everybody and, not killing everybody and wars and shit, then we can go to fucking space. But meanwhile, no. We don't get to do that, man. No, we don't get to fucking spend billions of dollars on this shit.
Yeah, just think of all the money they spend on these complete
waste of time. Dude, they're fucking herding fucking Mongolian goats, for fuck's sake. What the fuck are you doing? That's, fuck.
Yeah.
Just wasting money and just by the billions of fucking, who knows? I mean, it's just a waste of money, man.
Especially when they're trying to implement what they're doing at this point in time. I mean, I'm not going to go into it, but we all know what's going on, and it's just disgusting, bro.
Yep. It's pretty bad. So yeah, that's what gets under my skin, man. It's just a waste.
You like that picture, huh, Matthew? Is that Devon Island or is that some exoplanet? What is that?
That's Mars. Mars, and interestingly enough, that mountain is nowhere to be found on Earth.
So well, we don't know that. None of us have been like to every place on Earth. We can't find it. Doesn't mean it's not there. It could be way in some island somewhere we don't know about.
I guess, I guess nobody's ever disproved it, is what I should say.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a prove it.
A little bit of a stretch to think that these people got through the firmament with anything. You cannot, if there's one thing I would like these young people to know is that we live in an enclosed system. You cannot leave the Earth. There's nowhere to go. What's that all about, Matthew? I mean, that was one of the astronauts talking to the young people on Earth, telling them, there's one thing I want you to understand. We live in an enclosed system. You cannot leave the Earth. There is nowhere to go.
We're not going anywhere. Hey,
I watched the whole context. That was Bill Nye.
I watched the whole context. He still said it. Doesn't matter what the whole.
Yeah, he said it in the context of
taking trash out. Fuck off. Yeah, he just said it. That we're not. Of course, we're not taking trash out. We're just.
I know what it was all about. It was trying to send trash out into the universe or wherever to get rid of it. Dangerous. like nuclear waste or whatever, and just, yeah, it was a failed effort. They couldn't get out because they hit the fucking dome.
Hey, I got this one. You guys are going to love this because it comes from the comicbook.com. Is NASA shares incredible photo of neighboring galaxy. Check out that neighboring galaxy, man.
All things
That's
considered.
a photo. It says right in the headline, it's a photo.
All things considered.
Believe that's a photo, man.
Relatively close.
I got some land in Florida, swampland, to sell you.
Yeah, all things considered, our solar system is relatively close to the center of the Milky Way. Now, I thought the pictures that I've always seen of our Milky Way, and they said Earth is located here. It's nowhere near the center.
Nowhere near. Not even close.
Now,
not even close.
All of a sudden, we've migrated to the center.
Trillions and trillions of miles away from the center, man.
It's like 2/3 of the way out.
Trillions of miles away.
We're located now. Suddenly, we're located near the center. Wow, or close to the center. Wow. I mean, the Earth must have migrated, which I guess is totally acceptable. Not. Fuck.
Well, I hate any government waste, and there's so much of it, but NASA takes the fucking cake, man. In my book. I mean, what are they up to? 23-4 trillion a year, billion a year or some shit? I don't know. So much crazy money.
Well, it's double that now because the new Space Force, whatever's getting.
Oh, they getting 29 million or 29 billion or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Damn, we got to add that in there.
I still want to know how they're getting through the firmament. I want to know.
Well, I don't know.
What do you mean by the firmament? Like a hard shell?
We live in an enclosed system, Matthew. I
don't know if it's square. It could be a triangle.
We live in an enclosed system. Otherwise, we would not have, even if there wasn't a vacuum on the other side, or even out there, if there wasn't an enclosed system, the air and everything else would migrate out into whatever available space it had. It wouldn't even have to be a vacuum. It would
I think air has some weight to it, so.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't?
No, not like you're thinking. No. Not buying into that, Matthew. I'm sorry.
Because there's a little bit higher air pressure at the bottom of a mountain than the top of a mountain.
Yeah, I know.
No.
Hey, I got a question, Matthew. Maybe you can answer it. Right. If I take my bike tire and I weigh it with the tube in it, and then I fill it full of air, am I going to see a difference in weight?
I think so.
I think so too, but I don't know for sure. That's why I asked.
And how much would that be? Maybe 1/10 of a gram or something?
What if I use my car tire and then weighed it without the air, and then put air in it and see if it weighed any more? I don't think a car tire would show much of a difference, really.
No.
A bicycle tire might, maybe, because it's a lot lighter, but I don't even think that would. I don't know, man. I want to try it. I got a scale here and a bicycle tire. I can check it out myself. All right, I'll do that later next week or something. NASA.
Here's a picture. I haven't verified this myself, but I think it's a common science experiment to show that air has weight to show two balloons.
Yeah, I mean, it looks good in the photograph. Looks good. I'll try that. Yeah. Now, if we put helium in there, you know what would happen.
Yeah, then it would be the opposite.
Right. Yeah, it's a fun little simple experiment all of us can do at home. We can all do this at home, man. I love that. It's an observation. We'll observe. Well, there's definitely an independent variable there, right? Independent variable, right?
Yep. Whether the balloon is full or empty.
Guaranteed science experiment right there, Mongos. Pretty cool. Alaska's on fire? Uh-oh. This was taken from space, this picture here. So hopefully it shows up for you guys. You won't have to click on it, but okay, apparently that was Earth Observatory. .nasa.gov. That picture,
Does it look fake to you?
I mean, I've flown, thousands and thousands of miles over terrain, and I've never seen anything quite that green. And I've gone to Hawaii. It's not even that fucking bright green. But never been to Alaska, so I don't know. Yeah, it's probably legit picture, high altitude picture.
Well, I mean, they probably tweaked the color some.
I think they might have tweaked it. Yeah, did a little.
Dozens of wildlifers, including the largest tundra fire on record for the Yukon, are burning across the state. Tundra fires. Wow.
Yeah, that looks wicked, dude. Look at that, man. If that's legit, man, that's some serious fires, man. I've seen Southern California look like that from high altitude photos as well. Where
where's the? I don't even see the. Where's the fire at? It doesn't look like fire.
The smoke. It shows the smoke trails there, man. Blowing.
Oh, I see what you're saying now.
Blowing off to the southwest there.
Yeah, I see it now. So there's fires scattered all over the place. Is that what you're saying?
That's kind of what I'm reading into here, man. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I'm just saying, by going off of what you just said, I'm counting like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. The whole fucking state.
9 or 10. Yeah. Wow. The tundra is generally, isn't that kind of a swampy kind of a tundra up there?
Well,
I've always thought it was.
It gets
kind of wet, moist, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, but they've had some droughts up there as well, so I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I guess I could see the grass.
Can't keep up with everything. You know, I try my best.
I guess I could see the top of the grass, maybe that's blowing into the wind, maybe dried out a bit or something. But that tundra up there is, from everything I've ever known.
Yeah, I had friends live up there, man. Yeah, it's wet. It's wet, man.
Yeah,
wet and it's fucking cold, baby.
That's interesting. And where do you think this photo was taken from? Obviously from a high altitude
picture, man. I'm not going to say what it was taken from, but could have been something. Could have been a 747 for all I know, man.
Doesn't really look all that genuinely real to me, friend.
It does look slightly enhanced. I've seen plenty of photos of where I live. When we get a lot of forest fires where I live, and we've had some bad ones, and I've seen the smoke barreling off right out into the ocean with my own 2 eyes, and it's what it does, man. It kind of looks like that and goes up and just kind of follows a nice straight line, whichever way the wind's blowing.
Sometimes it blows that shit right here into Utah. We've had real cloud, like smoke. You can even smell it with smoky days, and you can't even see. I live 2 miles from the mountains here,
but it's
so hazy at times from the fires from California. I can't see the mountain that's 2 miles away. That's how bad it's been here before from fires in California. Could not see the mountain 2 miles from my house.
I'm going to read this proper here, man. Here. Hang on. Oh, shit. No.
So, yeah, I get it. The smoke does travel in straight lines, probably like that, because it blew right straight to right here a few times. Caused massive amounts of haze, and then they would get on the news and say that elderly people and people with lung problems and all this kind of stuff should probably stay indoors.
Yes. Yeah, we've gotten a lot of that here over the years. And
Yeah, they put that on the news.
The air quality's not good.
Real poor, yeah.
But when I was growing up as a kid here in Southern California, the smog was so bad that there was days where we couldn't go out and play at school because it was just because of the smog.
We get what's called an inversion here sometimes when the mountains, like I said, I live right next to these they're 5,000 feet tall from my elevation to the top of the mountains. And they run parallel to me from where I'm at north of Salt Lake. And then they're even another 30 miles north of me. And they run straight all the way down to Salt Lake and then even beyond in a straight. I mean, you're talking like 200-mile mountain range that is like 1, 2, 3 miles from where everybody lives in the east of us. And these inversions get held down in the valley here. They can't get up and over the mountain. And the air quality just gets horrible because the air can't move up and over the mountain.
Just in, man. We got a solar storm coming. It's going to strike Earth. And beware of the GPS and radios. And
that's a pretty big flare there, isn't it?
Dude, that's a popping one, bro. I didn't get a picture of that. Damn. Every time I look at pictures of the sun, it looks like a flat yellow disc. There's no...
You're looking at I'm seeing a white one these days. When did it turn back to yellow?
Well, or just... I don't know. When I look at the sun through my my filters, which,
your welding mask or whatever?
Welding mask. I've got different goggles. I've got some camera filters that do the same thing. But it's just, it looks yellow and round. It doesn't have any curvature to it. It doesn't look like it's got a sphere to it. It just looks flat and round completely. And just flat and disc. It's a disc. It doesn't look like a ball. I don't tell you that.
Huh. Well,
but the moon, man, the moon certainly looks like it's a ball, man. To my eye, it definitely looks like a ball.
Well, I don't think
but I've never seen the backside of it, so how do I know?
Well, I don't think the moon could be a ball because if you put a basketball on the upon the ceiling or on the wall to the top of the ceiling, you put a basketball on it, and you paint the other side of it red and this side of it blue, a blue dot on this side near the wall, a red dot on that side of it on the other side, and you have to walk onto the other side of the room to see the red dot, and you cannot see the blue dot on this side. So then you have to walk back over here to see the blue dot. If the moon were a ball, as it passed overhead, you would see the blue dot, and as it passed you by, you would see the dot on the other side. So you would see more moon surface, is what I'm getting at. As it came toward you, and then as it passed you by, there would be an extra 20% or more of moon surface that we would be seeing. And then as it passed by, you would see the other side, another 20 or 30% more of the moon. We don't ever see that. And so there's a guy that did a concaved artist rendition of the moon on a piece of glass that was concaved. And then as you pass that by, the image never changed. So I don't know how that worked. All I'm saying is this guy created a dish, concave dish, with all the moon features on it, painted on it, and you could see the whole face of it from both sides.
Mm-hmm.
And you never seen more surface. You never seen more on the side of the ball as it came toward you, and then as it passed you, you never seen more of a ball on the moon. You know what I mean? It doesn't give you that view. So I have a really hard time thinking that it's a ball, because if it were, we would see more surface area as it passed by. That just makes it's perfect. It's common sense. I mean, it's what would happen.
Hey, it's tidal locked ball. Guaranteed. We only see one side of it. And enjoy. Hey, man, they're having fun on the space station these days. They're doing some new experiments this week.
With oranges and apples.
Oranges and apples. And these are the happiest people I've ever seen in my entire life.
Locked up in that little tiny quarters.
They're
can't
just
get away from anybody for a little bit of privacy. So that would make you really happy.
Got a selfie going here. Kind of. Anyway, they're the happiest people I've ever seen. They're always smiling and happy. Must be a great job.
Well, all I know is if I had to be that close to the same people day in and day out, and they were 3 feet from me when I had to take a shit, I'm not so sure I'd be too happy.
They got little mini microscopes up there. They got this. They got the Astro Rad vest. They're testing garments in space. They're testing out these vests and doing a little
testing a radiation protection garment and examining.
There you go. We got garments.
Solidification of alloy.
They're in the garment industry now. Okay, they're making metals clearer. Come on, man. Of course we want to do that. Yeah.
Clear metals.
Clear metals. That sounds interesting.
After Mars, next step, Uranus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Uranus.
I'm going to drop a couple $1 billion on some clear metals and go with that. That sounds good.
This NASA news segment here segment you've been giving us has really been quite informative.
Yeah, it's funny, man. It's fun. I'd love to see what they're fucking wasting all this money on, or what's making the news about what they're wasting the money on. Or
it really doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense for mankind, though, does it? Like you said earlier.
I mean, I get you
doing anything that's going to benefit us, humans on Earth here. I mean, or even in space or wherever they think they are going.
Here's the other thing, man. I mean, with all this tech, man, for the last 60, 70 years, the weather guy's wrong at least 30% of the time. Still. But you think with all this tech, man, and get that shit nailed, man, right to the fucking 10th of a degree, man. Come on. What's going on? So.
Space Station highlights. Well, that was highlights.
NASA's dropping $50 million on some minority. They're very inclusive. NASA is very inclusive. They're going to give them $50 million. What beautiful guys at NASA. They're going to give some people $50 million. Here you go.
Real-time measurements of particles in space. Real-time. And I mean, what is a real-time measurement of a particle?
Beautiful thing they're doing
at
NASA.
What is a real-time measurement of a particle? What is it? I mean, in space, a particle.
A particle, yeah.
Wow. Now, the radiation garment, I can see how that might be advantageous to someone if they could actually go somewhere to encounter some radiation. Like maybe near a radioactive X-ray machine, something. Yeah. The garment for that. That would. Yeah, I can see that now.
Oh yeah, you got it.
Instead of the lead blanket, they got just a cute little shirt they can put on.
Well, if they're going to go through the Van Allen radiation belts, they got to be protected. They got to come up with something that's going to protect them if they're going to go to the moon again. Come on. Because the Van Allen radiation, they weren't there in 69 and 72. They just went through the Van Allen radiation belts, and it was okay. I didn't notice anything. I thought I saw some stars in my eyes, but I sure. But
I even had 3 more children when I got back. I wasn't even
no problem.
I was not sterilized. Wow.
That was perfect, and it was like it didn't really bother us because they didn't exist then, or they didn't know about it, but it existed. But
I guess when you don't know about something and you encounter it, and you just
anything
goes and it has no effect as well.
Man, hey, NASA's going to send up a couple of milk carton size satellites to study tropical storms. Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, let's drop some money on that for sure. Yeah, there we go.
Milk size satellites.
Milk carton size, milk jug size.
And they're going to study tropical storms?
Satellites. Milk jug satellites. I might be the milk jug satellites.
Wow.
I thought I would never say those words together in my entire life.
I couldn't. That's beyond my imagination without being presented with it first. I mean, and it reminded me when you said that. Remember that show Twister, where they were putting that thing out on the ground, and it was sending up these little satellite, little radio transmitters that swirl up into the tornado, so they could get radio frequency detection or transmitters, so they could understand the internal workings of the tornado and get the radio signals from these little deals. They let off thousands of them off into the tornado. Maybe that's these milk jugs. They're just a little bigger now.
Yep. A little bit bigger.
Yeah.
Got to study those tropical storms, right? Got to study. Study. Get good grades. Study. Then you can study some more stuff. This all happened. Dude,
only a pair of milk jug size satellites. Only 2.
Hey, check out the jugs on those satellites.
Dude, they got some jugs, man. Some jugs.
Oh, that's a good one.
We got everything I've shared tonight was within the last week in the news cycle. Okay. So this is not like I'm not going back, a month or two. This is just in the last week. So.
Well, they're some busy little bees, aren't they?
Busy fucking bees, man. They're studying. Hey, dude, they're studying Mongolian goats.
Yeah, and cashmere.
So they can make the cashmere sweaters more environmentally friendly. Yeah.
I didn't know cashmere was a dangerous substance.
Well, it's hair, man. It's hair on.
Well, yeah, I understand what it is, but I mean, is it
the hair? The hair. I don't know the hair.
Environmentally made more environmentally safe. I mean,
right. Well, you don't want the hair floating around in the environment, so they got to sterilize. I don't know, man. That'd be kind of you got to keep an eye
on the hair. I get you.
Hold on.
Dangerous hair.
All right, I'll do a couple more here. Oh, that's the end. I've hit the end.
The end.
Yeah. All right, what else is going on?
That was good, Fighter Street. Thank you.
Yeah, it was fun, man. I do that once a week. Come on here late night and just take a piss on it.
That's the first time I've ever caught it. Where was I at? Where have I been?
I also like to check ESA or NASA or JAXA. See what those Mongos are up to.
And they are what country?
That's a European Space Agency. They have bold ambitions. I know that.
Trying to catch up with NASA, I guess.
Yeah. They got to spend the money on this stuff.
That would be pretty bold to try and, compete with NASA.
Apparently Ace is working some deals in Australia now. What? Anyway, Not too good. No.
Well, Australia was kind of a European prison colony at one time.
ESA shared the European Space Agency's vision for the future of space transportation. Wait till you see these beautiful pictures, man. This is the future, Mongo.
I'm excited. Please hurry.
Are you? Well, now you got to click on it. It didn't. Ah, shit. Sorry. You got to click on it.
Yeah, I'll click on it. I can see a bunch of cute little things there. What are they?
It's got the smart dispensers up there. A smart dispenser. Crew transportation and re-entry system. Wow.
A kick stage, smart dispenser.
They got the kick stages. Man, that's a pretty
crew transportation and recovery system.
Pretty hot.
Isn't that just a cute little fucking jet?
Isn't that a cute one, huh?
Huh. It's just, I guess you just stick your thumb out, you're hitchhiking a ride home, and they just swing on by and pick you up.
Pretty easy, man. You just blast on over, bro. Bring a 6-pack, man, and a pizza.
I'm with it. I get it, bro. I'm there.
Okay, cool, man. Appreciate it. QuadSat. QuadSat get some funding. QuadSat. What? A Danish startup has got the QuadSat. Has secured a funding deal through the European Space Agency. How nice of them. This is going to be 500,000 euros. There you
As
go.
the European Space Agency prepares to begin operation of its next generation Vega C and Ariane 6 launch systems, complemented by the reusable Space Rider orbital transportation system. Work is underway to define the future of European space transportation capabilities for the coming decade and beyond. Now that's an inspirational.
Yeah, man. Anyway, there's the QuadSat. Little Danish people. They got
Look at that drone-looking thing on top of that. What is that?
That's the QuadSat.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Danish setup QuadSat said June 16th it has secured European Space Agency funding to productize. What is that? Is that a spelling error? The drones in use to collaborate and test satellite antennas.
There you go. $500,000 to do that, man.
That's not too spendy. That's a pretty bargain. That's a bargain.
$500,000. Looking hot. There's one I can't share. Something about the Cocoa Pokes. ESA signed an agreement. ESA's busy, man. They're busy over there.
I think I need to put my reading glasses on. I'm not seeing these words too clearly at the moment.
Yeah, that happens.
I just happen to have a pair right here. Don't worry.
Uh-oh. We got some strange stars. What? I don't know. Not too good.
Produce ties. What does that mean? Produce ties. It's got to be a typo, isn't it? Or what is that fucking word?
Something like that, right? It's a typo. I don't know. I mean, a lot of money being spent on space and stuff and outer space. And there's some space out there. We got to keep the space going. More space. Space worlds.
Yeah, this is rather
Space
it's
world.
been kind of eye-opening for me because I really had no idea there were so many little busy beavers all over the planet, or over the plane. Excuse me.
$5. It costs you $5. You said it. You got to throw it in the kitty.
All right. It's on its way.
You're the first one to cough it up too, man.
we have a swear jar. If you say planet, you put $1 in the swear jar.
It's $5.
Where?
Inflation, man. $5. You got to put 5 in.
Where does it go?
We're gonna go.
I don't know. You have to decide, man.
I think it goes towards the host of the.
No, you're not getting it.
But put a picture of a.
No, not mine. The host
put
of
a
the
$5
channel on Discord.
I'll call it even.
Goes to Discord or goes to Helio or whatever, man. Wherever you want.
Okay, I could see that.
Because Helio's never going to say that word. And if he does, he's got to pay himself $5. We got a bird's eye view. Issa's. What is this? Oh, my. Oh, this is hot. Oh, man. What? Uh-oh. They're spending some money here, man. This one's only 190 billion. What? Satellite technology to extract meteorological data gathered by the likes of European Space Agency and NASA to make more accurate insurance solutions. This is a climate change. This is a climate change thing.
Oh.
Extreme violent weather and change brought by climate change, which used to be global warming, increased in both frequency and severity. Yeah. Losses in $190 billion.
Are you sure it's not climate manipulation?
Well, that's my theory. But anyway, I'll stick into that. They got a cool picture here. I hope it shows up in the thing here, man. Oh, yeah. Look at that, man.
What is that? Now, let's see.
Far out, man. That's far out.
InsurTech startup uses AI and satellite technology to extract meteorological data gathered by the likes of European Space Agency. More accurate insurance solutions. You read that already. I'm sorry. I reread it.
I'm just laughing because I don't know what the picture has to do with whatever climate change or whatever. It's funny, hilarious.
I mean, what is that?
I don't even know what that is.
What is that?
I just deliver the news. Don't shoot me, man. Don't shoot me. Oh.
That's refraction. That's laser refraction.
That's laser refraction, man.
So that blows the hell out of those beautiful images we get.
Oh, man.
God rocking. You know who pushed refraction first?
Tell me.
Galileo?
No, the Blackfeet before they became flat earthers.
Right. I don't know.
No shit.
So I think it was the 1550s that Blackfeet pushed the refraction thing, but then they all became flat earthers in 1700. But you didn't know that, did you?
I did not know that.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, the minute you're born, you become a flat earther. But you know.
Hey, NASA and ESA are working together to create a team of 16 people to do a sample return campaign science group. And it's a sample return from Mars. And these 16 people are going to be in charge of taking care of the stuff that comes back from Mars.
And they're going to send it back via what process?
And they're going to send it back through the rockets and stuff, man. Come on, they're going to pick it with rovers and helicopters and doom buggies, and they're just going to collect all kinds of shit and bring it back. And that's That's how they roll, bro.
And then getting the fuel for this stuff where?
Yeah, they fuel it up, and it just magically works like for, long time. Me work long time. Long time power.
Heck, Flat Earth, dude. They just passed $24.5 billion for Space Force, so they got an extra $25 billion on top of the $23 billion. They got $50 billion now to.
No, they had 62 million, 65 million. What now? I think that. Dude,
now they got like 120 million today.
It was so much money, man.
It's such a cash cow. My God.
It's just a big propaganda machine, man, at this point.
It's the biggest cash cow I've ever seen, my God.
It's pretty bad, man. Anyway, the national debt is at lots of trillions of dollars.
30.4 trillion now.
Is it that? I was trying. I knew it was high. I did a video. You can. I might be on my channel. I might have made it private, but I did a video back in 2017, maybe, and I talked about, hey man, space is fake, and you owe every single person in the United States owes $65,000 to pay off the national. Every man, woman, and child was $65,000. Now it's $250,000 as of today.
So that's our share. That's our share to pay off debt. Is that what that is?
250 people. 250. You owe 250, man.
It's fucked up, dude. Like what? I mean, but like, I'm curious. What do you think about if houses are gonna go down? Because like,
no doubt about it, they're going down.
I mean, man, like
maybe half now.
I'm with you like that, but like, what I don't get about it is the rent. Because like I don't know about you, but like I'm
crazy,
almost 40. Bro. I'm almost 40, so like I remember 08, right? Remember 08?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but like back then, like rent, it was like crazy, right? Because like you could find homes, people were buying them, and the mortgage was like $1,000 a month. But in the same area, you could rent a place for like $500, and right now it's like rents are pretty high. Like I mean, my place, like I own a condo, and like the rent on my condo is a lot higher than my mortgage. So I hear people talking about like the housing market's gonna crash, but I don't understand how it will, because like I mean it's fucked up, right? Because my comments. Sorry for the language.
You're good. I'm glad.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. But like, my common sense is, like it's been going up too long, but like at the same time, rents are so high. You know what I mean? So like, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like this new news about the market or the housing market crashing. Because
all right, I'm going to give you guys a.
It's weird, man.
I'm going to give you guys a video.
Quite a bit.
I do the stock market for a living. If you have any questions,
this is a documentary called "This Is a Housing Crisis," done by a channel called True Stream Media. Man, I recommend watching that if you want to understand some of why the rents are so stupid. Anyway, that would help, or mortgages and all kinds of crazy. It's really well done. She's great. Her and her husband do it.
She's explaining why rents are high.
Why? Yeah, she goes in really deep dive into some stuff, man. So if you're interested about housing,
oh, cool. Yeah, we're just sending it.
I put it in the live stream voice text, and check that out, man. I watched it. I think it's a must watch for all of us. It's a little bit long. It's like an hour and a half, so.
It looks like it's just a month old, isn't it?
It's pretty fresh, yeah. And it's really good, man. It's worth a watch. Check it out if you got time. Whatever. I'm just here to help. Anyway, ESA and NASA are spending a lot of money. I know that, man, and they got a lot of real estate out there in space, man, for sale. And I think their real estate was going to take a dip too. But
I mean,
well, I own a condo in the metaverse, and so is that?
Yo, that's some shit, dude.
That was it, bro. I got a condo in the metaverse.
I paid a whole fucking $1 for that thing.
No, I mean, like, honestly though, if I had a buddy ask me, like, because I was really early on Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And
nice.
All that.
Nice.
Oh yeah, I mean like 2011.
Nice.
I had a purchase order on some of the first ASICs and got into that very early on. Had no idea what I was doing, right? Like most people had no idea. The point is though, like, so my buddy asked me recently, like, what's up with the NFTs, right?
Right.
And my basic TLDR to him was like, dude, metaverse. Like, if you need to secure ownership over artistic works in a digital space, NFT is the way to go. So the only way for there to be a metaverse economy is for NFT. And if anybody in this, anybody who's listening right now likes just this kind of idea space of NFT and futurism and how things might evolve according to quote unquote the plan. Like, I don't know, has anybody here actually this will be funny. Like, I'm really curious. Have you or has anybody here heard or ever read Fall or Dodge and Hell by Neil Stephenson?
No.
Don't think so. Why? Give us a brief rundown.
All right, I'll give you the brief rundown. So, like, in this book, Neil Stephenson lays out a basically quasi, like, very legitimate future of upload technology that is based on, first of all, the reformation of the internet around around Bitcoin or just around blockchain technology. So, like, basically the first stage of the novel is the takedown of the current internet, right? So, like, there's the invention of AI bot farms that can pass CAPTCHA, right? So, like, imagine if you have 1,000 AI bots that create their own user profiles on Facebook and they can pass CAPTCHA and they just, like, wreak havoc on the internet, right? So, like, that's stage one. So they ruin, like, there's, like, this plot to ruin the internet because they see that the internet is flawed because it needs to be replaced by something that is by something that is blockchain, right? So, like, because blockchain is all identified and identifiable, right? So, like, a lot of libertarians and a lot of, like, people who believe in anonymity and freedom, like, think that, like, blockchain is a great thing. But what's funny is blockchain is actually the exact opposite of freedom. It's the exact opposite. That it is it's a total, like, gridlock network, right? So, like, actually, for security experts and people who love the internet, like, I mean, for me personally, like, I think blockchain is a great technology for a secure and identified internet. Like, if you're going to be on the internet, frankly, like, you can see my username in this chat right now is William TM, right? Like, I have a like, that's me, right? So, like, I actually feel like if I'm going to be on the internet, it should just be me, right? So, like, for me, this is not a problem. But, like, for a lot of people, it's like, oh no, like, we should be able to be anonymous on the internet, right? And so in Fall or Dodge and Hell by Neil Stephenson, he confronts first the problem of the internet being anonymous, which is infinite bots that can just ruin everything. And so then all of a sudden you have this blockchain internet that identifies individuals by how they behave, right? So you get an AI that can identify you based on what's called holography, which is holographic identification service. That's actually also theoretically possible, but not at this point 100% possible. Basically, holography is like how you type, how you talk, how you walk, where you are physically in space, like your location-based systems. Everything about you, an AI determines moment by moment who you are. And eventually the algorithm gets so complex that nobody knows actually how it works. And so there's a combination of a blockchain internet and a holographic identification system that ends up like entangling people into a metaverse, and then they add on to it like a scanning of brains and uploading to a online like upload system. Anyway, point is, it's a really fascinating fantasy / sci-fi.
So they're gonna analyze people in every way possible, and then they're gonna drop a personality into a metaverse, mimicking that person. Is that where you're getting at?
So like, yeah, like I mean, the place where the book like jumps from fun fiction into futurism is like exactly right. So this whole idea of the AI becomes us, right? Like this whole idea that you can like scan someone's brain and have them living, quote unquote, in the in the computer is like obviously nonsense, right? Like, no, that's not your relative. That's not your buddy living in the afterlife. That's a computer program, like simulation, right?
Yeah,
so, like,
for sure.
But what's fun about the book? What's fun about the book is that it postulates a single guy whose name is Dodge. So it's like the name of the book is Fall or Dodge in Hell. And like Dodge is this like he happens to be a video game designer who is also like a super billionaire who happens to be the first person to be uploaded. And because he's a video game designer, his brain is ideally situated to like start creating a reality. And so like it actually goes from being like sci-fi to fantasy because his mind invents this universe that's like kind of interesting and fun. So it's like it's totally different, right? It's like it's not what you would expect out of like normie upload. I don't know if any of you've seen Upload Amazon Prime, but like it's not like that. It's not like some kind of bullshit, but like it's kind of fun, but also
it's like a substitute for eternal life offered by our Father in heaven.
Hey,
oh no, it totally, dude. Like, yeah, on the level, it totally is, but like it's totally false. Yeah, it's all. Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, I know it's false, but I mean,
I'm gonna break it up, man. That I think the end of the world's here because Ferrari is making an SUV. Okay.
Oh my gosh!
What the fuck? Whoa, hold on.
Fuck off, man. Okay?
I know Buick.
I said when Ferrari makes an SUV, man, it's over. It's over.
Dude, what the what? Wait, what? No.
Yeah. No. September they're gonna debut it, but it's coming.
I mean, when Porsche had a 4-door,
I know.
Like,
yeah,
seriously, come on.
That ruined it for me. I always loved the 911s. In the Boxers, man, those are sweet little rides.
Actually, how dare I? I'm done calling them Porsche because they made a 4-door. I'm going to call them Porsche now. Fuck it.
Exactly, Porsche. And then
Porsche.
I go. What's next? Ferrari. I just said this years ago. Ferrari's going to make an SUV, man. Sure enough, there it is.
Hey, hilarious is the Top Gear episode on the sport SUVs, quote unquote. And what they pointed out was they have painted bumpers, right?
Yeah.
So it's absolutely hilarious how they point out that if you have a painted bumper on a quote-unquote SUV, how are you supposed to load anything into the trunk when it's a painted bumper? Like what? Anyway.
Yeah, I've scratched my wife's bumper, man. She drives an SUV and loading shit.
I thought scratching her bumper was code.
Scratching her bumper. Oh, there you go. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm not tracking so good, man. But a little late here, apparently. I'm still doing the NASA news, but
all good.
It's all good, man.
NASA news? What's going on?
Well, I did. If you scroll back through the live stream voice text, I went through about 10 or 12 stories, starting with this flat Earth girl that her name is Jenny Rose. She's on TikTok. She's really hot. And then right after that, I went into like NASA discovered 2 Earth-like exoplanets.
Oh, Jenny Rose. There we go. Jenny Rose. Basics of flat Earth.
But I was mentioning that the pretty girls in flat Earth always get trolled the hardest, man. And if you go read the comments in their videos, you'll be disgusted with humans. But I went through that. I went through NASA, a lot of NASA shit. I go through like whatever happened in the last week in the news cycle about NASA or ESA or JAXA or whatever space agencies doing whatever. But NASA is also helping make Mongolian Kashmir sustainable. They're really they're diverse. NASA's very diverse, of course.
Dude, good thing NASA found those exoplanets, because that way, when the asteroid comes that killed the dinosaurs, we'll have a place to go to, and we can survive.
That's what I'm thinking, man. We can cruise up over there and check it out, man.
It's even better. It's even better than Earth, bro. Even better than Earth.
Gone first before it hits, though. I mean, we have to.
Although, God Rockin' and I were reading about the climate there, and it's kind of warm, man. It's kind of a little warm, so I don't think we're going to be able to go there. It's a little hot.
It's basically like Florida all year, but you never get sunburned. It's even better than Earth, man.
You don't get sunburned on the exoplanet.
Who is this chick?
Well, wait, then what good are the cashmere sweaters going to do it?
Also, there's no taxes. There's no taxes. And
you never know. You never know. Your sweater just might.
But they also have
protection.
But you gotta have the radiation.
Because of the gravity, you don't age. So even better than Earth, man.
Anyway, NASA's busy, man. You gotta keep up, man. You guys gotta keep up with NASA. Anyway, I went through about
good newscast. I really appreciate it, Fighters, dude.
Anyway, it's there's a lot going on out there that we never sit around and go, let's go have a laugh. I'm still looking for that first satellite picture taken from space, man. If anybody's got that, man, please drop it in the VC or DM me or something.
I mean, come on, man. There's like thousands of pictures from space. Dude.
Do you think?
I know, but
if we bought the camera, do you think they'd put it on there for us?
Come on.
There's lots of pictures of satellites in space, right?
Yeah.
Really quality ones that look so
thousands.
But there's none of the Earth.
It looks so fake. It's got to be real, man. It looks so fake. It's got to be real, right? Come on.
Why is there no pictures of the Earth? Only satellites.
If it was fake, it would look, way more better.
No. No, there's like lots of real photos, but
why is there no Earth in the background? I just don't understand.
What do you mean, no Earth in the background?
From the satellite pictures from space, yeah. You think they could take it with the Earth in the background? I mean, it would be a wonderful background photo.
I mean, there's geostationary satellites that take photos of Earth like multiple times a day, every day.
I want a picture of the satellite in space that might show the
Earth. Like meta, like a meta. You want a picture of the like
let's say the space shuttle cruised up on a satellite and said, "Hey, man, let's take a picture of that satellite
with Earth in the background, please."
Yeah, a little.
So there's pictures of Earth taken by weather satellites multiple times a day, every day.
Well, I seen those
in space. You're saying?
I actually put one in the chat here today, man. It was the Alaska fires. You know about the Alaska fires going on up there?
Actually, no.
The satellites.
Scroll up to 11:45 past the hour, man. I dropped
Alaska fires. Fuck, dude. No,
I would
Alaska.
They are balloons.
Alaska, not NASA. Alaska fires.
No, I heard Alaska. Yeah.
Yeah.
I live in Wisconsin. Like my my mom got me a photo of a tornado that happened yesterday. It's fucking crazy, dude.
Are you sure they're not satelloons rather than satellites? They're photos that are coming from the weather. You know, they're weather balloons. Are that or?
No.
747.
So you think there's real satellites?
High altitude drones, man. Drones can go really high because drones are super fucking. They don't have to worry about oxygen as far as breathing. Drones can go pretty fucking high, 80,000 feet or something.
I mean, no, there's actually geostationary weather satellites that take photos of the Earth multiple times a day.
Hey, so have you ever seen a horse in person before?
I saw one today. All right,
man. So if I showed you a picture of a horse, you would have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not that's a realistic picture of a horse or not.
Correct.
What reference point do you have to use to tell me whether or not pictures from space are real or not?
Well, what we have is reference points from the ground telling us that that the clouds that are represented overhead are not just put together. Right? Is that?
I got one for you.
Did you say a reference point from the ground?
I'll be back.
Orion, I'm trying to pick up what you're putting down. I'm trying to meet you halfway and understand what you're trying to.
There is no halfway on this subject.
Well, you're absolutely correct. You have a reference point from the ground, but not the vacuum of space.
So Orion, there are no significant references for contradiction between the geostationary weather satellites and terrestrial weather observation systems. Like, all of them work in concert.
That's a great story. That has nothing to do with what I was just talking about.
Okay, then I didn't understand you. So sorry about that.
It's just a simple thing. I'm just simply pointing out that you have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not a picture of a horse is a realistic picture of a horse or an unrealistic picture of a horse. You have a reference point, a first-hand reference point.
You guys hear me?
To use for that. And I'm just saying you don't have that for the vacuum of space or pictures from the vacuum of space. Go ahead, Goddard.
Yeah, you do, though.
You made a claim. You said that the weather satellites don't contradict what's seen in the weather in reality. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, now can you verify that for us, please? I'm watching, listening.
Yes.
Let's do that. How do we verify that?
Find a single contradiction.
No, I want you to. You made a claim. You said that the weather satellites data confirms what's happening in the weather. Is that what you said?
No, I said that there's never been an observed contradiction between geostationary weather satellites and local observation of the cloud patterns that happen to be seen by those satellites. So, like,
okay, great. So where are these? Where is this data being observed, and where are they observing weather formations? You know this, don't you?
So you have geostationary satellites that are viewing.
Where is the information? How do we get the information? We want to confirm it. How do we get the information?
Let's make it very simple. You have geostationary satellites that.
Great, very simple. How do we find out?
Let's make it very simple. We have geostationary satellites that view cloud coverage. Let's confirm that. No. I'm just saying. I'm saying no. Hold on. Let me lay out the case, okay? It's like, let me lay it out. So we have geostationary satellites. The claim is there are geostationary satellites that have a view of cloud coverage over the Earth, right?
Wonderful. I got it. Wonderful.
And so like they're taking pictures of the Earth. Supposedly, yes. Like this is the claim.
Yes, I'm sure they are.
And
I got it.
Hang
no
on.
one.
He's almost finished. Let him finish. Wait. He's almost finished.
Bro, let him finish.
And there hasn't been anyone who's been able to say that photo you took is false.
I got it right here.
How do we confirm the data?
You look up in the sky and say it's not cloudy when your satellite said it was cloudy. Like that would be easy.
Find out what the satellites are saying. Let's find that out. Where's that information?
What? No, I don't understand. What are you saying?
Here's the situation. You're the manager of a warehouse, and the boss says, "Hey, the data's telling us we got 500 units. I want you to confirm. I want you to go confirm we have 500 units for sure. They might be lying to us. How do we confirm that? How do we confirm that satellite data that they're not lying to us?" I mean, you certainly have access to the data you can show us today, or you can show us how we can access that data, can't you? Then we just go outside and look up, right?
I just shared a couple links in the chat. I mean, like the one way that we can, obviously the only way that we can individually confirm whether or not some part of their data is correct or not is by going outside and looking.
Are you prepared to do that? Can you do that?
Yeah, and I've done it. I mean, I've also like captured the ISS when it was transiting the moon. So.
Well, let's focus on the weather right now. Let's get the ISS for later down the way.
Yeah.
Where is this data, and how do you go outside and confirm it?
The data is in the links that I just shared there, and how you go outside and confirm it is you walk outside and look up.
So with that link there, that gives me the data to what? So let's say I'm in Los Angeles. So I can click that link and find the current weather right now in Los Angeles, and then go outside. Because I want to try to confirm it, but I don't want you to be taking me on a long ride. I want you to tell me if I can do that.
Let's see here. So this one is not going to like give you the local weather. Did you click on the link?
Not yet. I was going to have you explain to me first.
No. So all this is a view from one of the geostationary satellites. All it is.
Or a high altitude weather balloon.
No, there's no way.
How can you say no?
I mean, go look at it, dude. There's no way it's a weather balloon. No way.
Well, wait, what is a weather balloon?
The way they're getting these images, there's no way it's a weather balloon.
What do you mean? Because the picture identifies the picture's going to be different?
I mean, so like these are just a couple. There's Japan has them. Russia has them. Let's see here.
there are.
Yeah, they all have balloons. You're right. They all have weather balloons. You're correct.
So I mean, how do you think it works then? Like, constantly launching balloons and like stitching together the data. Like, how do they put this all together then? How does that work? Doesn't make any sense.
Well, so far you're not giving us any evidence that there's actually satellites in space. I mean, you can't. I don't see how you can do that.
I just looked at this map that you sent the link, and there is not even one cloud in Texas. Is there no clouds in all of Texas? Is this accurate?
So, which one? The first one or the second one?
12:39 a.m.
The second one.
The second one.
So, do we know what these?
Actually, hang on. This says June 2022, the 17th, 7:41 UTC.
Ah.
What's UTC? 7:41 UTC.
UTC is Coordinated Universal Time.
Universal Time? So is this live right now?
6 minutes ago, I think. And no, it's not necessarily that there's no cloud coverage. In fact, like if you do any like amateur astronomy, you know that using weather maps to know whether or not you can actually go look at shit in the sky is folly. That's not how it works. You need different types of maps to tell you whether there's clear skies. Realistically speaking,
claim that these satellites can confirm what's happening in reality. Go outside. You told me to look.
They can confirm. Like, yeah, I mean, dude, here's the thing. If you're looking for some kind of like, oh, this is gonna just drop the bomb on everything, that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to be like, look at this. It's gonna completely change your mind and everything. Like, no, like that's not the idea. But there are these instruments, and they have data collection happening, and either they are a collection of like I mean I don't know, like, so like how are they making this picture happen? A bunch of balloons stitching it together, like how does it work, right? So like what's the counter theory? Yeah, you got it right there. Bunch of balloons and stitching it together. Yeah, why would it be any more complicated than that? Well, what makes it more complicated than that would be the geometry involved. Like that's. Don't be silly, dude. We live in a day of commonplace modern CGI. Don't be silly. Not the geometry, like literally, like, are you familiar with surveying? Are you talking about stitching it together? I'm confused on what you're even referring to. Yeah, I'm talking about stitching it together. The geometry involved, because like look at the obviously the ssec.wisc.edu data geo animation link that I provided is trying to represent a globe, right? They're all trying to represent a globe. So the problem in stitching it all together would be taking flat data and stitching it into a globe representation. So like that's the problem with the geometry. Would be, okay, I'm sure it's hard for you or it'd be hard for me, but I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be hard for everybody. No, I mean, like, yeah, it would be hard for me now, but like I almost got a math degree. Like, doing spherical geometry is not difficult. It's not something that's like hard, especially for people like this. Like, it's not going to be like beyond the pale, but the problem. What else is not difficult? Taking a flat image and wrapping it around a ball. That's actually really difficult. Without any contradictions.
Like you're gonna have major,
so a second ago, you said you have a reference point to use to tell whether or not pictures from space are real or not. What is that reference point?
I mean, the reference point is these is the weather data, like geosphere.ssec. Like these are images that are taken from geosynchronistic orbit, and these aren't the only ones. You can get plenty of other geosynchronistic orbit photos from other kinds of spots. I mean that are like ISS transit, like in ISS transit's another one.
So can you see what's in the live stream voice text?
Let's see here. The Faking Space season 1 episode 5.
1247. Has to do with the ISS and an airplane.
Okay, yeah.
So, do you see what's wrong with this picture, or with what's wrong with what you said, or what they claim, I should say?
I just posted a picture from a balloon footage. Would that not be sufficient to give you pictures of cloud pattern?
No, I don't.
But no, wait. Let's have him focus on one thing at a time, please. Just focus on this, because that cloud coverage thing, that's subjective reality. I don't want to focus on subjective reality. Let's focus on this. This is objective reality. So if an airplane is that far away and it casts a shadow that big, is it possible for something that far away with that size cast a shadow that big?
Hold on. We're not talking about shadows, but like I understand what you're saying. So like, what we're looking at right now is, so even if I take this at face value, hold on.
There's no other way to take it.
Well, I know. I've literally taken ISS transit photography. So
yeah, but my point, it's obviously not in transit. Certainly not where you have been told it is. Not where you believe it to be. It's clearly not there.
Hold on. I mean, the thing is, like, okay, so let's see here. 231 feet long, right? The Boeing 747 versus 240 feet wide, right?
Come on, man! Don't just split hairs. What are you doing? Just be honest with yourself.
No, I'm literally, I'm trying to be on the same page as you. That is a Boeing 747. 230 feet long, right?
Yes, they're roughly the same length, roughly the same width, and especially when we're talking about these differences in distances, yeah, roughly the same length, roughly the same width. Those differences make no difference when you're talking about these differences in distance.
That was 17. So we've got here. Let's see. We got 17 pixels here. Here's the problem is also we're working with pixels, 17 pixels for the Boeing, which is like 231 feet. And then we have we're looking at the height of we're looking at the ISS, and we're looking at it like it's obviously we're looking at the width of it. So the width of it, well, 146 feet, that's not very fair. Here, if I could like show you the kind of like what I'm trying to do here. Oh, Never mind. I can't like.
Let me just get this straight. Are you going to claim that the ISS is that far away and it's casting that shadow, and that airplane is that far away and it's casting that shadow in front of the moon? Are you going to say that that thing's correct? That plane is that far away and that ISS is that far away? Are you going to say that?
No, I'm trying to understand the geometry of what's going on here. So what I'm trying to demonstrate here, I can't share my screen right now, so like I can't show you what I'm trying to like work through. So like it's hard to like say, well, here's like what I'm doing, but what I'm doing right now on my computer is I took the image that you shared, I put it into Paint, and I'm just looking at how many pixels wide are each of these objects. And then what I'd like to do is imagine them in three-dimensional geometry, and if the moon is X far away and it's so many pixels wide, and if these things are this far and that far away, like does the geometry work out? It's all like because the ISS is clearly smaller than the Boeing. The question is it appropriately smaller?
Actually, I think you got that backwards. The Boeing is a little bit smaller, but they're both roughly the same size.
No, it's not. No, it's the Boeing is a lot bigger than the ISS. So the Boeing is 17 pixels wide. The ISS is 9 pixels wide.
I'm not going by the pixels. I'm going by the blueprints. What the hell are you going by the pixels for? Oh my God, man! Really? Fucking really?
He's going by what he sees on the moon, right?
I'm trying to understand like the geometry of what we're looking at, and like does the geometry of what we're looking at actually work out to what it should work out to, given the assumptions of the stated like, okay, so the ISS is X far away. Like, I mean, this is all just,
how long is the ISS? How long is it? What's the longest dimension?
This is all just angular geometry. I mean, the longest dimension of the ISS is 240 feet, but clearly when we're looking at it in that picture, we're not looking at it the way that it's shown in that. Just like with the Boeing. With the Boeing, fortunately, it looks like we're looking at it in very clear profile view, right? The Boeing looks like we're
This isn't making any coherent sense. I don't see what you're trying to make.
So on the right side, we see the Boeing in profile view, right? It's obviously in profile. We don't see the wings.
Yeah.
The only way that we don't,
you can see the length of it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So we can see
as far
the
as the camera image goes.
Exactly, and then exactly, and the moons in both the pictures look like they're about the same size. So therefore, I can kind of represent in terms of the length of it. I can represent it in terms of pixels, right? But like the ISS, though, the ISS is a little tricky because if you look at it, it's not profile view. Like I have to kind of interpret.
It doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to be.
Well, it kind of does because we
not with these differences and distances. No, it fucking does not.
Yeah, it does because I'm trying to understand what's going on here. I'm not trying to just say
that is bona fide retarded as fuck.
Well, sure, I'm bona fide retarded, but I'm trying to understand what is going on here. So, like, I'm
what's going on? I'll tell you what's going on. You're not looking at something that's 200 plus miles away.
I'm looking at
that's what's going on there.
I'm looking at that image on the left, and I'm saying, okay, look at the image on the left, and then look at the ISS diagram, and clearly, unlike the airplane, it is not in an obvious configuration in terms of being in profile or being exactly straight on. It's at some kind of tilt, right? It's
this is great obfuscation, but you're not addressing whether or not you can see it or not.
It's
so
not
at
about
that distance. Do you think you should see the ISS? My question is, at that distance, do you believe you should be able to see the ISS?
It's not about obfuscation or answering your.
Okay, but just answer the question though quickly. Like, do you believe that at that distance you should be able to see that object?
Well, there's a thing there in the picture. So
yes. No shit. I'm agreeing with you on that. I'm just telling you it's clearly not the distance away that you were told it was.
I don't care.
You wouldn't be able to see it at all if it was.
I honestly I don't care. Like all I'm saying is there's
enough of this this nonsense. I'm sorry. I'm halfway sorry I even brought it up, but I'm just kind of curious to see what your answer would be to this. Do you know of any time in the past of when anyone's ever measured the curvature of the Earth you believe in?
Oh my gosh. Such a
directly, not indirectly.
Dude, come on, man. Really?
Orion made a good point with the backdrop on the moon with these two objects.
I'm trying to.
It's not right.
I'm trying to just look at this left side image and say that it seems like the 240-foot width is not fully represented by the 9 pixels, right? But let's go ahead and say
I noticed you haven't said a single word about the differences and distances. So what's the distance to the airplane? Can you say that out loud?
The distance to the airplane says it's 7.2 miles.
All right. What does it say the distance to the ISS is?
It says that it's 253 miles.
All right. And what is the difference in the angular size of that airplane and that ISS? Would you say it's, a little bit different? Would you say they're less than 50% different? Would you agree on that at least? Angular size, less than 50% different?
No.
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 Okay, you are just lying outright now. This is
because now
answer the question that I asked. No. This is. I don't want to hear you talk in fucking circles. This is stupid.
Because I literally pulled it into Paint and I'm looking at the 17
Okay, fine. What would you say the percentage difference? What would you, instead of me just throwing numbers out there, what would you say the percentage difference in angular sizes? Come on, throw a number out there.
So
30%.
So the Boeing is 17 pixels. The ISS is 9 pixels. So it's about 2x.
Okay, 2 halves. And do you think that matches up with the distances that are listed there? Do you think that reflects there?
I don't know. I'm literally trying to
I don't know.
I'm literally trying to do the geometry right now.
I'm pretty sure a lot of 5, 6, and 7-year-old children would know. I don't know why you don't.
The top of their head,
but come on, seriously, I'm curious to see just because it's kind of an interesting thing now. I'm wondering what makes you, do you know what do you think is the best thing, the best piece of evidence that you have that the Earth is a spherical object?
What?
Do you know of any time that anyone's ever measured the curvature of the Earth you believe in? Or if not that, what's the one thing that makes you believe that the Earth is a ball more than anything else? Pictures from space that you have no reference point for?
Look, man, I don't know why you're so hostile, but that's not what I was.
Well, I'm actually genuinely curious. Like when I meet someone like you, I'm kind of curious to see at least that first point, like what your answer is. Most people with gem pandas just point at the sky and say, "Oh, the stars are moving, and the stars are pretty, and the Earth must be a ball and spinning because the stars are pretty."
Bro, he's not being hostile. He's being really polite. And if you don't know the answer, it's okay to say I don't know. Good to help you out.
Well, for me, it's a confluence of the evidence. For me, there's really the claims of flat Earth like just did not hold up for me. So I looked into it, and it seemed convincing at first, especially with some of the like look into the distance, we see things too far away types of claims. Like that seemed
wait, hold on. You said claims there twice. I just got to ask you, what claim have I made as a flat earther?
Oh no, I'm not talking about claims that you made. You were asking me what convinced me that
the Earth is a ball.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, I just wanted to point out that while some flat earthers might make some baseless claims about some things and present no evidence, I have not made any claim about anything. I observe the Earth is flat. I feel it is stationary. I do not know of any demonstration of gas pressure existing without a container. And to the best of my knowledge, no one's ever measured curvature of the Earth. Thus, it does not exist. There is no claim in what I just said. It's just an observation. So the claim, I think it's worth pointing out, the claim is entirely on the other side. There are people that claim the Earth is a spherical object. There are people that claim it's spinning. There are people that claim that there's a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum above our heads, trillions of miles across. See, these are claims, not observation.
Okay. Sure. I don't understand the problem with one of them being claimed and the other one not being claimed. Like that's.
Well, it's just that you said flat earthers claim, and you then sent something else out there, and you said that twice a minute ago. So it's just correcting you on that.
Well, I saw. All I was explaining was my own kind of experience, and trying my best to answer your question was. At first, I had seen plenty of videos that were saying, like, look, you can see these things that are too far away. A lot of them were, referencing, like, the 8 inches per mile squared, and there's, like, one video of, like, an oil platform that is, like, clearly really skewed. Some stuff like that, but, like, at first it was like, wow, like, okay, so they're zooming in on some things that this and that. And also, like, I don't trust a lot of these.
Let me ask you something. Does the Black Swan photograph have, like, is the oil rig being distorted a little bit? Does that have any relevance to the reasoning behind that photograph? It's still.
What?
So I'm not denying that the crane is distorted. I agree with you on that. But my question is that relevant to why we talk about it at all?
No, the Black Swan.
Is it relevant to the argument that we use with it? Is it relevant to that in any way, shape, or form?
I don't understand.
The answer is no. The simple answer is a complete, plain and simple no. So it has everything to do with the horizon and the observer height and how far away the horizon is. The oil rigs are there only to demarcate distance. It doesn't matter how fuzzy looking they look, as long as the horizon is visible past them.
Wait, hold on.
Serve their function that way.
So this thing says the supposed height of the ISS is 253 miles. The ISS is only 200 miles of the Earth.
Yeah, that's still about, 190 miles too far for you to see it or something.
Orion asked you, he showed you two pictures. One is 7 miles and one is 200 miles. 250, 200. Same idea. And he asked you, do they jive? And what was your response to that?
He said yes, they jive.
No, I'm sorry. What's the... Say it again?
Whether it's 200 or 250, that's much farther than the 7 miles with the Boeing, right? So he's making the same point. Do those pictures jive? One being 200 and one being 7 miles. That's what he was asking you. and you just galloped on the other flat earthers' claims, which we can take care of that later. But he made a point with these pictures, which he has pictures of a Boeing against the moon and
an ISS against the moon. Yeah,
ISS against the moon. And what was your response to that? Seeing that they're obviously.
I did ask him directly, Godric, and he did answer directly. That's why I was going on to the 3 points, because I thought it was kind of, didn't know where the conversation was supposed to go from there. Yes, he does believe that it's 200 miles away plus the ISS, and that's a real picture of it. That's a real picture of an airplane, right? You believe that, right?
How can that be almost the same size on that?
I'm convinced that I am convinced that yes, it is the actual ISS traveling 200 miles above the Earth. Like, I do think that's the case. Like, to me, all the evidence points to that.
Even though those pictures show that they're roughly the same size?
No, they're not roughly the same size.
So the Boeing's twice as big?
So in those pictures, yeah. So I'm trying to work out the geometry right now, like looking at it.
So just give us a fraction. What portion do you think the Boeing is of the 747? Or what fraction? What portion do you think one is in contrast to the size of the other?
Or you can say, let's say the Boeing is twice as big, right? Do you think 7 miles and 200 miles would deliver a twice as big picture? Or would it be like maybe 15 times difference in size? You said you're doing the geometry. Yeah, I like to see your geometry to see how you can work that out.
That's what I'm trying. I'm like trying to actually just like do that while I'm also talking to you guys. It's not exactly easy. So
okay, I just did some basic math here. 200 divided by 7 is 28 times more distant. So there's a problem there, I think. One is 28 times more distant, and let's say it's half the size, great, but it's not 28 times the size, or even close to what it should be. Am I correct? You can do the geometry and let us know what you get, or do the math if you want. Be interested in seeing what you get from that, because to me that doesn't jive at all. And anybody can make these observations. Now I will say that let's say the ISS is x distant and moving x speed, right? Well, you'll have the same observation whether it's far and moving fast is the same as closer and moving much slower. You'll have the same actual observation if it's much closer and moving slower as opposed to being farther and moving faster. You follow me? So it might look like it's far and you're moving fast, but it could also be closer and moving much slower.
This is the classic ISS transit photo that I've seen.
But how do you explain you can see it 250 or even 200 miles away? I'll go with your number, 200 miles away.
I mean, like when I've tried to capture it, it's like it's been a little blur because I had, frankly, like shitty. I had a really bad digital eyepiece for my telescope. I wasn't using a Nikon or anything like this guy was, but I actually was. So there's a website called transitfinder.com, and here's the other thing is like predictive modeling, right? Like how do you? I mean, okay, so like you could back into any of these things and say, well, it's all faked and they make all these things up, right? But like these models work every time. Like there's never a point in time when somebody comes out and says, I went out using ISS Transit Finder and I did not see the ISS. Like if you go out and use this kind of tool, just like timeanddate.com, like they work every time. They always work. Like they work every time.
Yeah, that's great. That does not mean that the ISS is where you've been told it is, where you believe it is.
I understand that, but that's a like yeah, that's a weak comeback to
sometimes.
I mean, no, that's a weak comeback to actually seeing something confirmed in real life in real time. Like,
have you ever been to the vacuum of space? No. So do you know it exists firsthand? No.
No, of course not. But like thousands of confirmations of video, photo evidence of things that are traveling through that vacuum. Like, come on.
Are you talking about just things you see in the sky that you believe are in the vacuum of space?
Well, things like the ISS, yeah. So, I mean, this one here at 2 minutes 42, like you're going to see
I'll give you another explanation. That ISS could be some kind of model, like you say, pulled by a high-speed jet, but much closer, much closer, so you can see it in our atmosphere, not 200 miles away, maybe 8 miles away or 10 miles away.
Yeah, right. That would be that would kind of be the alternative, but the question would be then how do they pull off?
I don't know, but
how do they pull off things like what you see in Red's rhetoric right here, the video that I just shared with you?
Your explanation can't be proven.
How do they pull that off? Well, there's no proving anything, right? Like none of us are going to go there and see it, right?
This kind of goes back to my point with the weather satellites. I mean, they claim that the weather satellites match what's happening in reality. You can go outside and see it. Well, I looked at your link, and I'm pretty sure you can't go outside and verify that. At least not the cloud patterns. So I don't know what you think you can verify by looking up. And if you were serious about it, you probably would find out that you probably can't verify what they're giving you on the ground by looking up. That's what you said. You said go outside. I don't think anybody can verify these this link of weather patterns along the United States by going outside and looking up. Pretty sure they can't. So all we're asking is let's verify this, and it doesn't look like we can. You're telling us one thing, we can't verify that. We're showing you pictures that the size doesn't make sense. So here we are. Like, let me ask you this. You said you're doing geometry. What would the ISS look like 7 miles away, the same as that plane? How big would it look like 7 miles away? And then we can look at how big is looking at supposedly 200 miles away. And I think you'll have a major disparity right there. That's my point I want to make. And we're not being hostile. We're just
I'm trying to get to that point. We're here with
we're told we're very critical. We're using a critical eye, and we're saying
yeah, totally. I'm trying to get
not attacking you. We're questioning these claims you're making, and we're
totally.
Multiple times, and we haven't had answers that are
sufficient.
Sufficient, yes, thank you.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I mean, that seems to be about hashing. I wish I could show you the process that I'm going through to try to.
Well, you can talk us through it, and while you're doing that, I just want to mention that I looked up how many drones the federal government has. They have, according to Google, they have 1.1 million active drones. And if I divide that by the 50 states, there's 22,000 drones the federal government has per state. And even if half of them were up there at one time, which is 11,000 drones per state, I would say that drones can easily give this weather data. because they're just cloud patterns, really, and whatever else they have. You don't need floating, orbiting space satellites. You could just have it given by the 11,000 drones they have, or 22,000 drones they have per state, and they would give probably similar data. And that's the point I want to make. You can't confirm that they're
the problem is to stitch them into spherical geometry. So,
oh my God, no, that's easy. Stop talking about that like it's hard, for God's sakes. That's such a silly argument, dude.
No, it's actually
like,
not.
Really?
If you understand spherical versus plane geometry, it's going to be radically different.
But hang on, though. We talked about this.
So, are you saying the people that made the universal logo did, like...
We agree that we really can't confirm this data by going outside. You can't really confirm it. And if you'd be serious about it, I don't think you would agree or admit that you could go outside and confirm these data satellites.
No, so the
so we can't.
The difference. What does it really matter what they tell us? The difference in distance between things would change as a square in between planar and spherical geometry.
Okay, great, but how do you confirm it? How can you confirm it? You said go outside and look up. Really?
Now you would,
let's say somebody said, one day, this is bullshit. I don't think that weather is real. How do I confirm it? They go outside, they look up. You tell me you can go outside and look up and see all these cloud patterns and this weather data by looking up? Do you see how that, to me, that sounds silly. If you can't confirm it, it doesn't matter if it's round or flat or another shape. You can't confirm it. So who knows what they're giving you?
I think we should go to a more simple topic. So I'll ask you again, but I'll ask it a slightly different way. So the radius that we were taught in school, the globe Earth we were taught in school?
Sure.
Do you know what it is already?
$39.59.
Yeah, so it's 3,959 miles. It seems like a lot more people should know that since it's allegedly where we live. But anyway, do you know how they came up with that number? What did they measure to get that number? Was it the Earth?
I'm sorry. Like, trying to do a couple things at once here. That's not fair. So, start over.
So they gave us this radius in school, 3,959 miles. Do you know if they measured the Earth to come up with that number, or did they just metaphorically pull it out of their ass?
I don't get what you're. I really.
So I don't believe that the Earth is a ball. To the best of my knowledge, the Earth is flat. But I'm wondering if you have any direct measurements of curvature that I could look at or replicate myself, or observe at the very least, to prove to myself that the Earth is a ball. Because I don't want to blindly believe it like an idiot, like a sheep. I want to know that the Earth is a ball. So how can I know it?
No, of course not. I mean, there's a number of ways to know it without, let's say, so of course, we don't want to just believe, okay, NASA has photos, etc., that could all be faked. Anything from space could be faked. And a lot of it is definitely very gay. But, the terrestrial measurement that we can take, I think anyway, that's the simplest to demonstrate the curvature is surveying. So again, this goes back to understanding spherical geometry versus planar geometry. Are you familiar with triangles adding up to 180 degrees?
Yes, I am, and I know where you're going with this, and I'm just going to cut you off there and no, I'm not interested in this conjecture. What I'm interested in, what I'm asking for, is
it's not direct. It's not,
no, I know, but seriously, I'm just gonna tell you what my standard of evidence is, so you're not going to waste your breath. All right, so I'm saving you from wasting your breath.
But it's not conjecture. It's actual measurement.
Well, okay, fine. I'll take that back. I'm just going to save you from wasting your breath. All right, because this is my standard of evidence. All right, so my standard of evidence, listen carefully now, is a direct measurement of an arc segment of the curvature of the Earth. So, let's say over 2 miles to 4 miles.
But therefore you're asking for something that requires going to space to get.
No, I'm talking about on the surface. I'm talking about the opposite of that. I'm talking about the surface of the Earth, directly on the surface of the Earth, not up in the air.
So how would you do that?
How anyone would do that would be constructing a straight line, marking the distance down the straight line, and then marking the deviation of the Earth, observing the deviation of the Earth from the straight line as it deviates off into space, hypothetical vacuum space.
Yeah, and that's easily observable. Have you ever seen stars?
Have you ever seen stars? That has nothing to do with what I was just talking about.
No, it has everything. No. No, it has everything to do with what you're talking about. Have you ever seen?
No, I'm talking about the ground.
Stars,
not stars.
Have you ever seen stars just above the horizon?
I don't remember. What difference does it make?
The difference that it makes is tremendous, dude. Come on. I mean,
tremendous. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know what I even mean? Do you even comprehend the words that I'm saying when I say arc segment measurement? Do you even know what I'm talking about when I say that?
So I live in Wisconsin. I've looked over Lake Michigan. Okay. And looking over Lake Michigan, I see stars on the horizon. I see the moon and the sun rise directly over the horizon, as if it were a flat line. Right? Now, if the Earth were flat, it would not be like that. It would not be a straight line, a straight curved line horizon. That wouldn't be what we see, right? The distant hills, especially if you go out west.
Claim of that sort. I didn't claim that's what you'd see.
No, especially no. Especially if you go out west, if you go where the Rocky Mountains are, right? So you go to the Rocky Mountain area, and all of a sudden the horizon is a lot higher than it was, because all of a sudden there's mountains in between you and the stars. Why weren't those mountains in between you and the stars 100 miles ago? Right? The geometry doesn't work. Okay, I'm sorry, but the geometry
you're just talking nonsense, dude. You're making no sense.
It's not nonsense. No, it's not. It's not. I can draw you a picture right now.
It's nonsense.
I could
absolutely nonsensical is what it is.
I could draw you a picture right now of what it would look like.
I'm not asking you to draw me a picture. I'm asking for evidence that the Earth is a sphere through direct measurement.
Direct measurement is you using your eyeballs and looking out at the world, right?
You would use your eyeballs through part of the process, not the whole process. You need your hands to measure things.
So what is measurement? Let's get philosophical. What is measurement?
Okay, listen carefully. If I wanted to measure an arc segment of a basketball, I would hold a ruler up to it and maybe a piece of paper as well to conform to the surface of the basketball. And I would slice the piece of paper up so I could measure an arc segment of the basketball and then compare it to the ruler to see how much a certain, an inch of the ruler this way is an arc segment of the basketball that way. So what I'm saying is constructing a straight line, because that's what you would use to measure something, a straight line, and mark the distance of that straight line from point A to point B, whether it be 2 miles, 4 miles, 10 miles, whatever, certainly at least 2 miles, and then marking the deviation of the straight line from the Earth, because if we were on a ball, the Earth would eventually start deviating from the straight line, and marking that down the line so we can observe that. That would be curvature of the Earth you could physically observe, and actually a measurement of it you could physically touch with your hand. A blind person could understand the curvature of the Earth at that point. They wouldn't even need their eyes. They could walk down it. It'd take them a few hours to get all the way down it. They could actually feel a measurement physically of the curvature of the Earth, an arc segment of the globe Earth you believe in. So do you have a measurement of that? An arc segment measurement of the globe Earth you believe in?
Go buy a globe.
That's a toy. That's a toy for adults.
All right. Well, sorry for answering your question. That's the best answer for your question is every single instrument for flight uses that model.
William, what you did was a gish gallop. He asked you for a measurement of the curvature and you jumped to stars, and now you're saying every instrument. Like, just give us one instrument we can confirm for ourselves. And again, if you don't know, that's an okay answer.
I'm saying. So I didn't jump to stars. What I gave him was a demonstrable measurement of curvature, which is to say, you can look into the distance. So go to Montana. Right, go to Montana and look west. And on the horizon, you will see stars. Like right on the horizon. Now, as you travel west, eventually those same stars that you could see, you will no longer see because they will be obstructed by mountains. Now, if you do some very simple geometry, there's no reason that they wouldn't be obstructed on a flat Earth like 20 miles earlier, and all of a sudden they're obstructed. Like, I'm sorry, but perspective and angular perspective does not account for this at all. The only thing that accounts for this is curvature of the Earth. Now, that's one way of demonstrating to you. So this isn't answering your question, because the problem with the question of asking for like a direct measurement,
the Earth is flat.
The problem with asking for a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth is that you are asking for something.
You need angle measurements that you must confirm that the Earth is flat to make in order to presuppose that diminishing angle of optical perception is your Earth curve.
What?
Yeah, that's what you're so frustrated about. I'm
not frustrated about anything. I'm not frustrated about anything.
Confirm that the Earth is flat. For you to discern.
Wait, what? All charts. No, you're absolutely wrong. All charts assume
you presuppose that the curvature of Earth is. What? You're saying what? What are you confused about?
You're making I'm not confused about anything. You're making no sense. You're making absolutely no sense. Perspective does not account for.
Horizon is actual geometric, or is it an optical phenomenon?
What I'm saying is, you can go to Montana.
Son, I don't know what you're saying. It doesn't matter.
What I'm saying is, it does matter. It does matter. Listen. Have you heard of a place called Montana? Have you heard of these things called the Rocky Mountains?
I adore it. I literally live in a place called Montana. What do you got to say?
Okay, so there's these things called the Rocky Mountains, and it turns out that if you are east of them, looking west, you will not see things that you can see if you are a little bit further
you got nothing.
east.
You can't see things that you can see things. Like you. What's your claim, buddy? What was your claim that we can't see?
My claim is that the only
Texas. Guess what? We do see the Southern Cross from Texas.
No, my claim is that
you don't even know what your claim is, and I just debunked your claim. That's how pitiful you.
You didn't debunk anything, dude. You didn't debunk anything.
You. We
you
see
said
the Southern
nothing,
Cross
dude.
from Texas.
All you have is
you're debunked. You don't even know what your claim is.
Your we see things too far is nonsense.
Not over each other, please. One of you guys has to stop talking for a minute.
All I'm saying is, if you look west in Montana, if you're driving west on Highway I-80 or 94, like at some point, you don't see things immediately above the horizon. It does not make sense given. Hold on. Given the geometry, those things that are immediately above the horizon, 100 miles earlier, it's a meaningless amount of distance given flat. Like if you assume a flat Earth.
Yeah, no, you actually just prove the flat Earth. No, it's not assume. Yeah, of course, prove a flat Earth with whatever you're saying. That's what I'm That's what I'm telling you. You can stop talking.
I'm telling you.
Flat Earth. Like we.
No, bro, I'm telling you to do the geometry. Do the geometry, dude.
We literally
do the geometry.
You're talking about right now. Like
show me
the diameter, the diameter of circles.
Show me.
You gain by Polaris measurements is a flat hundreds of miles.
Show me.
There's no curvature, buddy.
Show me how. Show me how. Hold on. Show me how. Yeah, show me how things.
Define a line. Define angle for me. Define line. Define diameter. Define diameter for me right now.
Show me how.
I won. Define diameter. It's a flat diameter.
Dude.
Across the circumference.
Dude, show me how.
It's flat. It's not curved. There's no curved.
Okay, no, guys, come on. This is
there's no curved adjacent.
Seriously, show me how on a flat plane you can see a smooth horizon in Montana.
I don't even believe it.
I got a better one than that. I'll run up you on that, buddy. Look, you see what's in the live stream voice text? I just posted something. Do you see it?
Ever.
You confirmed flat Earth.
Can you see it?
Horizontal.
William.
Derived by the horizon. Thank you very much. Sextants. It's not a curved adjacent. It's not a ovaltine Earth over here. There's angle measurements.
All right, so William, do you see what's in the live stream voice text? Just posted it there. Black Swan.
Black Swan is total bullshit. Like it's been debunked a million times.
How so?
The horizon's optical. It's not geometric.
It's so obviously skewed, dude. How does the thing on the left?
Optical. It's not geometric. How is it skewed? How is that skewed?
Not look? How does the thing on the left not look?
Your mind is skewed, son. We're trying to help you.
Like a skewed. No, you're not. Don't try to gaslight me, dude.
Where's the horizon?
Your mind is skewed, son.
No, it's no,
William.
Look at
where's the horizon?
Look at the thing on the left.
Yeah, I see the crane. The crane is all funny looking. I agree, William.
True.
Now let's not look at the crane anymore. Let's look at where the horizon is, William. Where is the horizon? Is it behind the second oil rig?
Bro.
Yes or no, William?
Do you know define horizon? Define horizon.
Wait, you don't even understand what's going on in this photo, do you?
Define horizon.
If you're not going to give me a yes or no, I'm going to mute you, dude. You better give me a yes or no right now. Is the horizon behind the second oil rig? Yes or no? The horizon is the apparent place where the sky appears to meet the ground. So it's behind the second oil rig.
Yeah.
Yes.
Of course it is.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
So if the horizon is there,
it's obviously
facts.
So do you see what's wrong with this picture? Where should the horizon be at 1 foot observer height, William?
That's not. No,
should be at 1.22 miles away, not more than 10 miles away.
The horizon is where you see it. That's what.
Yeah, no kidding, huh? And we see it here at more than 10 miles away at 1 foot observer height over the Pacific Ocean.
So what?
So it should be no further than 1.22 miles away if we are on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Thus, we are not on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles.
No, unless there's other things going on, which in this picture there are
like
other
what?
things going on.
Okay, like what? Be specific right now.
Yeah, like refraction, like we're not.
Okay, so refraction. Okay. Now we're going to follow this.
Also, I'm not sure if we're only at 1 foot for this.
No, we're not going to go on to some other tangent. William, you just said refraction. Now I'm going to ask you for something important, William. I'm going to ask you for a citation for the refraction that does what you're describing right here, right now. That particular type of refraction doing what you're describing right now. I need a citation for that. I need some information about that. Like, in the dictionary or something, for God's sakes. No, you're just throwing that word out there, and that's the end of your debate. You have nothing beyond that, do you?
I mean, no, like that's so the way that I understand how it works is that there's hot air underneath cold air.
For God's sakes, refraction requires two media, not one medium anyway. And we're only looking through this object, through this photograph. There's only one medium, and that medium is air. So refraction need not apply. It's crazy how you guys just parrot that word.
Yeah. And it doesn't even extend the horizon to 10 miles away at 1 foot observer height. Like, the refracted horizon is like not even 2 miles away. Like, which is based on the radius, so, which you don't have, but, Hey, William?
Yeah.
70% of the ocean floor is abyssal plains, which are as flat as a tabletop. Did you know that?
Wait, flat as a tabletop?
Yep. The flattest pieces of land on the earth.
I mean, no, it's like, I'm sorry, I can't get over the fact like it's so obvious that these are distorted.
We're not talking about that.
Yeah. So we're done talking about how.
Why isn't the horizon all wiggly and wobbly like the crane then if it's being distorted?
Exactly.
It doesn't even matter
well, actually,
what the horizon is.
The distortion is vertical. It's all vertical.
Heat haze doesn't let you see around.
There's no refraction in any textbook, in any teaching, anywhere that accounts for the bending of light without two mediums. Nowhere. I looked for hours yesterday. In all the textbooks, every citation through every university, I looked everywhere. There's not one piece of evidence that says light bends with one medium. Not one. Even
it does.
Actually,
what are you talking about? It doesn't bend with one medium.
Technically, it does, but it's not refraction, and he's using the wrong word. He's claiming refraction. So, William, do you have a citation of refraction that involves one medium?
Wait, I mean,
instead of two media?
Like trying to
they don't exist.
Here with like
what was that, William?
I mean, you're saying you're asking me to provide you with refraction in one media, not two. Define medium.
No, a definition. I'm asking for a citation, any information you would have.
About how how refraction works in order to quantify how it would cause this kind of.
No. Well, not that. Do that later on down the road. We're going to start with the first part. The first part is just a type of refraction that involves one medium instead of two media.
No, it's one medium because it's two
media.
The two medium is differential temperature. That's the most common kind of refraction that we see. All the time when you see...
That is what you call retarded right there.
No, it's not retarded.
Temperatures in one medium is not two media.
It's when you... dude, it's when you look.
No. Okay, let me just ask you this directly, William. Is two different temperatures in one medium two media?
Basically, yes.
Yes or no?
It's different
basically,
densities.
Yes. Oh,
it's
basically
different densities, and that's
yes.
how it works.
Oh, he didn't even say a whole hard yes. He said basically. Like, see, you hear this
different
guy?
densities, dude. You're being an asshole, dude. It's different densities. That's
You're
how
being retarded, dude. Fucking hell.
You're not understanding how. You're not understanding how refraction works, dude. Like,
yeah, we do. We understand perfectly.
It's light going through different densities. That's how it works, dude.
Yeah, but there's no difference in the density of that air, not to make any difference. It has to be a
well, actually, there is. But there is a difference. No, dude, you're wrong there, God. Right? There is a difference in the density, but it's still one media. It's still one medium. It's still one medium. That's the problem.
So what?
And he's now just redefining the dictionary. Like, William.
You're the one doing the redefining. You're the one doing the redefining. You're like different media, different like same media, different media, different. Like, no. What matters is that there are different densities of the air. And when it's hotter, closer to the surface than above, you get mirages like this one. So the fact that you can like see so the fact that you see mirages every day when you're traveling down the highway and the highway gets hot, and then you can see over the top of a hillside like a little image. Yeah, I mean, like, so
you can see over a hill.
Yeah,
because of a heat haze. Are you sure about that?
Yeah. Street, like mirage in the street. Like, you can constantly see these little mirages because
delirious, dude.
No. Seriously, like the pavement heats up the street, and then you get a little bit of a mirror image of stuff that's further ahead. You've never seen this on the highway. Have you never seen mirages on the highway? So like not something that you've ever seen.
Yeah, I've seen on hot days funny things happen on the highway that are not refraction because it's one medium, not two media.
I mean, okay, this one media, two media thing. I don't understand how you're.
It's not refraction. It's just flat, dude. Like the horizon is 10 miles away because the Earth is just flat. You're not seeing around a curve.
No.
Yeah, here actually, I just got an idea.
No, because
the Earth is flat.
No, because if the Earth were flat, you would. If the Earth were flat, you would see the mountains.
Flat. No, it's confirmed.
You would see the mountains. You would see the mountains. You would see the mountains a lot further away. In Montana, go to Montana. Yeah, you would. Yeah, you would. You would see the mountains a lot further away than you do, dude. And you would also, by the way, you would not see the stars. Also, that you would not see the stars that are behind.
You guys gotta have a timer or something and just take a minute each or something. Like one of you takes a minute, the other takes a minute.
Yeah, that's legit. Have 5.
Yeah, I'm going to use that. All that was very good globe Earth debunkings and flat Earth. To take an angle measurement, you must have a flat baseline. So there you go. Debunked. To presuppose that curvature is a common known perspective aperture is another failure on your part. So debunked again. It would just be good if like you had anything like is there such thing as a curve adjacent? Just like come redefine words and angles and basic geometry for us. Like, because basic geometry debunks your whole entire faith-based belief system. You're done. Most of you don't even know what your claims are. It's kind of pathetic and pitiful. We all feel sorry for you.
Maybe we should start our own dictionary. We'll have 2 dictionaries. There'll be Webster's dictionary, and then the Glober's dictionary we'll call Williams dictionary. We'll just put all the fake Glober definitions in there.
Yeah, Gluberolus.
I'm kind of, by the way, like I'm
backwards. And they never navigate a globe, even though they're actually navigating the globe. They never change the angle of attack to do so. Clowns. You guys, you're clowns. It's so pitiful. It's pathetic.
Yeah.
Oh, linear dynamics is momentarily. It's like no, this shit, like the gas would fill the space. It's very simple. These people are trying to do too much. You know what I'm saying?
So just to recap, William, when light's moving through glass into water, that's refraction. When light's moving from glass to air, that's refraction. When light's moving from air to water, that's refraction. When light's moving through air, that's not refraction.
Okay.
Yeah, and you said that you would see mountains farther. The Guinness World Record for long distance photography is a mountain 273 miles away. Is that not far enough?
No.
Okay.
No, because okay, so how far away? So like, how far away are the stars?
Unverified, undetermined distance.
Are they further away than the mountain?
I just said undetermined.
No,
Did you not hear that?
No, but are they further away than the mountain?
What the
Okay,
heck?
so
What?
Okay, so very simple question. Like, I'm driving west, and I see stars. I'm driving west.
You bumped
Just because you crashed your car, you hit your head, you see stars.
No.
For what?
No, this is very simple. I'm driving
You need
west.
to be a better driver.
I'm driving west, and I see stars right above the horizon. 2 hours later, those same stars are now occluded by mountains.
And
how does that work?
You got closer to the mountain.
They're precluded by mountains. That's how that works.
Yeah.
Yeah, so why weren't they? But the question is, why weren't they before?
Because the stars move.
Yeah. They just moved away.
Not in 2 hours. They don't. No, I'm talking about positions like 5 degrees above the horizon, right? 5 degrees above flat, right? An area that in Montana, when you're driving west, it's big sky country. It's like a flat horizon over land. And you can see basically, it feels like forever, right? Like it's beautiful country. It's great. And you can see things right over the horizon that a few hours later are occluded by the mountains. It's like, why weren't they occluded beforehand?
Why does it make any difference?
Because if they are behind it, then they're always behind it. There's no like getting closer.
What?
And then
Why? Why would they always be behind it?
Because if they're behind it, they're behind it. They're either behind it or they're not behind it.
Dude, I don't know where the hell you're going with that. I have no idea like what point you're trying to make about anything.
Okay, so like if something is out in the like say like okay, so say I'm hiding behind the couch and you're walking closer towards the couch. Like at no point if you walk away from the couch, are you gonna like see me because like you got further away. So you somehow got to see behind the thing because you got further away from it. You can't see behind something by getting further away from it.
What's your point?
My point is, if something is behind something else, you're not going to see it by getting further away, right?
So what is
like if I could show you what I mean in a diagram.
I understand. I got it.
Okay, so the mountains don't occlude certain stars until you get closer to them. That doesn't make sense.
Because they get higher and higher as you get closer to them. The angle is different.
No, the angle isn't different. That's the problem.
God, it is too.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Why does the angle change for the stars but not for the mountains? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
You see over the mountain goes. You get closer. You have to look higher and higher and higher.
How do you see over it by getting closer
disappear
to it?
behind it because you get closer. It's like getting closer to a wall. If you're standing 1,000 feet from a 20-foot wall, you can see the lights above it, and then you stand right next to the wall, you ain't gonna see it. It's the same fucking thing you're talking about.
If
the stars are moving,
but the thing is,
and you're stationary.
If it's behind the wall, dude. Like whoever was just getting real worked up, like, look, if something is behind that wall, it's always behind that wall. There's no there's no seeing it and then getting closer to it and then
Well, the point he was making
all of a sudden it's gone.
No. You would have to walk away from the wall. You'd have to walk away from the wall to see the light. Like if you're close to the wall, you're not going to see the light.
Yeah, dude, what's up with you doing the old Back to the Future space-time continuum sort of interpretation or whatever, dude?
On a flat Earth, it doesn't.
Your reality start with what if? Like you're
on a flat Earth.
That was such clown.
On a flat Earth.
I had to sit through. No, I was kind. I was very kind. Now you have to tell me. You have to listen to me tell you. I kindly sat through you being a goon clown, and you know nothing. And our friend here is going to tell you about reality. Like, reality is, you know nothing. You know nothing. You thought Superman was flying around in circles in space, and that's why the
you have to show me.
Goes down. You're a clown, dude. You're a fucking clown. And so
you have to show me
how up and you need to listen to what's told to you, okay?
You have to show me how
he's already doing it. You can shut up now.
You have to show me how the geometry works on a flat Earth where stars that you can see.
No, we don't. Sorry, William, I got to cut you off quickly for a second. We don't have to show you anything. The burden of proof is on your side. We observe the Earth is flat.
I'll show you.
So the burden of proof is on your side. You need to show us a measurement of curvature. We don't need to show you jack.
Yeah, I muted you, William, because this conversation wasn't going anywhere. Plus, I wanted to bring something up, and I wasn't enjoying this conversation. I don't think anybody was. So you guys mind if I bring up something from this article about the solar storm? Anybody object, or would you like for me to turn the microphone back over to William? All right, so...
No, please go.
Yeah, turn it back over to William. Yeah. The discussion was going pretty healthy, but I appreciate the input.
Sure. Here it goes. Go ahead, William.
Hey, thanks. And, yeah, sorry about that. But,
I didn't want to give you back the mic, but whatever. It's okay.
That's okay. In terms of, direct measurement, this is, I think, the best thing that I have to show experimental proof of the shape and distance, at least of the Earth's shape. This is a very good demonstration in terms of an experiment that you can do.
What's the instrument that you're using? Is it a Sextant satellite? What's the instrument?
So this is on the equinox. Many people.
So what are you basing
the Earth
on? What is the horizon based on? What is?
So this is totally different. So this is different than the point that I was making before. point that I was making before would require me to be able
Well, I
to
know.
share my screen.
Well, I know. I'm
If I
getting
if
to
I could
it.
share my screen, then I could show you the geometry.
No,
of the point that I was making before, but that's not what I'm doing right now.
What was the instrument that you derive the angle measurement that you place the star to be at?
No,
That's
so
basically
this
what I'm asking for.
no,
Where,
so
where,
this
where,
is
how,
no,
where, how did you
no,
make angle measurement?
no. So this is very basically on the equinox every year, and this isn't just the only experiment that is done like this.
Well, it's not an experiment. It's not an experiment.
Can
But
I?
I'm asking where and how did
can I
you
talk at all? Like, am I going to get interrupted? Can I like try to explain what these people are doing?
Don't you have slides?
I can't share my screen, so I'm just trying to explain what people are doing in this video that I've shared.
If you post them in the live chat, then they will be posted up on the screen.
I've just shared a video, and I'm trying to just explain like what the video is showing.
Oh well, well, why don't you just explain what the video is showing?
And I'm sorry, God. I can't read your name, but
my name is Into the Break. I mean, there's probably other people speaking, but they just letting me take reign right now. Thank you guys. I'll be gone.
The God porn. I can't read his name.
Okay, let's get to it.
The point is like this video here.
Curve Earth or whatever.
Yeah, so this video is one of many of these types of experiments that they do. I can give you a link of several.
Okay, so basically there's no curvature. So basically, Neil deGrasse Tyson debunks you even before you even came in here.
Just let him speak.
Presented your stuff, guy. Come on.
So that map in your video, is that what flat earthers say Earth is?
I'm trying to just explain how this experiment is done every year, and I just get.
You're not explaining anything, son.
So William, is that the map flat earthers say Earth is? William.
So the way that this works is people.
Can I be heard? Can I be heard?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that map that Sly Sparkane used, is that a straw man?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is a straw man.
No, he doesn't. It's not intended as a straw man.
Oh, okay. So that is the map flat earthers say Earth is.
It's not about that, dude. Like it.
Okay. So, and then you have.
Wait. Hold on. Also, be specific.
Flat Earth verification to prove that.
Are you talking about in the video?
Perspective are
in the video? Yeah. You want to talk about the video?
That's what he's got.
In the video.
Hold on. Yeah. In the video. Hold on. So in the video, at 2 minutes and 2 minutes 20 seconds. Let's go to the video.
Must measure flat in order for you to derive a celestial sphere model based on angle measurements to Polaris. You're done, son. What are you doing here? Like, do something, son.
So in this video, you can see
that map is used by flat earthers to say that is Earth.
So if you go to 2 minutes and 35 seconds, you can see.
Why are you not answering me?
I don't understand what you're trying to say.
That is a straw man, right?
No, it's not. No,
you proved that the Earth was flat. You proved
no,
it.
No, I did not.
You verified it. Thank you very much. You actually used that as flat Earth.
It literally does.
Cool. We have already used it.
Okay, so people. So here we go. You didn't let me talk at all. You had people talk over me. I didn't get to explain this video at all. And in this time, we could have just watched it, and you could have understood that, like, that's not at all true. So if you watch, then you will see that
we watched it.
No, you did not. No, you did not, because the idea is that at the same time on the equinox, people took measurements of where the sun is in the sky, the angular direction of the sun at noon on the equinox, and it turns out that the alignment does not work out. Okay.
Well, clown. I've been talking to you on Instagram. No, it does work out.
No, it does not. No, it does not. It does not.
No.
It does not work out at all.
It actually doesn't work out for you at all.
No, it doesn't work out. It doesn't work out for flat Earth at all. Like,
no, it would never work on a globe.
Guys.
Globe, you wouldn't see anything past ever. You would see
the sun. Okay, so
only
the sun
only on a flat Earth would it work.
No.
You were mistaken. You were mistaken, son.
You literally did not. You literally did not look at the video. You didn't.
You don't know what light attenuation is. You didn't
listen at all.
Horizon is purely an optical.
Go look at 7 minutes and 35. Go look at 7 minutes and 30.
Okay, Roger. Would you care to address what you were trying to address?
Yes, alignment to what, William? Alignment to what?
To the sun.
You say the alignment of the angle measurements to the sun does not conform to what?
He proved flat Earth. Earth. Yes.
No, it completely. This video completely.
The sun alignment relative to what doesn't compute?
What do you mean relative to what?
Okay, so some people did angle measurements, right? And you claimed it doesn't conform to what?
Okay, so multiple people at the same time.
Yeah, I heard you the first time. To what doesn't conform?
Multiple people at the same time measured the angle to the sun.
That's what you said the first time. That's what you said the first time.
And
then you said it doesn't conform. Conform to what?
At the same time, they all, if the Earth were flat, all of their angles would have pointed at one spot, right?
Oh, okay.
The sun is in the sky. There's the one sun sitting there, right? So when we all point at it, we're all pointing at the same thing, right?
Okay. No, in your model, that's not correct. So is the sun?
No. When we're pointing at the same thing, right?
So in your model, is the sun an apparent location or an actual location?
It's both. I mean, that's a dumb question, dude. If you
so
look,
is it an apparent location or is it the actual location?
Did you actually watch the video?
Yes. I saw a bunch of blue marks, protractors. Then he modeled it right on a globe Earth, saying it doesn't fit. Okay.
No, it fits well when you look at the globe. And the point is, you get the reason that we know it's a globe is because the globe was derived from these observations.
Right. Yeah.
So you have these observations and you ask the question, well, what's going on, right? What the hell's going on? Like, what is our world made of?
And then I ask you, is the sun an apparent location or the real location? Is it an apparent location?
Well, unless you're going to go there, it's always going to be apparent. Like, you're an apparent location for me right now because you're in my headphones. So you're an apparent voice.
No, I'm in the.
But you're also a real person. I know, you're a real person. Okay. But in my headphones, you're an apparent.
So sophistry is Larry. Is this sophistry?
You're a sophist nihilist.
No, I'm not a sophist nihilist. No, that's absolutely false. That's absolutely false.
What a triangle is. You don't even accept.
I'm not denying what a triangle is. This is
hang on.
Observable right here on the video.
Hang on just a second. Okay, so this is an argument from 2016 around the equinox. And basically what they're saying is, and I'm going to put it in basic terms, the sun rises in the east on this day, therefore it has to be a globe. William, did I get that right? I'm going to go to you.
No, that's not the idea on this particular video.
This is not evidence for the Earth being a globe, the sun rising in the east on the equinox.
Well, the sun rising, this like that does not characterize this particular video. This video is using basically is just demonstrating how by looking at the geometry of observations. All it's doing is just like looking at observations of the angular geometry of the apparent location of the sun, which, okay, yes, it's the apparent location. So maybe, like maybe the firmament is warping the location of it somehow. Like maybe there's something in between the observers and the sun that's causing these.
You believe in refraction, right? And you got the straw man model.
Oh no, I do believe in refraction.
Okay, then. It works on the flat Earth because of reflection. How about
but the problem is like so at 7 minutes and 10 seconds you can see a great image of the compilation of the various observations, and they don't line up to one spot. So
yeah, in a cartoon model, right? Is that it? They don't align in a cartoon model with a
It's not about no. These are observations from real people, but like. The point is that
exactly they don't line up in a cartoon model. They don't line up.
It's not a cartoon.
In a cartoon goof.
It's not a cartoon. These are real observations.
Goofy cartoon. They don't.
Come on, man. Come on. These are real observations that real people do every year. There's plenty of people who do these observations every year.
Yeah, and every year they view the Southern Cross from Texas.
If these observations,
what's your claim about these stars from the southern? What do you claim?
If the sun is local, if there's some way that these things can line up, then there's something going on in between the observers and the sun that could be explainable. I don't know what that is.
Trying to talk about photons and stuff, light and
no. I'm trying to understand. Like maybe stuff. I mean,
you're a flat earther, or what are you?
Yeah, it's all begging the question.
He's
right?
a flat earther, trying to understand.
It is all begging the question. I'm trying to understand. Like
join the club. Hey, we're all flat earthers trying to figure out
how do these observations
join the voting club.
Yeah, how do these observations square with reality? Like that's the question. Like there's every single year they do these observations and it's always consistent with a globe.
That's not true. That's not true because you are saying that because of we see stuff in the sky, Earth is a ball, right? That is what you're saying.
No, it's not.
It's always
that's not what I'm saying.
Because you're taking angle measurements to anything you see in the sky, and therefore anything that you see in the sky, anything that you want to pronounce as being a globe proof is actually a flat Earth proof because you have to take angle measurements to it. And we have circles of equal altitude. And we have diameters of hundreds of miles of flat, verified, empirically provable flat ground in circles of equal altitude.
Yes, and of course the underlying assumption.
Navigation is a 100% actual, definitive, measured, empirical proof that the Earth is flat. So anything you want to use that uses any sort of angle measurement is also further proving my point. So
celestial navigation literally uses the celestial sphere, but that's a whole.
Which is a flat plane. Which is the flat plane, right?
No, it's literally not.
Angle measurements. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the celestial sphere is a flat plane.
Flat plane. What? Thank you very, very much. Do go and verify and prove my flat Earth.
The celestial? Did you just say the celestial sphere is a plane?
You simpleton.
Yeah, they use angle elevations on a flat
foolish
plane.
child. Like we have circles of equal altitude. That's diameters of hundreds of miles of flat line. A flat line. A diameter isn't curved. You simple dumb fuck. We got flat Earth measured.
Into the break, bro. I keep muting you because you keep attacking the person. Like, this should be an argument that you should be able to win without attacking William. Right? Go ahead and stick to the arguments, bro. You can do it.
My apologies for being so excited about how there's a definitive claim for the flat Earth and that there is no debunk for. Because what are you going to define right triangles? Go to redefine these terms.
That's not what I'm trying to do. Like the celestial sphere is
you are because your celestial sphere is based on angle measurements of perspective. Something very simple. It's the Bob and Jan paradigm, where you think that where the horizon's dipping down to you and things are rising up, but somebody on the other end of the diameter of a circle of equal altitude, you're saying the horizon's bending down, and then on the other side of that, 70 miles away, you're saying that that's bending down as well. And so now you're presented with a paradigm of your horizons bending down to you at both ends. And you would say it's something else. What do you want to say it is? I know what your argument is. You don't know what your argument is. You don't know that it's like your argument was here's stars that from the southern or whatever. So you're just like committing a bunch of fallacies, and so your whole argument came from that, and is debunked that we see the Southern Cross from Texas. So you're debunked, and then now we're talking, and then I brought it out as something much greater.
I'm sorry to be. I don't mean to be rude. I don't mean to be rude.
You're such a clown. Like any globe earther is a clown, sad.
Okay, I gotta pee. I don't mean to be rude. I'm not trying to interrupt you.
I don't expect that you would agree. I just debunked everything in your entire fantastical reality. You faint little child. You get off Instagram, or why don't you go show me who you are on Instagram? Be a man. Do something about it. Can't do nothing. You know who I am. You know who I am. If you talk, you would know who I am on Instagram, just like you know who Tila Tequila is. Like, you know who I fucking am. And that's why I know I talked to this child. He knows who I am. I ain't hiding it. I ain't presenting it either.
Come on, man. Relax, bro.
It's a sad state of affair where these people are so scared about their claims that they aren't ready to step up and take responsibility for their claims. Like, that's your claim.
So I don't get into the break 1 second. So I don't get why we are measuring the sun's actual position, right? Because globe earthers will tell us, with a Sagittarian eclipse, right? The sun is not actually over the horizon; it's an apparent location.
Okay, Roger. Can I answer you, Roger?
Go ahead.
Okay,
explain the double speak.
No, I'm not going to try to explain any double speak. I'm going to try my best to explain the example that I gave and why pointing at something that is somewhere else, even if you don't know how far away it is,
So let's speak in specific terms. So you're talking about the GP of the star. You don't know how far away the horizon is? And the GP of the star. No. Let's speak. Okay, well then speak in specific terms so we know what you're talking about, because you failed already. You failed already. So speak in specific terms. It's not a joke. It's not some funny joke.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm trying my best, man. Like, come on. I'm trying to explain
No, you got
how.
this.
Okay, so let's say we have we're trying to figure out like the shape of the thing we're on. Let's I mean, it's hard for me to like get away from, but like, okay, so basically,
somebody gonna take care of that for me?
So basically, like, there's an object.
I don't want to do it because that was some joke shit. Like, are you serious?
There's an object that we all know is the same object, right? We can all point to it, and we all know that when we all point to it, it's the same thing.
Okay,
right?
here, put the little
hold on. So
plane. I want to see where do you over the globe. Hey, you want to?
Please don't interrupt.
Are you serious? No, like, don't interrupt this guy, like, doing some clown stuff. No, like, let's go to the conclusion. Like, put the little airplane on the globe. I want to see where does the airplane navigate the globe. Show me that in real life. Show me where in real life where the airplane navigates the globe. That's what he's getting to. Don't tell me to stop. No, I'm not going to sit here for an hour for him to explain the globe to me.
That's not what I'm talking about, dude. That's not what I'm talking about.
No, you're a clown. You're like literally sitting. Oh, imagine you're a child sitting there with a. No, like where and when does an airplane navigate the globe ever? They're traveling from Charlotte to California.
Into the break.
Come on, there's like 300,000 feet of navigatable globe hump curvature that they need to account for as their horizon. When and where do they do that?
That's not how it works.
Oh,
so into the break, please. Okay. Please let him explain himself, and then when he's done,
okay. Well, I wanted to go to the board shit, but I think now he's on the right track. Thank you.
That's all good, man. Thank you. So like, basically, the idea, Roger, in that video in particular is. And the reason we think we can point to things that are far away to help figure out like where we are and what
is the airplane changing its angle of attack to go around a globe or not? Like, does the airplane change to navigate? What is he gonna finish? He's not finished. He's not finishing anything. He's saying,
"Please, can you let him finish?" I know. I asked him a question. Go ahead, William.
So like we, a few of us, we determine a method first of synchronizing our watches. Right nowadays, this is really easy, right? Because like we can literally just live stream over the internet. But
can I interrupt you for 1 second?
That's fine. Yeah, it's cool.
Can you be short and concise? No fluff. Right.
All right, I'll try my best right now. Yeah. So first of all, but this is key. First of all, we have a means by which to synchronize time, so that we know that we are taking.
I understand. I understand. Short and concise. I understand. Right. This is not the first time.
Yeah. So at the same time, we take a measurement where we are pointing at an object in the distance.
Okay. Right.
In the sky, and we're having an angle to it. Yeah, and we have an angle to it.
I understand. Let me ask you a question about that. How do you know that is the position of the thing you are looking at?
Okay, so, well I guess, what do you mean? How do I know?
So is it the real location, or is it an apparent location?
Well, it's when you're looking at something, it's always apparent. Okay. There's no getting around that, I guess. Like
so taking an angle measurement of the sun of an apparent location, right, and then plotting it onto a flat map, which isn't our map, which isn't the map.
No, it's not about that. It's not about that. It's all it is. All it is just all we're doing. Sorry to cut you off, but I'm assuming that I have the floor. Like all I'm saying is like we're getting an angle from flat, which is tangent to the surface. If you assume a globe, whatever. The point is, we're taking a measurement of an angle from the ground up to the sun at high noon on the equinox.
The apparent location, which is not the actual.
Well, of course, the apparent location. Like when I see somebody across the room, that's the apparent location. Like when I see the glass in front of me, it's an apparent location before I grab it. Like
that is sophistry, because when I sit,
it's not sophistry. It's apparent location.
So when I sit with you in the room, you are there, right? I can walk to you and I touch you, and I know that is your location, William. So It's not an apparent location. Stop with that. Stop.
No, you verified it by doing all that. Apparent is when you look at it.
Right. So where we look at an apparent sun, not the actual location, right? Continue.
You're the one who's being a sophist by like making.
Not actual. No,
you're making as if it matters, like it's apparent versus what.
So when we look at the Selenilian eclipse,
actually, you know what? I'm being an asshole. Okay, hold on. Maybe actually, you know what? Like, why do you think this matters? Like, I'm sorry. Like, I don't understand why you think apparent location matters.
Because in your model, right? The sun is at an apparent location, because when we look at a Selenilian eclipse, you guys tell us, well, the sun is not actually above the horizon. It is refracted above the horizon, making it look like it's above the horizon. It's actually below the horizon.
That's kind of like when Chicago is visible from places and like across the water, right?
Selenilian eclipse, William.
I'm even just saying, like, yeah, there's famous photos of like Chicago being visible.
No,
across Lake Michigan.
Listen, the Selenilian eclipse is where an observer stands on Earth. Hello. So when an observer stands on Earth and he sees both moon and sun above the horizon, and the moon still is being eclipsed, according to the heliocentric model, being eclipsed by Earth.
Selenium eclipse?
Selenilian.
I'm trying to like find an example of this on here.
Just type in the impossible eclipse.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah.
It's going the impossible eclipse.
I mean, so the thing is, like, okay, so the quote unquote impossible eclipse. Okay, cool.
Right.
So like, Selenilian.
Selenilian.
Yeah. Wow, that word is really weird.
Yeah, it's just like you're the thing to work out so good for you. Like, you're a fucking clown, dude. You're a kook.
Man. Come on.
You're a kook, bro.
Why do you gotta be like that, dude? Why do you gotta be like that?
So again, right? It does matter. It does matter.
because apparent location. Because this is an exceptional case. Like what I'm talking about.
Pleading then, special pleading.
No, I'm not.
This
is
not exceptional.
This. Okay, do you see these every day? So every single day, the sun is at high noon at some point, right? Every day there is noon, right? And every year the sun is at high noon every day. There's high noon.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's the thing. Like any day.
The apparent sun, I guess.
Yeah, the apparent sun, sure. But like, but the point is, every single day, we could go out at noon, whatever, call it noon UTC or noon at some designated time zone, and take an angle to the sun on that day.
Okay.
And the thing about the equinox is that the equinox is when the sun is 90 degrees above the equator. Like if you live on the equator, it's literally right above.
Yeah, I understand. Yes.
Yeah.
Less fluff, more short and concise.
So the thing is, as you go up or down on the Earth, like you have a different angle towards it, and those are represented in that video. Like every single year, they do the Eratosthenes experiment, and I can share. Like they have tons of data. They show it all the time, and the angles do not meet if you assume a flat Earth. If you assume that the Earth is flat, the angle, like the line that you make from their actual locations on Earth, like cannot meet unless somehow there's some kind of a bending of the light in between them and the sun. That's the only way that you can make up for it.
Listen, somebody can play a quote for you right now.
Yeah.
Somebody can play a quote for you right now from Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that it would work the same on a flat Earth as it would if it was a globe. Eratosthenes.
So,
yeah.
So unless we're looking at an apparent sun, right?
No.
No. Yes.
There's no way Neil deGrasse Tyson ever said. Like I hate the guy. He's an asshole. He's a fucking asshole. He's a real
Someone will play it. He's wrong on a lot of. He's wrong. He's wrong a lot, but he fucks your side up because he says things that would actually be the case.
It's not my side. Like the point is, like none of these observations actually line up. Like the fact is, these observations point at.
All right, I've been listening for a while. Now you're gonna listen to me. All right, you see what I just posted?
Like the video. I shared that video.
Hey, bro, I saw your video. Did you see what I just posted?
Wait, hold on. Let me scroll down here. Equinox and Flat Earth, are you free?
No, it's Larry.
Is that free?
No, Larry.
Larry.
Posted a couple.
You see what I posted?
Wait,
just scroll up a little bit.
William, are you at the live stream voice text?
Yeah, I am, but I don't know. Like,
just scroll up a little
bit.
You
see where Larry posted at 31 minutes after the hour.
Okay, here we go. 31.
According to Eratosthenes.
Okay, yeah, here we go. Yeah,
table is a ball, right? Because you can measure shadows on this table. It means that it's a ball, right? You see the next one? It's a GIF. Can you click on it and make it big?
Yeah, I'll click on it. Yeah.
All right, give it a watch. You get the same results on both models. This is well known. That's why it's laughable. Hold on, bro. I listened to you talk for a long time.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I muted people who were clowning on you.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Good talk.
I literally just interrupted you. Apologies for that.
That's all right. I don't really care about that. Listen. The thing is that it works on both models, even though we don't have a model, right? It works on both a spherical and a flat Earth, right? Because you can't mix the models together to make a straw man, to make the flat Earth look stupid, right? That's called cheating, right? So what I'm trying to show you here is this GIF is showing you that it works on both. And then even more evidence, it's repeated down here on the third image. You see the strips of white with the popsicle stick sticking on the top?
The strips,
below the GIF.
There's, below the GIF with the
right.
One of them is bent, the other one's flat.
Right. Do you see how the bent one has the same shadow angles as the flat ones?
I do.
Right. So this is a really old argument from like before Christ. And when you guys bring it up, we laugh because it's 2022 and you guys are bringing up stuff since before Christ as like this is some sort of evidence that proves that we live on a ball. But like I'm showing you here, it doesn't prove anything because it works on a flat table.
But can I explain why?
Sure, you can respond.
Yeah, so it's like, sure, the fundamentals of this experiment are from before the time of Christ, but the collection of the data for this experiment has continued and has advanced in sophistication to today, where we have now physics students around, I'll say it around the globe, sorry, but like around the world, like across the world, there's people who repeat this experiment using today's sophisticated methods.
William,
it's quite different. It's quite different.
I hear you. Yes. So sticks, measuring a stick and a shadow, is that more sophisticated than before Christ? Now than it was then?
Wait. Sticks measuring shadows, is that more sophisticated now than it was then?
When Aristophanes did it, he used a well and a stick, and he measured the shadow. Now, quote-unquote, physics students do this today with sticks and shadows. How much more would that be sophisticated than Aristophanes did?
So that they're not doing it the exact same way. That's not...
Measuring a shadow like he did, and how we do it now, right? Assuming parallel sun rays, a sun at an infinite distance away, assuming a globe Earth. That's not the same way.
The difference is that they have. So first of all, this, this image that's shown of a slightly bent versus a flat, right? There's differences between those two. First of all, they are different in terms of the length of shadows, and the geometry will work out that way. The geometry will work out.
Not what I'm done with you, it won't.
No, like I mean, it's obviously demonstrable that the length of the shadows will be different when they're flat versus when they're on a curve.
Tell me, William, how much more?
That's just the case.
I ask you a question. How much more? Because you made a claim, it's now more sophisticated. How much more is it sophisticated?
There are instead of being two locations, there are dozens of locations that do the measurement at the same time.
They still measure what, William?
They do it at the same time based on modern
it's not what
synchronization. They can do it. They can live stream their simultaneous measurements. Like it's
not what I asked.
It's a lot different.
So, what do they measure, William?
They measure shadow length.
Okay, and what did Aristophanes do?
He measured shadow length.
Right. So much more sophisticated. Your claim is rather baseless, then, right?
No, because the whole idea is that you're measuring a distance in two different locations simultaneously. That's the whole brilliance of the experiment.
It's not an experiment. That's not an experiment.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Because
we can go into what?
Because you're making a guess about what the angle will be to the sun. Because that's the whole idea of the shadow. The shadow isn't just like measuring the length of the shadow. The idea is that you're getting the base on a triangle.
A triangle, right? On a curved surface is impossible, but I don't.
No, a triangle on a curved surface is not impossible. Have you heard of tangent lines?
That is not a tangent line. Yeah, if you're
tangent line is.
I know what a tangent line is, right? But when
sure? So then, like, you wouldn't make that kind of comment if you knew what a tangent line was.
Of course I do, because you need the GP of the. For instance, in celestial navigation, the GP is directly is a geographical position. So when you're measuring an angle from a curved surface, you will never get the correct GP. So Globers will tell you, we have the tangent plane, right? We just create a tangent, or we measure from the center of Earth, right? That's what they do, but that's not how celestial navigation is used. But that's not the argument right now. The argument is that you claim that it's so much more sophisticated, which it isn't. It's still measuring sticks and shadows, assuming parallel sun rays, assuming a globe Earth, right? If I assume a globe Earth, then the sun, the shadow of this stick should be this long. Am I not correct? Because you still haven't measured any curvature, so you have to assume that the Earth is a ball and that the sun has parallel sun rays.
I mean, you
can. Do you assume, William? Do you assume the sun has parallel rays?
You can do it one way or the other. I mean, you can start with one assumption and work your way the other way, or start with.
Did you hear what Larry asked you? Did you hear what Larry?
I mean, does the sun have parallel rays? Well, no. No one thinks the sun has parallel rays.
So then, how are you measuring angles from a sun that has crepuscular rays?
The sun, I mean, just like any lunar object. I mean, just like the light on my desk right now. It lets out light in all directions, right?
So if we got a local sun with crepuscular rays, what the are you even talking about?
So the thing is, like, if we had a local sun with, just like any other light source, right? It's just like any other light source. It's a giant light source, right? The question is, where is it? Where is the sun?
No. The question is, does the light come down at parallel rays, 90 degrees?
No.
Like railroad tracks? No. Okay.
No. I don't. I don't think it is, Larry.
Thing.
No, Larry. It's no. I don't mean this to like offend you, but like what I mean to say is like.
Dude, I'm not offended. Either way.
No, I know you're not. I'm just being conversant.
So seasons, right? They depend on parallel.
No, I'm saying Roger. Sorry, I'm saying like it's not about the sun having parallel rays. The sun does not create parallel rays. The idea of parallel rays is that you have a light source that is so far away that by the time.
William, we know.
Okay, fine. If you already know that. The point is, if.
So, William, I'm going to go ahead and break this apart, so I'm going to ask you to go on mute. You can look at what I'm talking about if you like to, but I'm just going to go ahead and get you to look at the two gifts that I recently posted. Bro, I can mute you if you need me to. I can mute you, or you can just listen, because I'm about to break down everything that you did just now.
One last thing?
I'm going to ask you. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So the question is, where is the sun? And there are times when it can be seen in both Argentina and Australia.
Okay. I don't know if that has to do with anything, but yeah, I'm going to go ahead and go. So if you look at the images, the GIFs that I posted 38 minutes after the hour, the first one shows how the sun is giving parallel rays, but they look like they're, not because of perspective. And then the next one is showing actual crepuscular rays because of the clouds interfering and reflecting and causing actual crepuscular rays. So those are the two ways that you would say the sun is coming to the earth. It's either one or the other. It can't be both.
The one that
is binary. It's either 90 degrees parallel, like the one on top, or it's not. It's like the one on bottom. So if he did it during a sunny day, this is what you would get in your model. If you did it on a cloudy day, this is what you get crepuscular rays.
I don't understand
Bro, just listen. Let's say he did it on a sunny day with no clouds, right? So he could get accurate measurements. So if you scroll up to 36 minutes after the hour, I have posted the lunar eclipse and the solar eclipse. We're focusing on the solar eclipse. So according to the solar eclipse, the sun doesn't travel at 90 degrees parallel rays. In fact, there's a great deal of refraction after it goes past the moon. It appears that the light from the top of the sun goes under the bottom of the moon, and the bottom of the sun, the light goes over the top of the moon. And this is what we get. Can someone explain to me why this is considered true and this is not? If you had 93 million miles worth of corpuscular rays, you would have a shadow on the Earth 1/4 the size of the Earth, because the moon is 1/4 the size of the Earth. If you scroll down some more, you see the actual totality of the moon's shadow is only about 100 miles in diameter, sometimes even as low as 70.
Yep.
So this is what you would get if you had the light that isn't coming in at 90 degrees. However, you can't have both. So I'm going to ask you, because this isn't Burger King, you can't have it your way. Do you want to keep the shape of your Earth or the size of your moon? Because according to this, what I just showed you, you can't have both. Either it's 90 degrees.
Can I answer that?
Yeah, as soon as I'm done. I'm almost done.
Okay.
So the sunlight is either coming in at 90 degrees, and you have an itty-bitty tiny moon like the size of Iowa, not the size of the United States, or the light is, in fact, coming in crepuscular rays, and you don't have the shape of your Earth measured by Eratosthenes some more, so quit bringing it up. So which one are you going to choose?
I'm not going to choose based on what you've just laid out, because it's and I'm sorry, Larry, like I like you. Like, I do not mean to offend.
What does like have to do? I'll mute you just for saying that. What does like have to do with the argument?
What it has to do is like being a person, dude. Like I'm
not a person. I'm a man.
Well, okay, fine. You're a man. Like, what I mean, man to man, is like I don't mean to offend you with what I'm about to say, but like these are cartoon
just say it.
representations of the reality. So I'm not going to choose based on what you've laid out here. What I'm going to say is, there's a model of prediction for where there will be solar eclipses, and they're based on an understanding of how light works and the distance of the sun and the distance of the moon and the size of those objects. And the fact is,
Incorrect.
Okay,
so
like,
the ancient,
come on.
Yeah,
I can't even rap. Okay,
Yeah,
incorrect. Okay, you know what? You build the mathematical model that works then. Okay.
All right. So listen, the ancient civilization, they had this perfect understanding concerning eclipses.
You build the mathematical model for what works.
Are you familiar with the Saros cycle? Are you familiar with the Saros cycle?
Are you familiar with timeanddate.com?
Okay, so the Saros cycle was created by the ancient civilizations, right? That looked at the sky, and they looked for a very long time, and they noted everything down, right? And they came with this model called the Saros cycle, which is a recurring cycle of eclipses, lunar eclipses, solar eclipses, right? And which has cycles within cycles. These people were flat earthers. These people have they created this cycle, the Saros cycle, which is still used today. The heliocentric model is not used for making quote-unquote prediction, because it is not a prediction. It is a post-diction. So when I look at something for a very long time and I write it down and I create this cycle, this pattern within it, it is not a prediction anymore, right? It is a post-diction. So what you said about we use the heliocentric model to predict eclipses is just wrong. That is why I interrupted you.
I'm sorry, like you're just wrong, dude.
Oh,
like that's that they okay. So there are clockwork geometries in the sky. Again, like okay, so on one like argument of mine, you're like, oh, we can't point at the sky to say what the shape of the Earth is. But now you're like, oh, these ancient civilizations, they pointed at the sky and they understood things. Because they pointed at the sky. Well, guess what? They were not flat earthers, by the way. Like the Mayans, all these people, they were not. Okay, so like you don't know, no, absolutely not. And like, by the way, no, those models do not predict where and when and to what degree
eclipses will happen and be visible. Like the modern geometric model to understand where
we have a reality denier here. You're a reality denier because
I'm not. No, show me, dude. Show me. Put it in the chat.
Okay.
Show me this ancient
to refute
model.
one of your claims that
Total bullshit.
To refute, sorry, listen, bro. Donato today at 47 after the hour looks like you posted something that shows all these, ancient cosmologies were in fact flat Earth. I'm sorry, I didn't know you would know that. Did you think that because the Greeks? Hold on, bro. Relax. Did you think because the Greeks had one guy who was measuring for the circle? Did you think all the farmers in the world thought that they lived on a ball hurling through space at like nearly 1 million miles an hour in different directions? No, bro. Like that's not what the ancients thought. So you can look here at the Incan,
not
Hebrew,
Indian. You're reading into what they were putting out here. Okay, like you're reading into it. The idea of
so you think that all cosmology was like heliocentric all the way back into like the Stone Age or something?
No, I think that reading a materialist framework into a cosmology is folly. Like
a materialist into a cosmology. Isn't that exactly what heliocentrists do?
No. So
heliocentrists. Hold on. Heliocentrists come from the Big Bang cosmology. The godless cosmology, who think that gravity creates worlds. Oh, really? So, where's God in the Big Bang? Where's God in the Big Bang theory?
I'm not talking about the Big Bang theory. What I'm talking about is these.
What did I say that was
cosmologies.
What did I say that was false? You said the word false.
Yeah,
in the middle of my spiel.
Yeah, because you said a godless cosmology, like
a godless Big Bang, where gravity is the God who creates worlds.
That's the thing. Like that's an assumption of yours.
How are space balls
I don't have a
How are space balls made, William?
Spaceballs? Like what?
Yeah,
I don't know. Mel Brooks. Mel Brooks goes to Hollywood and figures it out.
No, bro. Planets. How
That's how Spaceballs is made.
Are planets made by gravity?
It doesn't require a dichotomy of this or that. Like as if the only possibility is either that they are made by God or that they are made by physical law. God makes the physical law. Like
dude.
God makes the physical law, and so then
bro.
we can observe things happening. But the fact is, like, his law is not ours to say whether it's this or that. And the fact that the Greeks, the Navajo, the Babylonians, the Mesa, the Japanese, the Persian, the Vikings, the Indian, the Mayan, the fact that all of them have this diagram makes me think that it's wrong because all of them were deceived by fallen angels. So, like, actually, from a Christian perspective.
Okay, you went way off into the whole God thing, so I'm not to mute you. What I'm trying to say is that from the naturalistic point of view, where there's a godless Big Bang and gravity creates, balls in space, and then lucky wind and magic time creates life out of the elements. So now we have consciousness springing up out of the elements. This is all like natural selection cosmology. Like, this is all, like, NASA is promoting. All these other cosmologies, like Indian, Persian, Japanese, like, all these Navajo, like, they all believed in, like, a creator. So, I really didn't understand your comment earlier. This is all I was trying to point out. And I believe that Roger has something for you, too. So, I'm going to leave you on mute until Roger's done. Roger, you got the mic. Unless you weren't ready. I thought you were clearing your voice because you were ready to present something.
Oh, sorry. No. I was looking for it because he said it's bullshit. It's bullshit. But we know that heliocentrism went fully into play like 500 years ago, and then the Greeks mentioned it, right? Aristotle, But before that, almost every cosmology was a flat Earth cosmology, geocentric flat Earth cosmology. So
yeah, they taught me that in like first grade. That people used to think the world was flat, but now we know that it's a sphere. That's what they teach in school.
Because of Columbus, right? Columbus thought that the Earth was flat, and he would have sailed off the edge, but he didn't. So we proved that the Earth was a ball, right? That's what children got taught in school.
Right. But he's even disagreeing with like the mainstream narrative. Like even though that's what he's here defending.
I don't get it, right?
Here's one. Go ahead, look at the thing that I just posted. So this is me at 55 minutes after the hour. So this is all like the ancient cosmology. I think it's that picture. Yeah, it's the same thing. There's a few more added. Yeah, okay, so that's one of them, right? And we have a bunch of these. So, fallen angels. Waters have a face.
I think he needs to sleep or something. I am because it's
Fallen angels from the vacuum of space. William, you want to go ahead and explain that?
Sure, man. Yeah. Actually, so I think so after Christ came into the world, basically, like, if you think about it from a marketing perspective, the old gods lost their brand power, right? I mean, in a real world perspective, like actual, what happened was, like, Christ trampled down death by death, and upon all the tombs bestowing life. Like, Christ destroyed death and the power of death and the power of the devil. And that changed the situation on Earth, that we were no longer held captive by the devil.
What does this have to do with the shape of the Earth, man? You're way off topic. I'm
not off topic.
Now you're talking about Christianity.
You brought in ancient cosmology. I'm talking about cosmology. So
what does it have to do with Christ?
What it has to do with is all of the cosmologies that you just demonstrated were pagan cosmologies, right?
So Hebrew cosmology is pagan cosmology now.
All of these cosmologies were pagan cosmologies, and so
Hebrew cosmology.
So then people asked, like, fallen angels from the vacuum of space, and I think that aliens.
Dude, I'm asking you.
I'm trying to explain.
Question. You are a bullfighter. You're like waving a red flag at me and going Toro. Like, just be direct, bro. Answer the question. Is Hebrew cosmology a pagan cosmology?
The Hebrew cosmology that you show there has nothing to do with flat Earth. The meaning of firmament
the meaning of somebody muted them.
Like, why? Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So this is a different thing that I'm talking about. Many Eastern Orthodox Christians are skeptical of helium.
Is somebody muting him?
Yeah, somebody's muting me. Like, the fact, the reason that I went on this train is because somebody said something about aliens, and yes, like, is God in the vacuum of space with?
Okay, who's muting him? Because you're not helping.
So yes, actually, so I think aliens are a rebranding of the fallen angels, because when Christ came,
what does that have to do with Hebrew cosmology being a pagan cosmology.
Well, the thing is, it's all about context and understanding, right? So, like that map of cosmology. Cosmology is not about physicality. It's not some kind of representation for the physical nature of things. It's about the being of things. Go to Jonathan Pajot's channel to learn about this, right? Like Jonathan Pajot understands symbolism and talks about this, and
William,
this is not like about physical representation.
You made a statement. You made a statement that every cosmology was a pagan cosmology. Larry asked you specifically, is Hebrew a pagan cosmology? Yes or no?
Dude, I told you, like, the vast majority that were showed were A, pagan cosmologies, and B, it is not the intention, these diagrams, to show people's belief about the nature of the physical world, and C, if it is, it's from, for the most part, except for possibly one of them, maybe Hebrew, then they're all worshiping fallen angels. Like, they're literally worshiping the devil. So why should we listen to them?
Wait, so
I'm going to try to answer. I'm going to ask you a question. Is Hebrew cosmology a pagan cosmology?
You're pulling out
yes or no?
Dude,
yes or no?
So false question. Bad question. Like, you're asking me about one of the 3, 6, 7 by 4, 28 diagrams that are shown on this thing, and also it's not a representation of the physical world. The firmament, like the word firmament in Hebrew, like also meant God's strength.
So it also means vault in the sky. It also means
exactly,
like hammer out brass. Like
exactly, brass. Yeah, dude. You're actually, you know what, Larry? Like, much respect. You're the first flat earther I've ever heard who actually knew that it also meant hammered out brass. I've never, honest to God, I've never heard anyone else actually represent that knowledge before. So good on you for understanding that. So, like, you understand, like, it can't just be one thing, right? It's what they're representing there is a cosmology, is a representation of their world as people, as beings, not some kind of materialistic framework for knowing where to go and how to fire rockets and shit.
That's wow. So all these depictions of these ancient civilizations, they depict a flat Earth, right?
These are not attempts. That is pagan. Attempts to represent the real. These are not attempts to represent the physical world. First of all, these are not attempts to represent the physical world.
How could you know that? Like, were you there in every time period in every place?
No, I don't.
While they were coming up with their cosmology, like they all agreed, like, this isn't science. We're just speculating. This is like philosophy.
No, I don't need to be. Also,
is that what they were saying?
No. First of all, I don't need to be there. Second of all, did you even look at Australia? Like, hold on a second. Like, I mean, this, like, seriously? Did you even look at Australia in the picture?
William, do you know this is a globe projection, right? You just posted a projection of the globe. It's a map, right? Of the globe. So this is the only spherical map in existence, actually. Because all other maps are coordinate system, like grid, right?
There's a direct flight. There's a direct flight from Australia to South America.
I'm sure there is. I'm sure you'd love to go take it, but that has nothing to do with the fact that you just presented a projection of the globe as a azimuthal equidistant map, right? Which means that the grid that is over Australia, those grids are the same size in actuality, but they appear to be different because that's how the map is made. It's a map for navigation. So if you want to navigate, this is how you do it. But this is actually a 3D map stretch out into a 2D surface. But it is, in all actuality, a globe map.
Yeah, because the Earth actually is a globe. Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Then how come all the grids aren't triangles instead of squares? You ever try to fit
because
grids
that
on
is
top of a sphere?
because that is wait, they are triangles.
No, they're grids.
No, start at the center and go out one way, and then go another way, and then go a third way.
Let me ask you something. Where's the North Pole?
It's literally the North Pole is right in the middle of the map that I made a copy of. So
How
if you
come
go
there's not an ice cap there?
if you go from the North Pole
How come there's not an ice
out
cap?
in one direction, and then you take a second direction and a third direction, you end up back where you started. The reason is triangle.
How come there's no pole cap? Where'd all the ice go?
Roger, it's not sophistry. It's literally like he doesn't realize that like I just actually demonstrated that it's it's actually triangles. I'm like not. This is a projection map from the top looking down.
Right.
On the
Which
globe.
the same they used in the Slice Park Lane map, right?
What?
Which they used in the your sun angle
We don't see
map.
too far. No, we don't.
So the same map, right? Which isn't the flat Earth map they used in your sun video, right? Right.
It's funny, like guys like Trinity and others who are swayed by this idea that we see too far don't understand that, like, if we see too far, then why don't we see the mountains
Bro,
in the distance?
Why do you guys say refraction?
Right.
It's not. I don't care about refraction. I don't care about refraction. All I care about is the mountains, dude.
So if the horizon is 10 times further than it's supposed to be,
why can't I see the mountains further away?
Bro, listen. Do you think you can see forever? Do you have owl eyes or do you have man eyes?
It's not about seeing forever. It's about seeing.
Okay. How far away are the mountains from you, bro?
Doesn't matter.
Oh, so you should be able to see forever. Is that what you're saying? Can you see the bacteria crawling on the back of your hand? Or I bet you're one of those sanitized like crazy people. You killed all the bacteria.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on, man. Come on.
All right, now listen up. Look, you can't see forever. But the Guinness Book of World Records has Mount Conahu at 273 miles. Is that far enough for you? That should have been underneath the mile of Earth curve. You know that, right? And the person who took the picture, he wasn't a flat earther, bro. He was just trying to get the world's longest photography.
I don't. And hold on. What is the? Can you say it again?
Mount Conahu, 273 world record photography.
Conahu world record. Like it's real weird. Kanahawaii, in Hawaii.
I don't know.
World record photography.
Just 273 miles. World's longest photograph.
Okay, here we go. I'm just trying to find it. In the meantime, I'm trying to like show what I'm talking about in terms.
A beautiful picture. We shared it in the main chat. You should check it out.
All right, dope. The main chat being Bionic Vision, Donato, you're hilarious. That's awesome. Bionic Vision. Wow. That's awesome. Yeah. See, here's the thing. Like, I mean, I'm not. I mean, obviously, like, right? Like, I'm not getting paid for this shit. Let's see here. 443 kilometers beyond horizons, home of the flat, farthest picture ever taken. Nice. All right, sweet. So let's see.
So there's your mountains that you asked for, and you were saying it's not that we can't see too far. Yeah, we can see too far because we've been told that boats go over the horizon, right? But it turns out that we can get out some binoculars and see the boats again. And yeah, sometimes the bottom half is missing, right? But we're seeing them way too far. Now, the reason that the bottom half is missing is because of the way that light reacts as it travels. Okay, so I'm sure you've heard of the inverse square law. We talked about earlier how light spreads out in all directions. So as you see Chicago from the other side of Lake Michigan, in Michigan, you're not going to see the street view of Chicago where the men are, right? Because you can't see a man or a light pole from 60 miles away. That's impossible. They're too little, right? But the reason you're going to say, well, Chicago, you can't see the street view, so there's the curvature. No, it's 1,800 feet of curvature. The tallest building is 1,600 feet, but we can see the whole skyline. The problem is that we shouldn't be able to see any of it, right? But let me explain to you how the physics of light works. It's real simple. You're not seeing the building, you're seeing the light reflecting off of the building. And as the light is traveling a 60-mile journey across the lake, it's spreading out due to the inverse square law. The natural physics of light, there's no perfectly collimated light beams like you see in video games where they're ray tracing, because the physics of light, actually, the particles spread out. Light wants to spread out, and this is the nature of light, called the inverse square law. I'm sure everybody's familiar with this. So as the light is spreading out in all directions, after it came from the sun, bounced off the building, heading to Michigan, it's spreading out. And one of those directions, up, down, left, and right, is down. So as the light spreads out in a downward direction, eventually it's going to reflect off the water and never hit your eye. That's why the things disappear from the bottom up. It's because of the physics of light, not because of the curvature of the Earth. Thanks.
So Larry, like, I mean, I would love to go along with all that, and I do for the most part. The problem.
Oh no! Here we go.
Yeah, exactly. Oh no! Here we go. No, like the problem is where all the data squares up, and if we live in a, let's say, like, if somehow we live in a non-Euclidean space and we just don't know it, then it makes sense, right? Like if there's some way that the light between the sun and our eyes, or between stars and us, behaves in ways that let's say the firmament, whatever that is, makes stuff curve in a way that allows us to, for instance, like, see stars that are really far away that should be occluded behind mountains.
What are you talking about? Where does the data meet up at? Is it at Mary's house? What are you talking about?
We just question.
I mean, there's just problems like this. Like, legitimately, I just put a really stupidly simple diagram in the chat.
Okay,
right?
but
So, like,
what about the pictures that we just showed you, that world record for distance, where there's no curvature evident? And the thing about it is, I quickly counter with the idea that hold on, Mike. Hold on. Question: when did numbers when did numbers start to overrule pictures? Because if we can't observe pictures and numbers are more important than pictures, then we don't need our eyes, do we? Well, actually, we need our eyes.
I mean, if pictures overrule us, then all train tracks converge, and trains are magic. Because
train tracks disappear. There's the difference between a vanishing point and a curving point are two different things, right?
Well, weird.
Converging to one point.
Because on one hand, I have train tracks converging. On the other hand, I have, well, that's a local sun causing those light rays to look like they converge locally.
Let me see. Where's the thing where somebody was saying like, it's yeah. Here we go. Sorry, Larry. This is something you shared, but like, this is I'll just say this. I'll just reply and say this. Like, I mean, yeah, like Roger, a working model at William. Like, Roger, if you can take that and you can be as accurate with the predictions of sunup and sundown. And by the way, the problem that you're going to run into, Roger, is that your model right there does not account for this, nor does it account for this. Right, like it does not account for. Crap, that's too big.
What have I told you about strawman models?
It's not strawman.
Strawmanning us.
It's not
yeah,
strawman.
That's your globe. You're saying where's the sun? Right here or right here? That's your model, bro.
No, it's not my model, bro. No, it's not.
Okay, so is it mine?
No, it's not mine or yours. It's a question. That's all it is. It's a question. That's why I literally say, question for flat earthers.
Is that the map flat earthers use? Is that the map they use?
I don't know, man. Like,
no,
I don't
so
know.
It's a straw man. Quit it,
dude.
Stop it,
dude. Like, stop, dude. No, you're straw manning yourself. Like by being like, well, this or that is that. This is a straw man. Like you're straw manning me by saying this is a straw man. No.
So can you give me the definition? Can you give me the definition?
I'm saying that this. I'm saying that this. I'm saying that this is a question. This is a problem.
No, it's a problem in your mind because you use
it's not a problem. It's not a problem in my mind. It's a literal problem in reality that there is a time and place where the sun is visible from 2 points on Earth that, according to flat Earth, is seemingly impossible because they're on the opposite sides of the Earth and they're looking in opposite directions and they're both seeing the sun. Like two people are looking away from each other and seeing the sun.
Away from each other if they're looking south and southwest.
They're according to the most common model of flat Earth. And by the way, if the Earth is flat, by the way,
you keep strawmanning me over and over and over again. It's like you're handing me this flat Earth map, and you're like, "Take it," and I'm like, "No, I don't want it." And you're like, "No, really?" Like, and you shove one in my pocket, and I'm like, "No, I don't want it," and I take it out. And you shove one in my back pocket as I'm walking away. It's like you're like one of those weird Jesus people in the streets. Like, I don't want your tracks, bro. I don't want your model that you keep trying to hand me. And then as soon as I take the model, you just light it on fire. Like, haha, I debunked your whole model. Thanks for taking it. Like, stop doing that, bro. That's weird. Don't be weird.
I'm sorry, Leroy. That's not from you. That's from, like, all flat Earth. Like, I'm sorry. That's not from you. That's from all flat Earth that I've ever heard of. It's the Atlantic Basin model. It's the
not in this Discord.
The ice wall.
We don't have.
Well,
models.
then.
Stay with me.
Well.
Flat Earthers.
I guess the question then. I guess the question is, if that's the model, that's a problem. Also, therefore, like, there are.
It's your model, bro. You're pointing out problems with your model.
No, it's actually. You know what? You know what's cool is this presents an opportunity, right? So, like, this is actually like a. I think this is a cool opportunity because, like, what you're saying is really, honestly, is very fascinating. Like, there's a change in dialogue, in use of language that we need to adopt. And maybe I'm speaking for myself. Maybe I'm just learning this right now. But, like, I'm presenting with the Ushuaia and Tasmanian puzzle, right? Like, this is an observation, right? At 5:30 a.m., in Ushuaia, Argentina, it is 7:30 p.m. in Tasmania, Australia. And at that time, on December 20th, they both see the sun at the same time. So, therefore, given that fact, and given what we know about our world, how can that be? Like, what is it about the world as we understand it that can allow that to happen? So, like, I'm presenting a puzzle with this, and that's like, I guess I'm being, a little presumptuous by assuming that you are using the kind of like David Weiss, like Atlantic Basin sort of model, but like whether you're using that or not, like I think this is a puzzle.
Why is it a puzzle? You can see the sun from Germany and New York at the same time.
Well, from Germany and New York, it's not that pronounced of a difference, right? But like from Ushuaia, like do you see the picture that I shared at 5:15?
I've seen the picture.
This is where you're sticking it back in our back pocket as we're trying to walk away, and we're trying to say this is not our model. Like you're like, this is my last chance.
No, I'm not trying to like. Okay, maybe maybe I am trying to do that, but like I'm not.
Then stop it. Stop it. Right?
Well, no, it's not about stop it. It's like this is an actuality, though, dude. Like you have like this is real.
Actuality. It doesn't work with your Earth. Okay, we get it. There's a lot of stuff that doesn't work with the globe Earth, especially when you stretch it out.
No, this actually does. So it does work on a globe, but like.
So.
Okay. So go ahead.
Yeah. So magnetic declination. Did they account for that in that strawman map of yours? How would you know that you're looking at a certain position at that point? You wouldn't, right?
Wait. So you're saying that the magnetism could
magnetic declination in the south.
But the south is just the distance from the center.
No. When you run in the south, compasses act weird. So they conjured up a model where you need to account for that, or you can buy a special.
Roger. The question is very simple. Where is the sun?
Relative to what?
No, not relative. Like
I can say it's over there. It's over there, right? It's over there. I can't reach it. There's the sun.
No. Oh, like where? Like where is the sun? Like draw the physical model of like where the sun is and where the person is in Ushuaia, Argentina, and where the person is in Tasmania, Australia, and explain to me how they can both see the sun at the same time.
I already told you, right? Did they account for magnetic declination? Are they looking at is this the apparent location?
Well, of course, the apparent location. They're both looking at it, so it's always apparent.
Always apparent, right? Not the actual location, then, right?
No, of course not, dude. Like you keep saying that as if it matters, but like it doesn't.
It does matter, right?
No.
Selenalian eclipse, then, right? The sun is not actually above the horizon.
If you're gonna say that there are, and this is see, now this is the fun part, right? Like if there's some phenomenon in between these people and the sun, that causes them to both be able to see the sun simultaneously,
Mm-hmm.
then okay, like cool, like that's fine. Like then there's something going on there.
Right. So Larry already said, well, refraction, right?
But like, why isn't that going on the rest of the year then?
Because the sun is at a certain position at that moment.
Okay.
Maybe the sun is like the flame. There's seasonal refraction.
You're coming out, Larry.
Yeah, barely hear you.
I said maybe the sun is like the Kung flu, and there's seasonal refraction. How about that?
Maybe the sun got vaccinated.
Yeah, we don't talk about that here. But anyway, moving on. So here's the thing, bro. You keep on saying, I found this problem that doesn't work if you take a globe and you stretch it out to a 2D object. And explain to me why this doesn't work on your model. And we're like, our model? Like, how dare you assume, our model, because we don't have one. Because the thing about flat earthers is that we're looking at the earth that's outside, and we don't really care about model cars or supermodels that wear dresses on runways. We don't care about model airplanes or model Earths or really any of that stuff. We're more concerned with things that at middle of the sentence.
I'm sorry. I was trying to
It's okay. Just wait. I'll let you ask.
I was trying to understand. Yeah. It's all good.
We're not concerned with all these models and toys and stuff. We're concerned with that which you can verify to be true, right? That which is falsifiable or verifiable. In other words, we're looking for knowledge. So when people throw up, all these different concepts, like I've got a concept. What if you took out like 2 cylinders of the Dodge Viper and you had a V10 Dodge Viper? Like, what do you think? Is this your car? Is this your model? Like, no, that's not my model. I don't want that model. You just made that model up. That's your model. Why do you want me to take it so bad?
So, wait, what? Hello?
Yes, please take my V10 Dodge Viper model. Please take it. And then explain to me why the plastic pistons don't work.
We agree with you. The Gleason map doesn't really make sense, but the globe also doesn't make sense.
Yeah, sounds like he knows what he's talking about.
Your little thing just disproved the Gleason map, right? We have a bunch of facts that disprove the globe, so we don't know what the world is. No one can prove it.
Oh.
Actually, you have to start somewhere by measuring water. Water lies flat, so we look at that. The sun doesn't seem to be 93 million miles away, so we check that out.
Yeah, I mean, the geometry seems to all work in that direction, though.
The moon makes its own light. It's not a reflection from the sun.
No, it's definitely a reflection.
No, it's not, dude.
If you use your brain, you can look at it and see that it's not.
I have a telescope and I look at it a lot, and I use my brain.
That's the problem. You're looking at something so far away when you can actually take the time to observe the moonlight right in front of you using an infrared thermometer to measure the temperature difference. Moonlight is cooler. The shade of the moonlight is warmer. Direct sunlight. Hold on.
No.
What? We have video of that, my friend.
Can I explain an experiment that you can do?
Explain it. Sure. Go ahead. Explain it.
So there's an experiment you can do to disprove this. So the reason that the shaded light seems to be warmer is because at night there's no heat source being the sun. And so the heat is radiating off the Earth away into the atmosphere. So you can imagine, like, at the ground, imagine like a ground.
You're
like
explaining
plane.
kinetic.
Hold on. You're explaining
Dude,
again. I always get. I constantly get interrupted in this circle. Like, I constantly do. It's like there's heat radiating away from the ground. So when you have a thermometer and there's no coverage over the top, then it's cool. But when there's coverage over the top, there's coverage of the heat that's radiating off the ground. Okay, so the way that you can test this is you can take places that are shaded. So take, okay, so like if you've actually done this, I don't know, I'm sorry, I really apologize to whoever spoke up before when you were saying, you were asserting, like somebody here was like legitimately asserting that, like, I've done this experiment before.
No, I said we have video proof of the direct moonlight being cooler than the moonlight around it, or the shade of the moonlight being warmer than that light.
All right, sweet. Like, wherever you did that experiment, do the exact same thing during a new moon in the same location.
A new moon. So the new moon, would there be light present or no light present?
No light.
Okay. So what do I have to compare by to keep a constant? Because if I'm conducting an experiment, my constant would be the fact that I have the moon present and I'm able to measure the moonlight versus the shaded light.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I understand the shaded light.
And I just for reference sake, right? When when that measurement was taken in that video, right, that I'm referencing, there was no relationship between the moonlight and the ground, so to speak. So if you're, I believe you're explaining the temperature radiating off of the Earth's surface, right? I'm like explaining to you that this is a direct measurement, like that is it's happening right in front of you. The thermometer is there, and the moonlight is right in front and right beside, and you're making a direct comparison. Right. All I'm asking, or we're asking you, is to entertain the idea that the moon is supplying the cold, and the sun is supplying the direct opposite. So you have direct heat in the sunlight and cooler light in the moon. And shaded is a little bit warmer, and shaded sunlight is a little bit cooler.
Yeah, and you know what?
Those are the observables that we can like. Those are substantial. Those are evidence beyond the burden of proof.
And what I'm saying is, I believe that the actual variables there were the shaded area was providing reflection for the radiative heat of the Earth back into your thermometer. So, like, where there's shade, so get this. So, like, let's say, hold on. So, like, just let me explain my counter thesis, and I will honest to God, like, I legitimately, like, I swear to God, I will try this experiment. And
we don't swear to God around here, nor do we take the Lord's name in vain. But go on.
No, I don't take the Lord's name in vain, but I do swear to God.
You're swearing to him a lot, though, and you're taking a long time to explain it.
No, I'll swear to him right now. This is the only time I have. And I'm telling you that I will do this experiment because this is one that I actually can do. So I would not swear to my Lord that I would do something I can't. And I can, so I will, so I am. That in the light of the moon, you do not have shade. The shade acts as a reflective surface for radiative heat coming out of the Earth.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Hold on. Did you just say that moonlight is not detectable in the shade?
No. That's not what I'm saying.
It sounds like you just said that, though.
No, I understand how it might sound like that, but like, can I try to explain again? Like,
Okay.
what might
Trying
you
to
just yeah?
say, are you trying to say that the cold is being radiated from the shade?
No. That's not it either.
What?
But that's close. That's close. So like, what I'm hypothesizing is the Earth is radiating heat, and the shade is reflecting that heat back down. So therefore, when it is nighttime and you do not have heat coming from the sky, you only have heat coming from the ground. Therefore, it will be warmer where there is shade.
Because moonlight is cold.
No.
Okay.
No. And I'm saying you could do the experiment in the same location where there is shade, quote unquote, when the moon is out.
In daytime, listen, wait.
No, not daytime. Sorry. Sorry to overrun you. Literally I'm done after this. You could do the same experiment when there's the full moon as when there's no moon. If you do it in the same location, you'll get the same result.
The constant of the variable is the constant of the moon is being removed from the experiment.
Yeah.
You don't get the same result. You don't get the same result when you do it when there is no moon. Yeah.
I'm saying you will. I'm
not finished. I'm not finished. So when there is no moon in the sky, yeah, there is no shade.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, there isn't.
Yeah, there is.
When there is no moon in the sky, nighttime, when there is no moon, yeah?
Yeah, there's a place
no
where the
shade when
shade...
there's no
What's
moon, my
making
guy.
shade? What's making shade? Natural
There's nothing
shade.
to make shade. Think about that.
There is the thing that is overhanging that makes what you see as shade, right? Like it's overhanging the earth, right?
What does that mean?
Shit.
What it means is
okay. I need to ask you a direct question. Hold on. So if there's under a new moon, there's no moon present. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
You're telling me that there is no light, or there is light present when there's no moon?
No. No, I'm not saying. No. I'm not saying.
That's what you just said.
No,
That's
I did
what you
not.
just said.
No,
You
I did
said that
not.
there's shade when there's no moon.
No. I'm trying to. I'm doing my best here. I'm trying to relate. Okay, so like, there's an overhang that would cause. Dude, the overhang is, I don't know. The overhang is a fucking like, a building where the.
I'm trying to figure this out. Okay.
I don't know, like a building that's like just.
Okay, so I'm standing beside a building.
No, how about this? Actually, how about this?
Okay.
A lot of public parks have like shelters, you know.
Okay.
That are just like 4 posts and a roof, right?
Yeah, those are called like gazebos.
All right, sweet. Yeah, perfect. Okay, yeah, sweet. Okay, yeah. So that's all I'm saying. It's like there's a spot where there's apparent shade from a moon. So there's 2 claims here. One is that the moon...
Wait, hold on. You said a moon, and we said it's a new moon, so there's no moon present. So where's the moon?
Well, I mean, I would claim that the moon is still up there, but it's like not illuminated. No. I'm not trying. Well, with my telescope, I actually can see it, but like that's beside the point. The point is that
a new moon. It's not It's not being illuminated if you can't see it. So here's my thing.
No, dude. This is literally besides the point. What I'm representing is an experiment where, on one hand, the cause of the lower temperature is the light of the moon. What I'm representing is the cause of the lower temperature is the lack of a is the lack of a shelter, right? Because if you have a shelter over above you, you don't have the light of the moon, right? Like by definition.
Yeah,
right?
And it's warmer beneath the shelter. Yeah.
Okay,
Let's
yeah.
ask.
And by
So
the
let's
way,
ask you
I'm
this.
saying,
But
I'm saying it'll
we're
be.
not talking. Listen,
It'll
listen.
be. I'm saying. Hold
Listen.
on. No. You listen.
When
No,
we
you
are
listen.
talking
No, you
about
listen.
the shade,
No.
yeah,
You listen.
when we are talking about the shade being
The
measured,
shade.
the temperature in the shade, that
Yeah.
shade is not covered with a roof and side walls.
No, it's not a
Yeah,
roof inside walls.
It's not a closed container. It's
Dude,
a
it doesn't matter,
open
dude.
container.
It doesn't matter.
It does
Open
matter.
container. It does.
Because
I
it
don't.
doesn't have walls, yeah?
No, it doesn't have walls. Yeah.
So you can
I'm
be in
saying,
the shade of a house,
Yeah.
you can be in the shade
In the
of a
shade of a
mountain.
tree, in the mountain,
Yeah,
a
the
tree,
mountain is
anything.
not on top of you.
Yeah, I agree. 100,000 million%. You know what? I agree.
So in the shade, the temperature is warm, and in
I agree.
moonlight, it is colder.
It's cold. Yeah.
Yeah.
And actually, you know what? You make a good.
Opposite to what the sun
You know
does.
what? You know what? You make a good point. There's not only. I was only thinking unidirectionally. I was thinking.
Yeah.
I was thinking of the moon versus the totally occluded moon, like a gazebo, right? And so you brought up a mountain, which is the moon not being occluded by like an over the top gazebo, but being occluded by a something that's adjacent to you. So I won't promise that I can get that part of things into my experiment, but I can definitely get the first part where I can get temperatures underneath the gazebo versus when there's no moon, and demonstrate because my point is like I don't think it's the moon making things colder, and that's why I'm saying try it when there's a new moon and underneath
when there is
the gazebo,
no new moon,
underneath the gazebo,
there is no moon you can see.
The fact is, underneath the gazebo, it's warmer, and underneath the trees, it's warmer, and
it is warmer. You're right.
Yeah.
100%. Because again,
the reason it's warmer is because the Earth is radiating off of the trees or whatever.
Even in the forest, if you go, in the shade of a tree from the moon,
it will be
warmer than exposed to moonlight.
100%. Just like if you're in this direct sunlight and you go in the shade, you're going to be cooler, right? The sun does the exact opposite to what the moon does. Yes.
But the reason. But hold on. The reason that I believe it's warmer when you're not in moonlight is because the Earth is radiating heat.
No,
and when
the sun and the moon are both luminaries, my guy, they light stuff up.
I understand what I understand what the Bible says, but like the bottom line about how physical reality works is that
you don't really understand what the Bible says. The Bible says
you're right.
The world is flat. Yeah.
No, you're right. I don't.
Yeah, it does say
what the Bible says. But what I definitely understand about the world is that like the world radiates heat.
Don't come in here and say that you understand what the Bible says, because you don't.
I definitely know that I don't know what it says. That's what I definitely know.
Good.
Yeah, good.
So,
yeah. But what I definitely understand is that the world radiates heat. And
no, it doesn't radiate heat. Yeah. It absorbs and releases it. The ground absorbs heat from the sun, and it releases it.
Yeah, it releases it. Yeah, that's called radiating.
The heat, listen,
the heat radiates from the Earth out.
I am not finished, dude. You're over talking.
Wow.
The heat absorbed in the ground from the sun is not trapped. It is in a free state. Yeah.
And then it goes out, right?
So as long as you have the heat source, yeah, radiating the earth, yeah, the ground beneath, the earth absorbs heat. And when the heat source is away, nighttime, that heat is free to rise.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not rising just because it's rising. There are the gaseous elements which absorb the heat contained in the earth, and they rise. Those gases create convection air currents.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's how the ground is cooling overnight time.
You're familiar with the idea of kinetic energy, right, William?
I mean,
no, I'm asking, are you?
Well,
so kinetic energy, we take a rubber band, we twist it up, put a pole in it or whatever. It can act like the spline, a drive axle on a wooden cart. We do that in like grade 2, grade 3, right?
I'm completely cool with all that. But
I asked the question, yes or no? You're familiar with it, right? The ground, the Earth's crust, it acts the exact same way. It is storing the kinetic energy that is bestowed upon it, which is the heat. This is why roads don't freeze. Hold on. This is why roads don't freeze in spring after the thaw, right? So with reference to that, apply it, moonlight, same thing. The Earth's crust mainly stores and heats the atmosphere. That's it. And cools the atmosphere according to the light that it is exposed to.
Okay, but like what I don't understand, so like forgive me if like I'm missing something here, but like what I don't understand is like how you don't see that. Like so the earth absorbs heat as the sun gives it to it, right? And then during the nighttime, as actually just like all the time, right? Like so the earth is getting energy from the sun, and then like all the time the earth is also like radiating it out, right? But like when it radiates out into a ceiling, that ceiling is something that causes shade on the ground below it, right? Like if there's a ceiling, there's literally like the earth is radiating heat out, and there's a ceiling. That ceiling will reflect it back down, right? Like that ceiling will make it so that
no, it will not reflect it back down.
Why?
It will actually...
Why wouldn't it?
No, it won't reflect it back down. I haven't finished.
Why?
Yeah.
Like why wouldn't it? Is it like magically like
I haven't finished.
Dude, I haven't even started yet. I haven't started. Okay,
what's happening?
All right, go ahead. Yeah. What do you think? Well, you literally interrupted me and then just said that I interrupted you. So that's crazy talk, dude.
The air, absorbs heat from the ground, rises, it hits the ceiling, it moves sideways, and then when it's going away from that ceiling and is exposed to open sky, it will continue rising up.
So if there is a ceiling...
so it's not reflecting back down.
So if there's a ceiling, the ceiling will reflect it back down.
Ceiling is there above the side of a house. It has no ceiling, but it's still in shade.
The point is that there's...
You're claiming there's a ceiling, but I'm saying what ceiling is above the side of a house that is in shade?
What ceiling is beside a house that's in shade? So when there's
no actual ceiling there. It's just the thermometer sitting in the shade, created from the house, No ceiling there.
Where is this ceiling in the forest?
There's
Show us the
literally
ceiling
there's
above
literally
the
the side
forest.
there's literally the side of a house right there.
Yeah, but go straight up. I mean, you don't have to be
But-
right up against the wall. You could be in the shade of the house.
But
There's no ceiling above to trap it like you're claiming.
it's not about trapping it. It's about the fact that there's
Reflecting
vectors,
it, as you said.
There's vectors of radiation that can go from the ground to the wall, whatever's obstructing the moon, into your thermometer. There's vectors from. The problem is that you're not controlling for vectors from the ground, and vectors from the ground can go from the ground to the wall to the thermometer.
And it will rise, correct? Heat rises?
Heat? No.
No, it doesn't rise. What does he do then?
No, that's a very basic understanding, but yes, but no. Radiative heat can reflect from the source to off the building into the thermometer. Like I said, like
what if
this
the
is
thermometer's on the ground now?
How does radiative heat reflect from the source?
Look, if you look, whoever's talking
Dude,
with
it
an
makes
actual
no sense
decent
what
British
you are
accent.
saying.
Who's the decent Brit here? Like, not the Slav here. Look, if you can design a well-controlled experiment that demonstrates moonlight being cooling, you will win. You'll win a fucking prize. Seriously, show this. Seriously.
Prize? Do you think we are here for prizes?
Not you, dude. No. You're an asshole, but the other guy was a fine character.
Oh, do you need to resort to name calling? We called you on not calling.
I don't. I'm sorry.
Don't do insults because I haven't insulted.
Something else, buddy.
Come on, man. I'm only giving him shit because I thought he could take it.
Don't be a douche.
You're right. I should be a douche.
Don't call people asshole.
Yeah, you're right. All right. You're right. You're kidding, but you're right.
Douchebag.
Ah, dang.
Hey, don't call people douchebag.
All right, I'm sorry. Look. I'm just saying, if you can design the experiment.
Apologies accepted.
Okay, let's ask another question, William. I presented this thought last night. A hot air balloon.
Okay.
You go up in the hot air balloon. The ground underneath you has not moved because I took a car to the parking lot, got out of the car, went to the hot balloon facility. I went up in the hot air balloon. I came back down in the same spot and the car was still there. How do you explain that if the Earth is rotating? Where does the hot air balloon, how does that relationship work if the ground is rotating and I'm up in the air?
So that's a physical phenomenon that is described in physics as inertia.
No.
That might not be good.
Yeah.
Okay, so can I finish? That's
we're questioning Coriolis effect.
Dude, okay, can everyone in the server understand now why that shit? Come on. Dude, come on, man. You.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And you sound like a Slav, so I have Slavs who are friends, so I gotta give you shit. I'm sorry. I hope it's all brotherly love. Dude,
you can address the man directly.
No, man. It's just I hope we're having fun. I just want to have fun. I hope we're having fun. This is a hobby, I just want to have fun.
I'm really having fun with this. Keep going. Explain your point.
All right, good. Yeah. But dude, okay. So the way that's explained is called inertia. Everything is moving, right? So all the that sounded fucking terribly relativistic, but the case is that all the air and the ground is all moving, and it's kind of like this. The balloon going up and down is much like you being inside of a car that's driving 100 miles an hour on the freeway, And like inside the car, you can just toss a ball up and down, and it doesn't matter.
Have you ever seen a helium balloon inside the car?
So if you're inside of a car.
Yeah, and you have a helium balloon and you start driving the car. What happens with the helium balloon?
If you're in a car.
Yeah.
And you have a balloon.
Yeah. And when you start the car and you start accelerating, what happens?
No.
What?
There's no acceleration.
What do you mean? Cars don't accelerate?
Well, cars accelerate, but the Earth doesn't. So the Earth is
wait.
The Earth.
The Earth.
Yeah.
You're
so
saying the Earth is spinning, yeah?
Yeah.
So that is a constant acceleration reference frame.
No.
Yeah.
No. No. No.
Check your 5th grade physics.
No matter how many times you say no, doesn't change the fact. We're asking, present the idea. How does that relationship work? I'm still waiting.
Yeah, thank you. Like, yeah, you're asking me like, how does that work? So like, what I'm saying is, yeah, and if you want it, like, look, what's the name of the? Like, come on, like, give me a name, dude. Give me a name, like Dimitri.
Let's go, Brandon.
What's your?
I'll give you a name. It's a size 13 foot in your mouth. That's what it sounds like.
That's fucked up. Come on, man.
Your foot's in your mouth. You have no explanation for a simple question. I consider myself
I'm
asking for a simplistic explanation as to how that relationship works, so I can better understand the curved rotating model that you're presenting. That's all I'm asking for, without a book. Explain it.
What I'm explaining is like when you're driving down the street, toss a ball up in the air and you catch it. It's that simple. Like
So you've created your own enclosure, i.e. the car, to explain your idea of how the relationship works between me and a hot air balloon going up in the ground, yet that car is still connected to the surface.
Why does the connection between the tires and the ground matter for the ball that's in your hand?
Because the ground is rotating according to you, and when I go up in the hot air balloon, I no longer have a connection to the ground that you say is rotating.
But before
making me rotate with the ground, with me being in the hot air balloon up in the sky.
Because when you were on the ground, you were already rotating with the Earth. Before the hot air balloon lets go of the Earth, it was turning with the Earth. Everything is attached, right? Like before
awesome. That's great. That's what I was looking for. So my next question, my follow-up question to that, right? Which I'll when does that connection, right? When do I break free from the Earth's quote control of this rotating mass? When does that relationship let go? That invisible leash that you're attempting to explain. When does that let go?
Well, the best we understand is gravity. Like we're gonna have to get into gravity.
That's not what he asked. Not what he asked.
If you're retarded, that's not what he asked. But yeah, that's basically what he asked. Is when does that quote invisible leash let go? And there's a diminishing point.
People names. You just call them retarded. You don't need to do that. I'm asking you a question. When does that invisible leash break free?
No. I lashed out because somebody interrupted me again, and acted as if I had nothing to say. When actually there is an answer to your question, but it's not going to be sufficient to, I think, satisfy like what you're going after, because I don't really know what you're going after. Like,
let me.
Like, I don't actually understand.
Let me.
The problem is that
going up in my hot air balloon.
Yeah.
Right. At what point do I hit in the atmosphere where my hot air balloon is going up in the sky when I can look down and visually see that the Earth's crust beneath me is rotating? Because Felix, up in the Red Bull jump, didn't observe the actual ground rotating beneath his feet, although he was like, what? He was crazy far up in the sky. I don't even know how far, but...
Felix, I don't know.
Felix was the guy that did the Red Bull jump.
128,000 miles up.
There you go.
Feet, sorry.
Oh, well, I mean, dude,
that point's done anyway.
Yeah, because of what I said. And because of how